the moment before the space jump was implemented. Liao triggered his soul power to the maximum. His telepathic thoughts blossomed deep inside his brain like an octopus and flooded toward Long Yongjun incessantly with tremendous information. It was extremely dangerous when they were to be teleported in the next second. It might cause Liao's soul to be lost in the turbulence of four-dimensional space and ripped into shreds. But there was no time. Liao could only tell Long Yongjun his deduction in such a risky way. Shua, 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 shua. For a moment, Liao's mind and Long Yongjun's mind were deeply interweaved with each other. Infinite information was exchanged in the most mysterious way. Something is wrong, Liao said. Something is greatly wrong with the double test that Professor Emotion did on me. Now that I think about it, even if the Secret Sword Bureau wanted to ensure safety, they shouldn't have done it in such a reckless way. Even if they were really so reckless, one of their leaders should have shown up and apologized to me. After all, I was representing the Star Ocean Republic and Speaker Cui Lingfeng. However, they merely offered a simple apology through Ling Xiaola, and Ling Xiaola only received the instruction from her portable crystal processor. I assumed that it was truly a test, not performed by the Secret Sword Bureau but by Professor Emotion. He somehow manipulated the Secret Sword Bureau. Professor Emotion grew suspicious of me and my real purpose behind visiting the Tinder base. I don't think that I revealed any openings in the second Spiritor's realm. But who knows? Perhaps Professor Emotion noticed something abnormal in it. Moreover, we are supposed to take off this afternoon. But we have cut in line and left the 100 Flowers space zone 3 hours early. If Professor Emotion knows it, he can certainly guess that we've already grown suspicious of him, too. The conclusion is that Professor Emotion is suspicious of me, and he also knows that I'm suspicious of him. Think about it. If Professor Emotion is really planning a big operation, will he simply let us go to the Heaven's Origin sector? In that case, Long Yongjun said, all the more reason we should leave the 100 Flower space zone as quickly as possible and jump to the Heaven's Origin sector. This place is Professor Emotion's home field. The critical problem right now is, who can guarantee that we are jumping to the Heaven's Origin sector? Liao's telepathic thoughts were bouncing like fire rapidly. Did we see the Heaven's Origin sector? No. The mainframe crystal processor of our starship received the coordinates of the star beacons that were claimed to be from the Heaven's Origin sector. Then, the control tower in the spaceport planned a sailing route for us. We are simply launching the space jump based on the coordinates and the sailing route that they offered. Who can guarantee that their information is absolutely correct? Who can guarantee that Professor Emotion cannot hack this place? If he is really concocting some big operation, he must have hacked most of the crystal processors in the 100 Flower space zone, or at least controlled the port, the most important place in the space zone. He could have totally manipulated the control tower in the spaceport to process the coordinates of the star beacons sent from the Heaven's Origin sector in order to navigate us to somewhere unknown. He could even have hacked the crystal processors of our starship in advance. This is not a main force warship of a high level, just a carrier. Most importantly of all, he can also hack our souls when our body and soul are unfolded in four-dimensional space during the teleportation, when we are most vulnerable and least defended. Invading the soul was never easy, especially when the targets were experts in the nascent soul stage. The only way to drag them into the Spiritor's realm was to make them lie in a virtual cabin and connect themselves to the grand unified spiritual nexus willingly. But now that Liao and the rest of them were all suspicious, to immerse them into the nerval interaction liquids was certainly as difficult as pressing down the heads of 12 tyrannosaurs and forcing them to drink water. But things were different during teleportation. It was the best time to invade the soul. Liao knew that because he had already been attacked once by the bloodstripe virus, a weird life form of pure energy, when his soul was about to be ripped into shreds during the teleportation from the Flying Star sector to the Heaven's Origin sector. It was the most perilous soul battle in Liao's life. He had even been ready to die together with the bloodstripe virus. Of course, he had prepared a series of traps on the starship in advance because he had noticed the existence of the bloodstripe virus long before the space jump. Eventually, the blood-stripe virus had failed to entirely consume his soul but only partly corrupted it, which caused his schizophrenia. A mental devil had been born inside his brain. Professor Mo Xian knew everything about it. Well, actually, it was Liao who had told him everything through the video in the Jade chip. Who knew whether or not he would do exactly the same thing? But this time, there were no traps on the Starship. The other 10 experts except Liao and Long Yangjun were not prepared either. In fact, despite the high cultivation of the experts from the ancient sages sector, they were from an ancient world after all and had never experienced many space jumps. Therefore, they were all quite unused to teleportation. Liao and Long Yangjun looked at each other, both greatly stunned. The space jump must be stopped. Wake up everyone immediately. But there was no time. After Liao inferred the whole event based on his puzzle, the last second had already passed. Hum, 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 hum. The degree of the starship's vibration grew lower and lower, but its frequency was higher and higher. Everything before Liao and Long Yangjun's eyes turned fuzzy. The space jump had begun. The ivory brilliance that enshrouded the starship leaked into the starship one drop after another. The starship seemed to be melting into the light and would transcend to the universe beyond three-dimensional space. In the meantime, both Liao and Long Yangjun trembled. They felt an immense mental force pouring down from the galaxy and rushing into their brains that were being shaken and torn crazily. Thankfully, he had already raised his alert to the maximum during his communication with Long Yangjun earlier. So he managed to keep his head clear. Also, because his soul was much more solid than a normal person's, it was definitely not so easy to invade it when he was wary. Boom! Flames of spiritual energy burst out of Liao's body, shattering the protective gel and the cocoon cabins into pieces. He rolled on the ground. Having no time to bother about his headache, he was about to blow up Long Yangjun's cabin. But before he took action, Long Yangjun jumped out by herself. Liao was slightly dazed. Then he put on an awful smile. Yes. However magnificent and precise his professor's designs were, it was impossible for him to have foreseen that the so-called Team Red Lotus actually consisted of 12 terrifying experts who were at least in the high level of the nascent soul stage. Also, there were even 2 monsters, that were himself and Long Yangjun among them. There was no need to mention Liao. Long Yangjun, as a warrior of the Nuwa clan from the age of the primeval war, must have received special training on her brain, so it was not so easy to invade her mind. Save them! Liao jumped to Yen Liren's cabin, which was the second closest to him. Through the translucent cover on the cabin, Liao discovered, however, that Yen Liren was gritting his teeth in the buffered gel with a painful expression. His eyes closed, as if he were caught in a terrible nightmare. Besides, Yen Liren, the protective cabin, and Liao himself were all turning transparent. Their soul has been mixed with the mental force of the intruder. We cannot wake them now, Long Yangjun said in a hurry. We are about to be unfolded into 4-dimensional space. Even if you can wake them up by force, their soul will certainly be ripped into shreds by the storms in 4-dimensional space, turning them into retards or putting them in a coma. The ghosts such as Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, or Wan Mingzhu will likely be wiped out instantly. Liao cursed loudly and made the decision soon. We cannot be killed here. The souls of Yen Liren and the rest of them are powerful enough to keep them uncorrupted for a short while. Let's go back to the Tinder base and find Professor Mo Xian directly. Then, we'll figure out how to save them. Time was running out. Both of them felt that their bodies were slowly expanding, unfolding and extending. The whole world turned weird, like butterflies of light that were dancing joyfully and about to split apart. If they did not leave, they would never be able to leave. Once they completely fell into 4-dimensional space, their body and their brain would be completely unfolded. Nobody knew if they could resist the weird mental assault or where they would be teleported to. Liao and Long Yangjun took action at the same time. They turned into 2 streaks of brilliance and darted to the escape capsule at the rear of the starship. They could not just blow a hole in the wall of the starship recklessly, which would cause the carrier as well as everybody on board to be ripped apart in 4-dimensional space. After they finally reached the escape area as fast as they could, the carrier and themselves were almost entirely transparent. There seemed to be an enormous swirl behind them, which was trying to absorb their souls and every telepathic thought with the terrifying attraction force. The two of them did not even have time to enter the escape capsules. They simply put on their crystal suits, opened the airtight gate, and rushed out, before they activated every power rune array on their crystal suits to the maximum. Chi, 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 chi. They were still at the interference area of the space distortion, like the periphery of a swirl. Both Liao and Long Yongjun felt that their bodies were growing and shrinking, expanding and compressing. The few seconds were as long as hundreds of years. They could only grit their teeth and unleash their spiritual energy as much as they could to sprint toward space and get away from the carrier that was in the middle of a space jump, in case the space ripples generated by the teleportation affected them. That would probably cause the upper half of their bodies to be teleported to the unknown place far away together with the carrier while keeping their lower half still in the 100-flower space zone. After they did not know how long, the surging tides behind the two of them finally died down. They examined their bodies, not entirely recovered from their shock, and discovered that their limbs and internal organs were still there. No parts had been teleported together with the carrier. Then they were somewhat relieved. When they looked back, the carrier was already gone, leaving a halo that looked like a mist. Liao and Long Yongjun both floated in space, like two dead fish that had been blown to the shore by tides. The headache was still haunting them. They did not want to move at all. Long Yongjun turned on the point-to-point communication channel that did not need to be connected to the spiritual nexus. Then, she said in a low and magnetic voice, "As I recall, someone said we would never lose if the 12 nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators slapped them in their face." Drifting in the deep, dark universe quietly, Liao turned off most of the power rune arrays on the crystal suit and most of the life-sustaining system. He looked like a cold, hard meteoroid. Looking at the hundreds of silver, ball-shaped space stations that constituted 100-flower city not far away, and the colorful ripples on the sailing routes further away left after space jumps, he sensed that his cells, bones, muscles, and soul had condensed and stabilized. All the traces were gathered together and outlined the general picture of the whole scheme. Liao licked the blood on his lips that leaked out when he was escaping from the space ripples by force. He then chuckled in a low voice. "Monsterly, are you trying to disguise your embarrassment with laughter?" Long Yongjun asked. "No. It's just that the weird feeling that had been burdening my heart has gone after figuring out what my professor is up to." Staring at 100-flower city not far away, Liao's eyes were glittering more and more brilliantly. He savored the heat and sweetness of his blood, and the mist that had haunted his mind was gradually replaced by burning fire. "I feel that everything has come back to the pace that I'm most familiar with." Long Yongjun snorted. "Trading the life and death of 10 experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage and even in the nascent soul stage for your familiar pace. You are quite an extravagant man, aren't you? There's no need to worry about Yanliren and the rest of them too much for now." Liao thought quickly and boosted his computational ability to the maximum. His brain cells were exploding like popcorn. With the immensity of their soul and computational ability, even if they are mired in a certain grand illusionary land set up by Professor Mo Xian, they won't lose so quickly, will they? The worst outcome is that they will be teleported to somewhere unknown and cannot return for the time being. Besides, no matter how immaculate my professor's trap was, he certainly underestimated the capabilities of Team Red Lotus. If he wants to corrupt or kill Yanliren and the rest of them, he will definitely have to pay a high price, which will very likely be his fatal wound and cause his ultimate failure in the game. For the professor, Team Red Lotus is just a minor interference and an unexpected factor beyond his calculations. The more critical question is, what is my professor trying to achieve? What is his real target? I figured out the answers when I was nearly ripped apart by the space turbulence. Long Yongjun found it odd. Isn't his purpose to completely eliminate wars and save mankind, like I said just now? What you mentioned was just a strategic goal which is too far away to be of any significance for the situation right now. Liao replied quickly. Both eliminating wars and virtualizing mankind are too ideal and distant. How can they work out without hundreds of years of hard work? There's no need for us to be affected by unsubstantial, long-term goals. All we need to do is to figure out what my professor wants to do right now as his next step. Assuming that Professor Mo Xian truly wants to achieve the magnificent goal of virtualizing mankind, then, here and now, in the Star Glory Federation, the first thing that he needs to do is control the entire Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and then control the federal government. Right? Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, no matter how spectacular his follow-up plans and blueprints are, he needs to control the federal government first in order to carry out what he believes in and realize his great ambitions. Then, with Professor Mo Xian's identity and the resources at his disposal, controlling the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus first is the most feasible solution. The Federation and the Imperium today are both highly dependent on crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Whoever controls cyberspace controls everything. That's right. Liao licked his lips in excitement. The 100 Flowers Space Zone is the transportation hub of the 7 sectors of the Federation. 100 Flowers City is also the data exchange and control center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. It is the center of the game civilization, where billions of players are online at the same time. One of the 3 Guy-level supercrystal processors, the most powerful model in the Federation, and more than half of the Jing-level supercrystal processors are all installed there. As long as someone controls the 100 Flowers Space Zone, hacks the Jing-level supercrystal processor, and then controls half of the Jing-level supercrystal processors of the Federation, will it be possible for him to control the entire Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus? Ever since my professor was transformed into the Star Spirit, an amazing life form of half-human and half-liquid metal, he has been endowed with the abilities to hack crystal processors and absorb their computational ability freely. During the insurgency of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector, it was because he hacked the Star Brain and absorbed tremendous computational abilities from the Star Child that we managed to counterattack and secure the final victory. After 100 years of training, his techniques for hacking crystal processors and absorbing computational ability must be even more powerful, inconspicuous, and swift. I've checked a lot of files on the crystal processors in the Federation today. People say that there are 3.5 supercrystal processors in the Federation. By a half, they are referring to my professor. He can control all the supercrystal processors in the 100 Flowers Space Zone and absorb their computational ability for his own use. Then, with the enormous computational ability, he can barrage the second Guy-level supercrystal processor in the Heaven's Origin sector. Then, the third one on Spider Den. After all the supercrystal processors are remotely controlled by him, it seems that people can only accede to whatever demands he raises. After all, the professor was right about one thing. People of the modern age cannot live in a world without the spiritual nexus anymore. Long Yangjun blinked quickly. Wait. Are the supercrystal processors of the Star Glory Federation weak enough for him to hack anytime he wants? Are the other specialists of crystal processors all dead or suddenly retarded? Have they not established tremendous barriers, firewalls, and virtual arrays on the supercrystal processors that are of paramount importance? Impressive as your professor's computational ability may be, it can't be higher than all the supercrystal processors in the Federation combined. Can it? Yes, that's the biggest problem. Under normal circumstances, there is no way that my professor could hack so many supercrystal processors by force. I'm afraid that he will be discovered the moment he attacks the one in the 100 Flowers Space Zone. Then, the agents of the Secret Sword Bureau and the soldiers of the Federal Army will soon come for him. Liao narrowed his eyes. The silver space fortress that was reflected in his eyes looked like brilliant silver fire. However, if a special case causes all the supercrystal processors to overload, to the point that their computational ability is greatly wasted and the barriers and firewalls are battered to the verge of destruction, is there such a possibility? Long Yangjun asked. Listen, it suddenly occurred to me. Liao waved his hands and feet in the vacuum and spoke fast. Years ago, when we dealt with the Star Child in the Flying Star sector, my professor was no match for him at first. Instead of corrupting the enemy, my professor was almost swallowed by him. However, because I had a fierce fight with the Star Child in the virtual space he created, and drained his tremendous computational ability, my professor was able to seize the enemy's weakness and launched an attack. In the end, we attacked from the inside and outside together and wiped out the enemy. If my professor can create a certain situation right now where all the supercrystal processors of the Federation are overloading and suffering large-scale saturated attacks that shatter the firewalls. Long Yangjun frowned. All the supercrystal processors are loading and suffering a large-scale saturated attack? In what situation can that possibly happen? Then, Long Yangjun suddenly paused and shouted at the same time as Liao. The invasion of the expedition army from the Imperium. Yes, Liao said. As long as the main forces of the Black Wind Fleet jumps on a certain core sector of the Federation, and a great battle of the main fleets of the two parties begins, all the supercrystal processors in the Federation will be summoned, including the one in the capital city for government affairs, the one here to navigate sailing routes and guide reinforcement, and the one on Spider Den that is scouting the enemy's whereabouts. In a modern war, the competition of the spiritual nexus and information always comes first, Long Yangjun said. The first task after the Black Wind Fleet arrives will certainly be to launch a destructive strike on the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus of the Federation. The Imperium and the Federation both have their advantages in the technology of the spiritual nexus. But I fear that the Imperium's technology must be more destructive. During the competition, not only will all the supercrystal processors in the Federation overload and nearly crash, their barriers and firewalls will also be riddled with holes if not rippled apart by the Imperium. By then, my professor won't need to hack anything at all. As the human-shaped supercrystal processor, with the highest computational ability in the Federation, he must be one of the main warriors in the competition in cyberspace. Once the battle begins, he can easily get access to most of the data in the supercrystal processors. In the most perilous moment, he might even be authorized by the military to be connected to the most confidential supercrystal processors in order to improve the Federation's combat ability in the warfare. Fair enough. But there is one critical problem. Is your professor not worried that the Federation will collapse if he plays dirty tricks during the Black Wind Fleet's invasion? If he is a good guy and a patriot, there is no reason to do that. Unless my professor has such a good appetite that he wants to swallow the mainframe crystal processors of the Black Wind Fleet, too. What? Long Yangjun exclaimed. Think about it. A cyber war is always bidirectional. Both parties will be launching destructive strikes on each other. When the supercrystal processors of the Federation are overloading in peril, the mainframe crystal processors of the Black Wind Fleet will be reaching their limits, too. It is the best opportunity to hack and control them. Is your professor capable enough of remotely hacking the mainframe crystal processors of the Black Wind Fleet, even if they are overloading and on the brink of crash? I don't know, Liao mumbled. I'm not good at hacking crystal processors. By common sense, it does not seem possible. However, if my professor finds a way to deliver a chicken into the Black Wind Fleet. Chicken? Long Yangjun queried. Chicken is a special term in the attacks and defenses of crystal processors. Liao explained. It can be a crystal processor or any other thing that is controlled by some experts and stuffed with various viruses. If my professor can deliver a chicken into the Black Wind Fleet starships, the viruses can be detonated instantly at the critical moment. Or rather, he can use the chicken as a springboard to launch the most direct, fatal attack on the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors of the Black Wind Fleet from the inside. Long Yangjun took a deep breath. But I don't think that the Black Wind Fleet will be idiotic enough to accept a chicken from the Federation, will they? I don't know. Liao's eyes surpassed the cube of glittering balls that constituted Hundred Flowers City and stared at the two stars far, far away. The two stars were attracting and confronting each other, exactly like the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet that were at loggerheads with each other. Liao's voice turned deep and profound, as if he had seen through an instruction set that was carried out in secret decades ago. I only know that, if 70% of my deductions are correct, there can be one other explanation for what my professor has been doing in the past decades. On the surface, he publicized the birth of the Spiriters and the follow-up plans and presented everything that he knew. He even invited the best specialists in crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, meditation, memory transmission, and other fields to join the great cause and push the Tinder plan forward. Correct. Long Yongjun nodded and said, with Professor Mo Xian's prestige and connections in the Federation, and since the studies of virtual life were a cutting-edge project and the Tinder plan was very important itself, even if he didn't invite them, Parliament, the military, the Secret Sword Bureau, and other institutions would still have volunteered to join the project and monitor the progress. Therefore, Liao said, the most distinguished specialists of the spiritual nexus, souls, and brains must have come into contact with the Tinder plan and the Spiriters realm more or less. In the past decades, they have uploaded their consciousness to the Spiriters realm too many times. Or, at the very least, they have opened their brains and connected them to the Spiriters realm created by my professor for research and surveillance purposes. On the bright side, it was because my professor was frank and forthright. He was willing to release his research products to the public and receive the supervision of society and the government. But on the dark side, it is possible that my professor implanted something into their brains while the consciousness of the specialists was traveling in the Spiriters realm at ease, like implanting viruses into the crystal processor. If the second possibility is true, then at this moment, the brains and souls of the most distinguished specialists in crystal processors, souls, and brains must have been more or less corrupted by my professor. Wait! Long Yongjun was greatly alarmed. I understand it now. I know why your professor talked with you for such a long time when you were nothing more than the captain of Team Red Lotus. Not you. His target wasn't you, but those who were monitoring you. What? Liao blinked hard. After every blink, a few bloody streaks would burst out on his eyeballs as fast as lightning. Are you saying that Lin Jiu, the captain of Team Red Lotus, is indeed an insignificant person? The only reason he talked so much with you and confessed everything to you was because he was buying himself more time to corrupt the observers. Long Yongjun was speaking 10 times faster than before, in hums that were utterly indistinguishable for normal people. She said, the so-called first launch of the Tinder plan is very likely a huge scam and an out-and-out trap. It is exactly because the Tinder plan will have the first launch tomorrow that a lot of specialists in crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, and the brains from the entire Federation have come to the Tinder base today. Also, together with the heads of the local garrison, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the relevant government departments, everybody has gathered and volunteered to enter the virtual cabin that Professor Mo Xian carefully prepared for them. They are immersed in the nerval interaction liquids and mired in the Spiriters realm. He has fished up everybody he needs. If Professor Mo Xian has played tricks on the virtual cabin, allowing him to control the Spiriters realm, or at least the one he created in the Tinder base, he will be able to confine everybody's soul in it. Then, if he invades and corrupts their souls, as he did to us a moment ago, Liao took a deep breath, feeling as if the darkness of the whole universe was leaking into his body. Then, it is possible for him to control a large batch of specialists in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, as well as the heads of the local garrison, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the government department in the 100 Flower Space Zone. As for you, you filed an application to visit the Tinder plan, which happened to be exactly what he wanted. Long Yongjun analyzed calmly. You were the special representative of the Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic after all. Your trip in the base of the Tinder plan, especially the whole conversation between you and Professor Mo Xian, would certainly be closely monitored without leaving out 1 second. Of course. Liao nodded heavily. My professor reassured us many times during the conversation that it was monitored. He was completely open and frank. Frank my ass. Long Yongjun cursed. Surveillance is bidirectional. While you were being monitored by the secret units including the Secret Sword Bureau, it means that there must have been a certain data channel between Professor Mo Xian's virtual world and the crystal processors of those secret units, correct? Liao was greatly enlightened. So, when the secret units were monitoring us, my professor could sneak into the crystal processors of the secret units through the data channels they had established, right? Lin Jiu had a special identity, Long Yongjun said. The conversation between you and Professor Mo Xian was very sensitive, too. The units that were monitoring you must have been of a high level, and their barriers and firewalls were certainly tough. That's why Professor Emotion rambled on about so many things with you. He was merely getting himself more time to hack the crystal processors of the secret units without alarming anyone. Liao was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly said, "A war is coming, very soon. In the next 24 hours. Long Yangjuan's eyes were rolling quickly. How do you know? My professor prepared the scheme for decades. Liao replied coldly. He has control of the heads of the military, the government, and the intelligence agencies of the 100 Flower Space Zone. It is also possible that he has planted viruses in the crystal processors of even more secret units in the outside world to open backdoors in them. This is exactly the time that he is pushing the plan to the end. His actions are too eye-catching. No matter how he hides himself, it won't be possible to keep it a secret for 24 hours. The other specialists of crystal processors in the Federation are not dead. They will certainly notice that something is wrong in one day. Therefore, the moment that my professor is waiting for, the fatal moment when all the supercrystal processors of the Federation are overloading to the brink of collapse, will come in the next 24 hours. Long Yangjun eyes shuddered again and again. Then she suddenly changed the topic and asked, "What's your professor's relationship with Jean Xinhue?" The two of them wasted no time changing the topic. It was difficult for normal people to understand what they were saying, but Liao realized what she meant immediately. "You suspect that my professor is also involved in the plan that Jean Xinhue has carefully prepared for almost 100 years? It's quite possible. I don't know what happened between Jean Xinhue and Professor Emotion in the past 100 years. However, considering the social network 100 years ago, Jean Xinhue was very close to the Fire Ant King, another of my old friends. At that time, the Fire Ant King and I founded Sci-Fi together, and Jean Xinhue was nominated as the Secretary of Sci-Fi as my sole demon disciple. Later, the Fire Ant King and her operated Sci-Fi together. The Fire Ant King was only a second-tier demon emperor in the Blood Demon sector previously, not even included in the pantheon of demons. It was with Jean Tui's and my support that he became one of the most powerful persons in the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, the Fire Ant King and Jean Xinhue belong to the same interest group. Naturally, their cooperation is quite stable. The Fire Ant King, Professor Emotion, and I explored Kunlun for the first time together. On Kunlun, the Fire Ant King and Professor Emotion became good friends. In the years that followed when Kunlun was developed, the two of them often talked to each other and conducted studies together. The Fire Ant King calculated many issues on biochemistry with the help of Professor Emotion's terrifying computational ability, and Professor Emotion learned the mysteries of biochemical neurons through the Fire Ant King. The nervous interaction liquids that he is using right now are a product of biochemical technology. When I left the Federation for the Dark Nebula, Professor Emotion and the Fire Ant King were already best friends. If Jean Xinhue really had a great plan to revive the demon race, the Fire Ant King would certainly be a great supporter with a lot of inside information. Meanwhile, because Jean Xinhue is my disciple and Professor Emotion is my teacher, he is almost equal to her grand teacher. Although there has never been real succession of knowledge between them, they are still nominally in a lineage. Long Yangjun helped him to continue. Jean Xinhue's 100-year plan involves too many things. She certainly needed someone who was familiar with crystal processors and the spiritual nexus and who had a high computational ability to help her, say, hack the crystal processors of the traditional conglomerates. She and the Fire Ant King were very close, and the Fire Ant King was Professor Emotion's best friend. Meanwhile, Professor Emotion was also her grand teacher. So, he was certainly the best candidate. Exactly. Liao gnashed his teeth. My professor was sort of a member of Liao's group, too. Jean Xinhue probably did not tell him the whole plan, but as long as she revealed half of the plan to him, claiming that it was a magnificent plan to strike the Black Wind Fleet and to facilitate the rise of Liao's group, did my professor have any reason to turn her down? Therefore, Professor Emotion became Jean Xinhue's accomplice and part of her plan. Long Yangjun said coldly. It is a shame that Jean Xinhue fell victim to her own scheme. There was no way that she could have foreseen that Professor Emotion had his own plan, too, one that was 100 times more spectacular than hers. As a result, she turned into Professor Emotion's chess piece. According to our deductions, if Xianxia really has a plan, it will be detonated very soon. That's why we are in a hurry to find her in the Heaven's Origin sector. Liao's voice was cold to the bones. From what we know right now, it doesn't matter if Xianxia has prepared a trap for the Black Wind Fleet, or if the commander of the Black Wind Fleet has seen through it. Because the collision of the two main forces, the biggest battle in the history of the Star Glory Federation that involves all the fleets and the game that will decide the life and death of the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet, has always been under Professor Emotian's control. Long Yongjun was about to speak when her pupils were suddenly expanded to maximum. Dangerous starry brilliance was shining in her eyes. She pointed at something not far away and mumbled, "What's that?" Countless shining stars congregated into a torrent and rushed toward her and Liao without a sound. At this moment, there was 13 hours, 13 minutes, and 13 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet arrived at the central area of the Heaven's Origin sector. At the same time, in the Star Glory Federation, in a suburb of the capital city, deep inside the Moon Palace, when Xianxia slowly stepped out of the door of the secret chamber, Shuer, her loyal disciple, and the tough warriors of the Dim Moon Fund who were waiting outside were all stunned. In the past few decades, they had already gotten used to Xianxia's calm, neat, elegant style in a black suit. But today, at the most important moment since 100 years ago, Xianxia abandoned her black tights and changed into a moon-white robe. She was not wearing any adornments from head to toe, except for a bright gold chain that softly bound the robe as a belt, which outlined her thin waist and made her look like a feeble but tinsel willow. On her feet was a pair of thorn shoes, a specialty of the Blood Demon sector. Her 10 delicate toes had healthy, attractive colors, as if 10 small pink shells had been covered on her feet. There was no additional magical equipment on her pure hands except for the Cosmos ring that her master had given her 100 years ago. She was not wearing any makeup on her face, either. It was clean, unsoiled, and dustless. Her black hair dangled to her waist like a waterfall, further highlighting her fair face that was astoundingly beautiful. She was like an angel that was walking on the earth and saving everyone in need. It was quite difficult to associate her with the venomous witch who did not blink after killing someone. Therefore, even the members of the Dim Moon Squad, who had been through life and death situations with her for decades and witnessed too much of her brutality and ruthlessness, were also stunned. They all looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. "Master?" Shuer walked forward and emboldened herself to ask, "Why did you?" "This is the robe that I often wore when I fought against the plague caused by the spore virus with my master 100 years ago." Xianxia smiled casually. There was both pity and trance on her face. Touching the linen robe, which felt a bit rough, she was caught by the memories a long, long time ago. She mumbled, "Let me wear the pure, sacred, and bright robe one last time, because after the battle, I will spend a long time, or even the rest of my life, in complete darkness. Also, if I put on the white robe wherever my master Vulture Liao is, he will certainly bless the success of our plan and the real rise of the Star Glory Federation. Won't he?" Shuer understood it now. Putting on a charming smile, she sincerely said, "Master, you are actually much prettier in white than in black. You do have a sweet tongue, don't you?" Xianxia scratched the nose of Shuer softly. Then, she turned solemn and strode toward the core members of the Dim Moon Fund, as well as her most loyal subordinates of the demon race who were scattered in various trades and only gathered recently. When she reached the front of the strong, hideous, and intimidating warriors of the demon race, the smile on her face had entirely vanished, replaced by calmness and ambitions that were full of convincing power. "Warriors of the demon race, we have been lost in the darkness for 100 years. We have lurked and held ourselves back for 100 years. Xianxia opened her mouth slowly and spoke to her soldiers in a charming and firm tone. The 100 years of humiliation, sacrifice, and silence were all for today, for this moment, and for the war to come. 100 years ago, I swore an oath to my father and all the demon compatriots at that time that I would complete the Red Tide plan and lead the demons who were suffering to new glory. During the 100 years, many people doubted me, objected to me, and even jumped out to fight against me. But you, only you have always had faith in me. You supported me loyally in the most troubled times and pushed the Red Tide plan forward silently together with me. We interweaved the brand new Dim Moon plan and a dream of the demon's rise. Today is the day that I, Xianxia, fulfill my promise. Today is the day when we fulfill our promise to all our demon compatriots. Obliteration, rebirth, immortality. Perhaps our bodies will be completely wrecked in the battle. Perhaps even demons will no longer exist as a real entity one day. However, our spirits, the spirits of demons, will be brought back to life in the battle and granted eternity. It will surely expand to the entire universe as the Star Glory Federation embarks on the conquest of the entire universe. Obliteration, rebirth, immortality. The warriors of demons whose blood was boiling all screamed at the top of their voices deep inside the Moon Palace. Their roars that had been suppressed for 100 years were about to turn into torrents of magma and sweep across the entire world. Hee. Narrowing her eyes, Xianxia smiled. She looked at a lot of gray-haired demons and said, "A lot of us actually come from the age of the old Federation, when we were still against the old Federation and fought bloody battles with each other. Tell me, do you hate the soldiers and experts of the old Federation?" The gray-haired demons looked at each other and nodded. Of course, they hated them. How could they not? Although they had been integrated into a whole now, the great humiliation of a conditional surrender when they still had an advantage in national strength was not something that they could forget even in their entire lifetime. "If you hate them, just win the battle for us." Xianxia smiled. If the deceased heroes of the old Federation learn in their graves that the Star Glory Federation that they sacrificed themselves for had to be protected by a bunch of demons and monsters in the end, how indignant will they be? I'm afraid that they will certainly be kicking their graves in fury, won't they? Xianxia's words soothed the solemn and intense atmosphere in the room. A lot of demons laughed in great amusement. "Master," Schwer walked forward and said, "the liaisons of the major sects and families are waiting outside." "Excellent." Xianxia focused her eyes and picked up the dark gold scepter that represented the commandership of the coalition army of demons in the time of the Pantheon of Demons. Waving the scepter softly, she said, "Warriors of the demon race, let's move forward." Right when Xianxia activated the last procedure of the Dim Moon plan deep inside the Moon Palace, behind the brown dwarf 80 light-years away from the Star Glory Federation, after 5 days of waking, unfolding, and deployment, the Black Wind Fleet had finally transformed into its battle formation from the cruise state that had lasted 100 years. The dense crystal starships constituted an enormous, precise black cube without the slightest error. On the 8 corners of the cube, the space teleportation arrays had been established. They were transmitting and exploiting spiritual energy in almost an extravagant way. Such precious spiritual energy was never used even in the most dangerous emergencies during the 100 years of cruising, just so that the fleet would be able to launch a critical strike at the prey when it was close enough. ZZ. ZZZZ. The black electric arcs hundreds of thousands of kilometers long flowed among hundreds of main force warships and even more ancillary warships without a sound. A black hole that could consume everything seemed to be taking shape. On the bridge of Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, Hai Ming stared at the thousands of light beams displayed by the mainframe crystal processors, with his hands behind his back. His thousands of telepathic thoughts interweaved with the streams of information that were surging like a storm, allowing him to control every detail in the entire fleet precisely. The crystal processors of the Imperium of True Human Beings were more advanced than their counterparts in the Star Glory Federation. The Black Wind Fleet was highly automated. 80% of the work could be accomplished through the crystal processors. The exchange of data, information, and commands could also be completed within a moment through the tactic network, compressing the thousands of starships into an inseparable whole like an overwhelming giant in the middle of the space. Hai Ming, or rather, the mainframe crystal processors of Black Swirl, was the brain of the giant. Hai Ming's decisions and telepathic thoughts could reach every corner of Black Swirl through the crystal processor and the tactic network and even every critical post in every starship of the fleet. He could control the entire fleet as conveniently as he controlled his arm and hand. "Commander," The fleet has been unfolded. All the immortal cultivators are ready for battle. As long as the navigation of a large-scale space gate is available, we will be able to jump over at any point and launch a destructive strike. The chief of staff of the Black Wind Fleet next to him said, "However, is that guy really trustworthy?" Rest assured, Xianxia is an immortal cultivator and a member of the Imperium of true human beings in any case, Haiming said slowly. According to the intelligence sent back by our spies that are still lurking inside the Federation, the presents that he gave us are all real. It never occurred to me that the old man Xianxia is not entirely dead yet. He can still control the spiritual nexus of the Star Glory Federation, or at least the key nodes of it, in a rather amazing way. Xianxia believes that she will be a certain winner by drawing half of our troops into the Heaven's Origin sector, and then defeating the troops after the space gate is turned off? That is so naive of her. She couldn't have foreseen that we had such a backup move named Xianxia at all. Of course, I will not completely trust Xianxia or his disciple Lu Qingchen. After all, they do not belong to the Black Wind Fleet, and they may be up to their own schemes. Therefore, in regard to their plan, I have made a tiny micro-adjustment. As long as the enormous forces of the Black Wind Fleet tear a hole in the sky of the Heaven's Origin sector, who will ever be able to stop us? That's really brilliant of you, Commander, the Chief of Staff praised. Let the warriors wait a little longer. Haiming smiled casually. I know that they are all restless because they haven't warmed up their bones for 100 years. However, the hungrier they are, the more delicious the blood of victory will taste. Everything is under my control. In 12 hours, the Heaven's Origin sector, as well as the entire Star Glory Federation, will be the territory of the Black Wind people. When Xianxia and Haiming both put on a confident smile, doubtless of their victory, inside the heavily guarded, impenetrable chamber at the rear of Black Swirl, Lu Qingchen was still tightly confined in the iron shackle that looked like a coffin. He could barely move his little finger 1 millimeter, much less put on any kind of smile. He was hanging in the center of the room upside down. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, all his senses had been blocked, casting him in silence and darkness that were insufferable for normal people. He counted in the absolute darkness and waited patiently and tranquilly. What a monster! In the secret chamber, the immortal cultivators who were responsible for watching over Lu Qingchen were all astounded as they watched Lu Qingchen's brainwaves on the screen that were a straight line without any error. It's already incredible for normal cultivators to last 3 to 5 hours when all their senses are blocked. Even if they do not have a meltdown, their brains will certainly show abnormal reactions, right? But the guy's brain is so calm after such a long time of suffering. He is as calm as a dead person or a crystal processor. According to the rumors, the weirdest beings often emerge at the dark corners at the edge of the cosmos. Another immortal cultivator of the Black Wind sector examined all the barriers and shackles over Lu Qingchen's body to make sure that there were no faults. Then he was finally more or less relieved. No wonder the commander demanded the highest barrier on him, although he volunteered to surrender to us. Who wouldn't be scared in front of such a monster? Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the door of the chamber glided open after a beep. Another team of immortal cultivators crowded into the room with tremendous barrier magical equipment and surveillance crystal processors. By order of the commander, the confinement and surveillance on the man will be doubled during the battle to come. Bring him down and install the barriers of a higher level. The many immortal cultivators released Lu Qingchen from the rope together in order to put the bigger and more powerful barrier magical equipment on him. But when they unveiled his mask, they discovered that his eyeballs were rather rigid, although his eyes were wide open. Even his pupils were entirely frozen and did not expand or shrink under the stimulation of strong light. The surveillance camera nearby indicated that his breathing, heartbeat, and brainwaves were still as peaceful as an ancient well even at this moment. He was not affected by the new changes in the outside world at all. An experienced doctor shot out a mystic ray from his ring at Lu Qingchen's pupils. He frowned and observed, "He can't be dead, right?" The next moment, Lu Qingchen's left eyeball remained still, but his right eyeball, which was hit by the mystic ray, suddenly turned in the doctor's direction. He casually replied, "No." "Ah." Caught unprepared, the doctor almost fell over in fright. "Lock him up immediately. Seal all his senses. Seal them completely. Then, connect his brain to the surveillance crystal processor of the highest level, so that the commander will be able to know what he is doing any second." All the immortal cultivators worked busily. Very soon, they assembled an even greater metal coffin for Lu Qingchen. In the end, he was hanging upside down again. Lu Qingchen was highly cooperative during the whole process, except when he said no. He did not utter any redundant syllables but simply allowed the strangers to put an enormous, gapless mask on his head again, depriving him of all his senses. Furthermore, even when 100 cold needles pierced into his brain to monitor what was going on inside, his fingers, lips, and pupils did not tremble in the slightest. As the rope was gradually tightened, the hanging man began shaking softly again. In the deepest part of Black Swirl, he slept and waited. At the periphery of the third spaceport in 100 Flower Space Zone, brilliant stars were coming close. Although Liao and Long Yongjun realized from the first moment that the stars were not actually stars but some sort of fatal magical equipment, there was still nothing they could do. It was because they had just escaped from the carrier that was in the middle of a space jump despite all the dangers. They were still severely affected by the space ripples. Their internal organs and their souls were all shaking at a high speed and did not calm down until this moment. By then, the stars had arrived. Almost 10,000 shiny stars spread into a giant web that covered hundreds of kilometers. The gap among the stars was extremely large. Naturally, they could not hit Liao and Long Yongjun, who could dodge them swiftly, but they were enough to enshroud the two cultivators in the web of stars. Gee! Sound could not be transmitted in the vacuum. However, Liao felt that he heard the most ear-splitting shriek when the 10,000 stars exploded around them at the same time. Millions of bright electric arcs that they released swept across everything like crazy snakes or a rampant flood. The electric arcs vanished as quickly as they burst out. They were no more after only 0.01 seconds, turning into an invisible magnetic storm that penetrated through the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and Liao himself in a moment. The control menu of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit immediately faded out. The crystal processor and tremendous units were paralyzed and did not answer Liao's command anymore. Even the spiritual energy within Liao's body felt like a pot of boiling porridge, making it highly difficult to make use of the energy. The crystal suit lost most of its combat ability. It was like an iron coffin that locked him and became a complete burden. Liao called Long Yongjun in the communication channel, only to discover that the communication channel was seriously affected, too. It was now dead silent and now utterly blank noises. They could not reach out to each other at all. "Liao, what's happening?" Long Yongjun's telepathic thoughts were transmitted to him covered in spiritual energy. But even the transmission of spiritual energy was intermittent. The spiritual energy around here has fallen into utter chaos. It seems to be under certain serious interference and is being drained quickly. Our crystal suits suffered super high-intensity magnetic interference. A lot of chips have been destroyed. It will be difficult to get them back to normal. Also, the density of spiritual energy in the environment is dropping. I can sense it. Such a battlefield of thin spiritual energy is highly disadvantageous for nascent soul stage cultivators such as you and me. Damn it! What kind of weird magical equipment is this? What's this weird attack? It's high-intensity magnetic pulse bombs, Liao said solemnly. They can release special pulse energy quickly, which will have a reaction with the spiritual energy wandering in space in a way similar to resonation. Then, radiative interference similar to sunspot outbreaks will be caused. They can penetrate through plate armor, city walls, or even rock stratums easily. They can greatly reduce the density of the spiritual energy in the target field or even drain all the spiritual energy in it, and they will damage all the magical equipment in the target area indiscriminately. No magical equipment units or chips can survive them. To put it in a more visual way, the effect of such bombs is similar to a black hole area, where the spiritual energy is thin and the magical equipment is malfunctioning. Therefore, they are also known as black hole bombs. 100 years ago, they were still just a piece of magical equipment in theory. I didn't know that they could be applied to a real battle so soon, and the final effect is not half bad. Not half bad. Long Yongjun was furious. Black hole bombs? Which son of a bitch came up with such a piece of shameless and vicious magical equipment? This is like cutting the lifelines of all the cultivators and immortal cultivators. Such a worthless scumbag should be skinned and minced into pieces. Well, I can understand that you are not in a good mood, but isn't that a bit too far? I'm just cursing him. What's it to you? Hey, can't be you again, right? It can't be you again, Monsterly. Don't glare at me like that. I only brought up the idea without giving it much thought. After that, I only allocated a special fund from a random corporation under my name and asked the most awesome bomb experts of the Federation to study it. I didn't know that they would be so productive. What a great relief. I regret teaming up with you. The Federation is a dangerous place. I want to go back to the ancient sages sector. Don't be like that. As the developer who first came up with the idea of black hole bombs, I understand the fatal shortcomings of the magical equipment very well. It's true that our spiritual energy and magical equipment are under serious interference in the black hole area. But other people are the same. We are all on the same level. I am sort of an expert in close quarters combat, and you can defend yourself with your weird inherent crystal suit. What's there to be scared of? Also, the way I see it, the black hole bombs of the Federation are not very advanced yet. Look, the black hole area that they created is not that large, and the duration will not be very long either. 20 seconds at best. It will be easy for us to fly out. What can they do about us? Long Yongjun pointed at something not far away. Is that their solution? When Liao turned around, he saw a swarm of overwhelming, dense, and fast meteoroids. Yes, meteoroids. The simplest, most common stones that were not carved with a single rune array or carried the slightest spiritual energy. So they were not affected by the black hole bombs at all. The bigger meteoroids were the size of fists or heads, and the smallest of them were even smaller than the little finger, like narrow and long needles. All the meteoroids had been given a powerful push when they were still far away. Because there was no friction in space, the meteor shower immediately accelerated to a high speed before it lunged at Liao and Long Yongjun overwhelmingly. Chi! 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 Liao's and Long Yongjun's spiritual shields were buffeted by the tempest. Brilliant ripples were spreading out. Naturally, the so-called black hole bombs could not really pump away all the spiritual energy in the entire area, nor could they completely disrupt all the spiritual energy reserved in the bodies of the two nascent soul stage cultivators. But at the very least, they could cause serious interference for the two cultivators, significantly slowing down the circulation of their spiritual energy and greatly increasing the consumption speed. For Liao and Long Yongjun, they had only just escaped from the space ripples when they were attacked by a series of black hole bombs before a storm of meteoroids rained down upon them mercilessly, sending their heads spinning. They found it difficult to cope with the situation even if they were two nascent soul stage cultivators with usual talents. At this moment, from the direction where the black hole bombs and the storm of meteoroids were launched, two ivory starships gradually slid into their eyes. Tremendous space shuttles and crystal suits took off like a swarm of bees and lunged at Liao and Long Yongjun as the third echelon of attacks. Excellent! Looking at the streaks of brilliance that were crystal suits darting at them, Liao complimented in amazement, with joy beaming out of his eyes. The first wave of attacks is made of the black hole bombs, which destroy the enemy's magical equipment and crystal processors and disrupt the circulation of spiritual energy in the enemy's body. The second wave of attacks is made of meteoroids that are devoid of spiritual energy and deal damage purely with their speed, numbers, and impact, which will further diminish the spiritual shield that the enemy managed to summon and even drain the enemy's physical strength and computational ability. When the magnetic pulses released by the black hole bombs are almost over, the third wave of attacks will be deployed and lunge at the enemy at the perfect timing. Such tactical cooperation is truly fluent and immaculate. Even the black hole bombs, as a new piece of magical equipment with many shortcomings, have been made best use of in a real battle. They are enough to cause a major headache to two legendary nascent soul stage cultivators. Marvelous. Really marvelous. I feel that I'm greatly reassured seeing that the Federation is just a badass. Monsterly, Long Yang-jun said. You are not teaming up with the enemy and screwing with me, right? Fellow cultivator Long, don't be hasty. In case you have forgotten, we still have a trump card, me. Now that we have been caught in such a passive situation because of one moment of carelessness, it seems to me that I'm left with no choice except to stop keeping a low profile and reveal the real appearance of Vulture Liao, dominator of 3 sectors, in order to reverse the outcome and unveil Professor Mo Xian's evil scheme. While dodging the meteoroids that were coming at her as rapidly as lightning, Long Yang-jun asked suspiciously, Are you sure? You've been away from the new Federation for 100 years. You are nothing more than a picture in the history books now, one on which the elementary and middle school students will scribble for fun. Try to stand in the shoes of the soldiers that are coming for us. If you were carrying out a mission issued by your superior, and a random guy suddenly jumped out of nowhere claiming that he is father of the Federation, would you believe such absurdities? Hesitating, Liao replied, Well, Professor Mo Xian has obviously got his eyes on us. Long Yang-jun analyzed quickly. Perhaps he was only partly suspicious of you at the beginning, and he was not entirely certain of his doubts despite the test in the second Spiritor's realm. However, you ordered the carrier to perform the space jump in advance, which made him even more leery. Therefore, he hacked the control tower in the spaceport and the mainframe crystal processors of our carrier, interfered with our jump coordinates, and attacked our brains when we were about to complete the jump. But out of his expectations, we saw through his scheme at the last moment and even escaped from the carrier that was in the middle of a space jump. That is not something that normal people or even normal cultivators could have done. Team Red Lotus definitely shouldn't have been capable of that. Whatever our real identity is, it certainly poses a great threat to his plan. That's one thing that he knows for sure right now. Therefore, he will certainly take us as critical targets to strike. Otherwise, the 2 ivory starships wouldn't have come so fast or attacked with magical equipment as cutting-edge as the black hole bombs the moment they arrived. Thinking quickly, Liao was greatly alarmed. It also means that our deduction just now is correct. It is very possible that Professor Mo Xian has taken control of the leadership of the military, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the government departments of the 100-Flower Space Zone through the Spiritor's realm. He does not need to control every soldier, Long Yang-jun observed coldly. All he needs to do is control the leadership and then issue false orders through the leadership. For example, by claiming that the 2 of us are spies from the Imperium, he will be justified in mobilizing the garrison and the secret sword agents in the 100-Flower Space Zone to besiege us. The exos of the Federal Army who are lunging at us furiously have probably received a notification that we are highly dangerous special agents from the Imperium. You are thinking of telling them that you are the father of the Federation? Why don't you say that you are His Majesty of the Imperium of true human beings? Give me time, Liao said in a hurry. I can prove it. Time is what we are most short of right now. Gritting her teeth, Long Yang-jun said, Didn't you say that the war would break out in 24 hours? Also, it is definitely not going to be a skirmish or reconnaissance but a major battle that involves the main force fleets of both parties. Do you really have the time to prove your identity? Besides, how can you prove yourself? I expect that you can do nothing except display certain magical equipment and techniques that are unique to Vulture Liao. However, magical equipment can be duplicated, techniques can be simulated, and one's past can be elicited through interrogation. Yes, there are other ways such as soul tests or gene tests, but they will only be conducted on the premise that you will behave and surrender first. Then, when you are under their rigorous surveillance, there may be a slim chance that they believe what you say and run said tests. Take a guess. Will Professor Mo Xian do anything to the test results? After all, he moved here when 100-Flower City was just built. How much has he infiltrated this city? Right? You might also be able to contact your acquaintances, say Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and such, but they are all too far away and must communicate with you through the spiritual nexus. Then, Do you think that Professor Mo Xian will give you the opportunity? Is it possible that he will build a false Ding Lingdang or Jin Xinyue on the light beam to issue false commands? After all, he already simulated me, Ling Xiaola, and Wei Qingqing in the Spiritor's realm. Liao thought quickly, only to discover that what Long Yangjun said was true. It seemed that every way to prove his identity in 24 hours had been blocked. The third wave of attacks made of hundreds of exos would meet them in less than 10 seconds. If you tell them who you are, you will merely be asking to be caught because other than Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue, there happens to be one person in the 100-flower space zone who is most familiar with Liao and most qualified to decide whether you are authentic or fake. That person is Professor Mo Xian. Long Yangjun said. Professor Mo Xian's entire plan is just our assumption, and not just any random assumption but a seemingly ridiculous one. We don't have any proof at all. Why would they believe the two of us, whose backgrounds are unclear? If you claim you are Liao, they will only ask Professor Mo Xian to identify you, because you are his student. What can you do if Professor Mo Xian says you are a fake from the Imperium? After the two of you bicker for a while, the war will have long broken out. Liao could not help but spit. He realized that the trap was even more troublesome than his last homecoming to the Federation. Last time, at least he had almost half a month. He could take his time to run deductions and make preparations. But this time, he had only 24 hours at most. There was a good chance that a war that decided the fate of the country would break out in 12 hours. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I don't suggest you expose your identity right now. Staring at the group of exos that was getting closer and closer to them, Long Yangjun said, I've thought about it carefully just now. Professor Mo Xian's Spiritor's realm equals a large-scale, in-depth mental attack. The thing about mental attacks is that the better your enemy knows you, the more powerful their attacks will be. Liao was quite good at mental attacks himself. Years ago, in the 10th space ring of Heavenly Saints City in the Flying Star Sector, Hellsward Xianxia, the very first nascent soul stage cultivator that he killed in his entire life, was adept at mental attacks. Liao had also practiced sophisticated mental attack skills from the jade chip that Xianxia had dropped. He immediately understood what Long Yangjun meant. During a mental attack, the more profoundly he understood his opponent, the more likely he would be able to construct a vivid illusionary world with false images that both attracted and frightened the opponent. For example, if he learned that the target was scared of snakes or rats, he could fabricate certain fake snakes and rats during the mental attack. Naturally, the opponent would be devastated. However, if the opponent was a freak who was best at manipulating snakes and rats, what could he expect to achieve by constructing the illusions of snakes and rats? To cheer for the opponent? Just now, Professor Mo Xian only knew Liao as Linjiu, captain of Team Red Lotus. Therefore, the Long Yangjun that he built had been seen through very quickly. However, if Professor Mo Xian had more knowledge and learned the identity and information regarding Master Spiritual Vulture from the Ancient Sage's sector, the illusionary world created by him would have been much more vivid. Then, if he knew Liao's real identity, he would have been able to construct a more pertinent illusionary world based on Liao's personality, cultivation, and social network, and even install a virtual Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, Wu Mayan, and the rest of them in the illusionary world. By then, even if Liao knew that the virtual images were all fake, it was still possible that his mind would be disturbed. In mental warfare, one's real identity was the deciding factor that was of paramount importance for the final victory. Liao and Long Yangjun seemed to have been caught in the most passive situation, but they had seen through the real mastermind behind the whole scheme, whereas Professor Mo Xian did not know who they really were yet. It was their greatest advantage right now. We're going to have a head-on confrontation with Professor Mo Xian sooner or later, Long Yangjun said. Your identity is a trump card. Who throws out the trump card at the beginning of a game? Exactly. Now is not the time yet. We probably should give my professor a surprise later. Shouldn't we? Liao licked his lips. His eyes passed the group of exos who were about to reach them and stared at the artificial celestial bodies that were scattered in the 100-flower space zone like stars. Then, he suddenly said, whatever Professor Mo Xian's scheme is, as long as he intends to control the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus, He has to transmit his telepathic thoughts and instructions through the nodes of the spiritual nexus that are deployed everywhere in the 100 Flowers space zone. How about we summon the Colossi right now, destroy all the nodes, and bathe 100 Flowers space zone and the 7 sectors in a blackout? Long Yongjun glanced at him and remarked, "The 100 Flowers space zone is the center of the spiritual nexus of the whole Federation. If you sabotage this place, the net speed in the entire Federation will be lowered by at least a half. Are you sure you want to do this when the Black Wind Fleet may arrive any time?" Liao thought for a moment and sighed. "It makes sense. Then we have only one last solution now. Come on, Colossus." With the silver, glowing 100 Flowers city as the background, the universe was even more profound and dark than usual. However, in the middle of the darkness that seemed capable of absorbing everything, 2 intense ripples spread out after a flash of strong light. Following the ripples, 2 colorful springs of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere, radiating their splendor to the entire universe. Supported by the springs, 2 colossi, ultimate weapons in the primeval war invented by mankind which were tough enough to blow up the gods that created human beings, slowly surfaced in the sea of stars from the gaps of the void. 2 colossi, one on the left and the other on the right, gazed at the incoming enemies coldly. One of them was covered in black fire, with spurs that looked like thorns all over the body. There was an enormous cross on its head. At the center of the cross was a soul eye that looked like a bloody heart, making it look like an undead warrior condensed by the will of the deceased soldiers in a gory battle that had crawled out of the deepest level of hell. It was the Tartarian skeleton. The other colossus was covered in black and white mist. It was as mysterious and unpredictable as a viper. Countless antennae that could enhance spiritual energy extended out of the skull. It was the Yin-Yang, a super high-speed and light colossus. The 2 colossi were no more than 50 meters tall when combined. In the universal scale, they were nothing more than a grain of sand. However, the daunting auras unleashed from them incessantly somehow slowed down the hundreds of exos of the Federation, the ivory starships behind them, and even the entire space further behind the starships. Colossi, ultimate weapons of which there were only less than 100 in the entire Federation. More importantly, those who were capable of using the colossi were at least in the nascent soul stage. In comparison, they were only the sentinel troop whose job was to project the 3rd spaceport. They were mostly in the building foundation stage and the core formation stage and only launched an emergency attack after receiving an order from their superior. There were no nascent soul stage cultivators among them. 2 nascent soul stage cultivators equipped with the colossi were not a force that they could resist. The group of exos were like flies that had hit a piece of glass. Tremendous flames of spiritual energy spurted out in front of them, and they came to an abrupt halt with the counterforce, having no time to worry about their flesh and crystal suits being torn apart. A moment later, thousands of streaks of brilliance burst out of them and attacked the 2 colossi in complicated curves. The exos of the Federation launched the most powerful remote attacks almost at the same time. Missiles, flying swords, and autopiloting grenades all rushed out. Almost all the ammunition in stock was used up. On the other hand, they retreated quickly under the cover of the remote attacks and fled toward the 2 ivory starships. However, they expected the 2 colossi to block the remote attacks causally and march into their battle formation to maul them like hungry tigers jumping on lambs. However, such a scene did not happen. On the contrary, the 1,000 remote attacks raised a surging tide of blasts and explosions, drowning, shredding, and swallowing the 2 colossi completely. The 2 colossi were so feeble that they seemed to be made of paper. They did not even open their spiritual shield or perform any dodging movement before they were blown into smithereens. Behind the ocean of blasts and explosions, it could be clearly seen that 2 small, hasty, if not desperate people were running away under the cover of the so-called colossi while generating powerful impetus by boosting all their spiritual energy. "We've been had. It's false. There are no colossi at all. They are just 2 iron shells that look like colossi, plus several vivid 3D light beams, and the sound and visual effects transformed by feeble spiritual energy. Their sole purpose was to cover the 2 guys to escape. What cunning spies of the Imperium! That's more like it. How can two spies of the Imperium be equipped with colossi? The exos of the Federation realized what was going on. They burst into fury because they were fooled by just two spies of the Imperium when there were hundreds of soldiers on their side. All their probe magical equipment locked onto the two spiritual waves that were running away. Together with the two ivory starships, they chased after the escaping enemy. From the depths of the third spaceport of Hundred Flower City and the federal fleets that were cruising at the edge of the Hundred Flower Space Zone, a lot of troops were mobilized to chase and block the two uncanny waves of spiritual energy. 3 minutes passed after they went after the enemy. From the spot of the explosion of the two fake colossi, which was still brimming with chaotic spiritual energy like a pot of boiling soup, Liao and Long Yongjun slightly extended their heads out of the debris of the fake colossi that had been blown away by the fierce remote attacks just now. They observed the tracks of the attackers. As they expected, the attackers were moving further and further away from them. Hee hee. Liao grinned in great satisfaction. The colossi were naturally fake, but the two crystal suits that had fled under the cover of the colossi were fake too. The real Liao and Long Yongjun had hidden themselves inside the fake colossi the moment they deployed the decoys and shouldered the bombardment of the chasers with the magnificent capabilities of the nascent soul stage. Then, taking advantage of the surging tides caused by the explosion, they broke out of the siege in the middle of the debris without alerting anyone. Liao and Long Yongjun were both experts in disguising themselves. Their control over their breathing, heartbeat, body temperature, and spiritual waves was the highest. As long as they wanted, they could easily turn their bodies into cold meteoroids and melt into the background of the universe. Also, the hundreds of exos opened fire in a haste just now and blew the place where the false colossi were at into a simmering pool of magma. Even the most brilliant scanning magical equipment could not find their traces from the ripples of the boiling radiation. It was the tactic of cooperative escape that Liao and Long Yongjun had practiced countless times in secret. How about it? Not bad, right? Liao narrowed his eyes. I told you that the tactical arrangement would definitely come in handy someday. Now, it has played a critical role, hasn't it? Long Yongjun stared at him for a long time and sighed. I admit my failure. I can't figure out what is on your mind at all. You are one of the top experts in the nascent soul stage, and you have an authentic colossus in your hands. You could have finished those fellows casually, and yet you chose to run away disgracefully. Not only did you just run away, you are even so proud of it. You consider it not your shame but your glory. I didn't have a choice. They are all loyal soldiers of the Federation who are carrying out an order. They are my comrades. Liao opened his hands, not offended at all. I cannot reveal my trump card, and I cannot kill them. What else could I do if not run away? Besides, the most important thing in a battle is to do what you are best at and avoid your shortcomings. What I am best at is escaping and disrupting the enemy's scheme while I'm escaping. Therefore, I must start running away first in order to find my pace to overcome the enemy. Taking a deep breath, Long Yongjun asked, one word after another. Then, if I may ask, Your Excellency Monster Li, after being bombarded more than 1,000 times for nothing, have you found your pace or not? You must know that Professor Mo Xian and the soldiers are not idiots. It won't take long before they catch up to our bait and realize that they are fake. The universe is a vast place, but we cannot just run toward the outside world aimlessly. We will have to return to Hundred Flower City. How do you expect to sneak into Hundred Flower City in only half an hour? Don't tell me that we can sneak in through the spaceport. I assure you that all 16 spaceports in Hundred Flower City must have been thoroughly blocked. All the starships coming and leaving will be scanned carefully. Even a flea will be discovered by them. Liao smiled and looked at the glittering silver metropolis in space, like a fly that was staring at an egg that was emitting pleasant smell from the crack on its surface. He confidently said, Don't be hasty. I have certainly found my pace. 5 minutes passed, and the two of them adjusted their trajectory in space with feeble spiritual energy and slowly reached the other side of Hundred Flower City. From their perspective, they could see that a tiny crack as thin as a hair was opened on the smooth shell of an enormous ball-shaped town at the edge of Hundred Flower City. A series of dark cubes that looked like supercompressed garbage was spurted out of the gap and darted toward the star far away under the push of the massive momentum. If one observed it more carefully, one would find countless similar cubes from Hundred Flower City and the star, which constituted a narrow and long chain. On one end of the chain was the gap, and the other end of the chain extended into the depths of the star. It was too fuzzy to see clearly what was there. "This is the garbage processing center of Hundred Flower City," Li Yao explained to Long Yongjun through the communication of telepathic thoughts. Hundred Flower City has a population of almost 100 million. It is one of the largest cities even on the surface of a planet. The life and training garbage generated every day is astronomical. Also, the city is established in a fully enclosed structure in space. There is no room to burn or bury the garbage. For other space towns, they might pack the garbage up and launch it into space. After all, the universe is too vast a place to be filled with garbage. But Hundred Flower City happens to be a transportation hub of the 7 sectors of the Federation. It is surrounded by dense sailing routes. Countless starships jump to this place for transfer every day. If the garbage simply floats in space randomly, it will very likely lead to accidents. Therefore, the garbage processing center of Hundred Flower City compresses the garbage that cannot be recycled in any way and reduces its size by 99%. Then, after the garbage is compressed into a cube that is as hard as metal, it will be launched into the star with a special cannon, so that the star will burn the garbage up. Hundred Flower City is too huge with a large population. The garbage processing center here works day and night. Occasions are rare when it shuts down. "Let's go." Li Yao dragged Long Yongjun. Pushed by the invisible spiritual energy, the two of them darted toward the spurts of the garbage processing center like two broken remnants in space. When the soldiers of the Federal Army who thought that they were chasing spies of the Imperium reached the edge of the Hundred Flower space zone, they discovered that the two wretched crystal suits had simply perished. Even the magical equipment that built the illusions exploded, not leaving them anything for investigation. In the meantime, Li Yao and Long Yongjun, two unusual nascent soul stage cultivators, snuck back into Hundred Flower City. The stinky garbage processing center not only had to deal with the daily life garbage of more than 100 million people but also needed to process a lot of industrial and training garbage after it was sealed, packed up, and delivered there. The air standard of the center was vastly different from any other space town in Hundred Flower City. It was a smelly, venomous space that no citizens would visit without good reason. Even the workers there had to wear air filtration and circulation masks every day. Li Yao and Long Yongjun, on the other hand, were like two unsubstantial ghosts who blinked among the hills of garbage swiftly, dodging the eyes of all the workers and surveillance cameras. Naturally, no core formation stage cultivators or nascent soul stage cultivators were guarding such a place. There were barely any cultivators in the refinement stage or the building foundation stage. With Li Yao's and Long Yongjun's cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, it would be the most hilarious joke if they were caught by the workers in the garbage station. Behind them, on the dome above the garbage processing centers, ear-splitting alarms suddenly began to ring. The red and white lights were flashing quickly, brightening and dimming. The garbage cannons that were functioning amid deafening noises just now slowly stopped. 2. Confused, a lot of workers left their posts and asked each other what was going on. Li Yao did not need to turn back to know that the gap through which they had snuck in must have been closed. The garrison must have discovered the trick that he played and figured out that they would likely sneak back into Hundred Flower City through the garbage spurt. It meant that many soldiers would arrive soon. Besides, after being teased by Li Yao multiple times, they would certainly send the elites of the garrison. Chances were that they would even be Professor Mo Xian's trusted troop that he had secretly developed for decades. In any case, Li Yao did not want to attack the soldiers on his side when the Black Wind Fleet might assault the Federation at any point. However, instead of running to the central area of Hundred Flower City outside of the garbage processing center, he simply dragged Long Yongjun to enter the control base of the garbage processing center. "Why aren't we leaving?" Long Yongjun frowned. "We will only be relatively safe in the downtown area when we are covered by millions of people. It is the only way we can get rid of the chasers and start our own operation." "Wait a moment. There's some important information that I have to look up. Liao kicked the solid, superalloy gate of the control base and rushed forward, having no time to dodge the workers on his way at all. Everybody merely sensed that 2 hurricanes blew past them before they collapsed to the ground uncannily and fell unconscious. Trust me, I am an absolute expert in terms of escape and infiltration. Liao's voice was calm and brimming with confidence. I chose the garbage processing point as a starting point because it is a stone that kills 2 birds. It must be noted that the greatest headaches for supermetropolises built in the vacuum of space like 100 Flower City are air circulation and garbage disposal. For cities on the surface of a planet, if something goes wrong with the garbage cleaning work, the city may be dirty and smelly for a couple days at worst, but in a fully sealed environment, people will get killed if the mountains of garbage are not disposed of in time. Therefore, 100 Flower City that is made of hundreds of interconnected, ball-shaped towns must have a system of precise, complicated and all-encompassing garbage transmission tubes that lead to every corner of the city. Naturally, the tinder base must be within its reach, too. Besides, based on my years of experience in crawling through ventilation tubes, the ventilation tubes, spiritual energy tubes, and garbage transmission tubes are often kept together in a bundled system when they are designed so that the maintenance and security checks are easier. Even if they are not kept together, the distance among the tubes cannot be very far. After all, to build a space metropolis, everything must be precisely planned in advance. Once the planning is completed, the following modification and expansion will be quite difficult. The tubes cannot just be deployed randomly, which will add to the trouble of reconstruction. Long Yongjun was greatly enlightened. Therefore, as long as we figure out the distribution of the garbage transmission tubes in 100 Flower City, we will know the distribution of the ventilation tubes and then sneak into the tinder base through the ventilation tubes, right? Exactly. Liao smiled confidently, baring his sharp, white teeth. The tinder plan on the surface is not a top-secret project for military purposes. Professor Emotion couldn't have reconstructed the base either, which would certainly have raised suspicion. In conclusion, the ventilation facilities of the tinder base must be civil level. Hehe. Professor, now that you have pushed me to this point, I am left with no choice except to demonstrate the power of the Lord of Ventilation Tubes. Liao left like a tornado and knocked down most of the people in the control center in less than 20 seconds. The station master of the garbage processing center was the only one left standing. Since he was responsible for astronomical garbage every day, the station master was actually of quite a high level. He was an admin-type cultivator in the core formation stage. However, under the dual mental attacks from Liao and Long Yongjun, naturally he was unable to fight back at all and was soon hypnotized. He confessed everything that he knew and volunteered to retrieve the most detailed distribution map of tubes from the crystal processors in the control center. To this moment, Liao and Long Yongjun finally understood why the soldiers of the Federation had attacked them ruthlessly the moment they appeared. A brutal squad of spies from the Imperium is trying to sabotage the friendship between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Ocean Republic. They have snuck into the starship that the delegation from the Star Ocean Republic boarded and sabotaged the starship, disrupting the course of the starship and making the starship disappear in the turbulence of four-dimensional space. At this moment, 2 spies of the Imperium are still lingering in the 100 Flowers space zone. It is very possible that they snuck into 100 Flower City during the chaos. The 2 of them are equipped with powerful crystal suits. They are both cunning, treacherous, and dangerous. All units must report to the temporary command center immediately after they discover the suspects and block the suspects at all costs. They must not be allowed to sneak into the city, where they may jeopardize the lives of 100 million citizens. It was an order that the garbage processing center had just received. That was why they had shut the garbage spurts down in a hurry. The order was issued by the garrison of 100 Flower City and the local branch of the Secret Sword Bureau together. Another elite tactic squad was now reinforcing the garbage processing center to build up the defense of the area. We have to speed up. Long Yongjun furrowed her eyebrow harder and harder. It appears that Professor Emotion has finished the infiltration and control on the military and the Secret Sword Bureau of the 100 Flowers space zone. If we are delayed by the tactic squad, the main troops may be attracted to this place. Then we can barely get away. Monsterly, Have you found the distribution map of the garbage transmission tubes and the ventilation tubes? Nailed it, Liao exclaimed, his eyes beaming with joy. He laughed like a weasel that had just stolen a hen. Just as I expected. Everything is under my control. The tubes here have adopted the most classic design. The garbage transmission tubes, the spiritual energy tubes, the crystal cables, and the ventilation tubes are all bundled together. If we locate one of them, we will locate all of them. Also, the distribution and direction of the tubes in the block of tinder base are all clearly marked here with the most detailed data. It wouldn't be any trouble. Li Yao's voice became more and more rigid, and his face turned more and more awful, as if the hen that he had caught had suddenly pecked him brutally. Long Yangjun raised her eyebrows. What's the problem now, uncle? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao tried to ask the station master who had turned on the most confidential interface and retrieved the whole distribution map while hypnotized. Why are most of the ventilation tubes in 100 Flower City designed like a honeycomb? Every seemingly large tube is actually made of hundreds of narrower tubes inside that are only as wide as a finger. Not only have you adopted a honeycomb design, the critical turns of the ventilation tubes are also made of transparent materials. Everybody on the outside can see clearly what is inside. How much did you spend on that? That's such a great waste. Still half hypnotized, the station master put on a confused and yet proud expression. He held his chest high and said, "We must thank Senior Vulture Li Yao for his enlightenment." Senior Li Yao was himself an expert who was adept at infiltration. He snuck into the enemy's center to perform decapitation strategies many times. His every case of infiltration has been included in the classic textbooks of the major military academies in the Federation. As for himself, he also held a lot of lectures on the defense and breakthrough of tubes in those schools in person before he left the Federation. Therefore, based on Senior Li Yao's personal experience and earnest tutelage, the defense of tubes, especially ventilation tubes, is given great importance in the Federation today. The best defense possible is definitely a honeycomb design before the tubes are built, so that it is impossible for a human to sneak in. Li Yao, is that so? Senior Li Yao does sound very visionary. Not just visionary. He was absolutely meticulous. Guided by Senior Li Yao's spirit, the tube defense technology in the Federation has made remarkable progress in the Federation in the past 100 years. Right now, even a mosquito can't fly into most of the tubes in 100 Flower City. Long Yangjun turned back and glared at Li Yao. Li Yao coughed and touched the back of the station master's head, releasing spiritual energy to put him into sleep. Fellow cultivator Long, look, I was one of the celebrities in the Federation 100 years who had a lot of business to attend to every day. I really don't remember holding a few lectures in some colleges. Stop talking. I just want to be alone for a moment. Wait, don't just give up hope already. This is not the time for desperation yet. Perhaps there's some other way, some other... Long Yangjun almost jumped to her feet because of his exclamation. What the heck are you doing? I was wrong. We were both almost wrong. The tinder base can't be Professor Emotien's nest. His nest must be somewhere else. Li Yao stored the distribution map of all the tubes into his jade chip and began running. The tinder base is a public place for his studies, which has been closely monitored by Parliament, the military, and the Secret Sword Bureau for decades. A lot of personnel from the outside world are in the base too. So, even if he has any schemes, he will not carry them out in the tinder base. We might not necessarily find anything even if we sneak into the tinder base. He must have a second base, which is his real nest that has never surfaced until this moment. Who? Hyena has entered the second workplace in the garbage processing center. No anomaly has been detected. Continuing searching. Over. Hawkeye 1 is in position and ready to shoot. Over. Hawkeye 2 is in position, scanning all workers in the visible range. No suspects detected. Over. Hawkeye 3 is in position and about to search the wall through No. 89 mystic rays to scan the buildings and obstacles in the first workplace. Over. Sandhog is scanning all the tubes. Progress. 15%. No foreign objects have been detected in the tubes. Over. All teams, stay alert and don't take action recklessly. Our targets are highly dangerous spies from the Imperium who are probably above the core formation stage. There is still 1 minute and 30 seconds to go before the main troops arrive at the garbage processing center. Not a fly is to leave the place in the next 90 seconds. Over. Hyena copies. Hawkeye copies. Leopard copies. Sandhog cop. What's that? Boom. 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 Hyena. Hawkeye. Leopard. Sandhog. Report in. What happened? Is that cannon fire? What are the things captured by your crystal cameras? Sir, somebody has just activated the garbage cannon, but it is garbage that has not been highly compressed, with soup and everything. Also, the dome above the garbage cannon was not opened at all. The garbage was blown back into the room. Every corner of the center is now an utter mess. Crap. Crap. What's going on? Stabilize your crystal cameras and scan the entire battlefield quickly. Somebody turned off the gravity control rune arrays of this place. We have lost gravity. All the garbage has lost gravity. The garbage is flying. The mountains of garbage are flying. Intruders. We're under attack. Bam. 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 Ah. Hyena. Leopard. Sandhog. Hawkeye. Damn it. Shut down all the channels between the garbage processing center and the nearby ball-shaped towns. Now. An hour passed. In the core town at the center of the hundreds of silver ball-shaped space stations that made up 100 Flower City, the crowds and shuttles were moving among the skyscrapers that looked like primitive forests. Because every downtown area was a ball that developed inwardly, there was actually no distinction between up and down, left and right. The high-rises could extend all the way to the sky from the ground that was at a slight slant before it poured down from the sky to the other side of the ball. Naturally, for the people who were living on the dome, they were actually walking on the ground, and above their head was the dome for them. Sometimes, two particularly high and splendid skyscrapers could even be established right next to each other with a lot of transparent tubes that looked like rainbows between them, making it convenient for people to jump from one of the buildings to the other. The complicated gravity rune arrays distributed gravity on the surface of the ball-shaped town evenly and attracted people who were living in them. That was why such an amazing scene could be created and how 100 million people could be accommodated in minimal space. For Liao and Long Yongjun, who were adept at disguising their traces and faces, after they blended into the downtown area of a super-enormous city of a population of 100 million, they were like two leaves that did not belong to the forest but had fallen to the carpet of dry leaves in the forest's depths. Unless the city was completely shut down and the soldiers searched for them for half a month, it would be absolutely impossible to locate them. Liao's assault on the garbage processing center was not entirely futile. At least he had received the distribution map and processing information of the garbage tubes throughout 100 Flower City. Through the information, he could easily locate the most prosperous downtown area. The place that outputted the most garbage every day had to be the downtown area with the largest population. Also, when Liao searched on the mainframe crystal processor in the garbage processing center, he left a lot of traces that indicated his interest in the Tinder base, having conducted multiple queries on the tube distribution in the base. It was meant to mislead Professor Mo Xian into thinking that the Tinder base would be the focus of Liao's attack. That way, he might concentrate most of the available forces in the base and prepare a dragnet for the intruders. Therefore, at least in the past half hour, on the way to the downtown area, few soldiers of the Federal Army or secret sword agents could be seen. They were able to reach the place without running into any danger. Liao and Long Yongjun were completely different from an hour earlier. From the moment they arrived in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, with the help of Long Yongjun as the founder of Ghost Character, an assassination organization, the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector had all changed their appearances and presented themselves with false faces. Liao had been pretending to be a plain-looking middle-aged man. That was why the fox girl Ling Xiaola had called him Uncle. At this time, he tore off the previous camouflage and added another few strokes. Then, he loosened his facial muscles, turning himself into an unattractive young man. He was wearing sportswear that he had just stolen and even intentionally decorated his face with a series of red pimples, which made him even more look like a vigorous college student whose desires could not be met. It was even easier for Long Yongjun. She had restored the appearance of lead eunuch Wang Shi. On the surface, she was a graceful gentleman who was as warm as jade. Naturally, her other self was purely natural without the slightest incongruence. Even the most advanced test magical equipment would not be able to identify any flaws. The targets of the searchers were a man and a woman, but now they were two men. The camouflage was enough to give them 1 to 2 hours to catch their breath and allow them to summon all their computation and deduction abilities to find out Professor Mo Xian's real nest. When all the roads from the edge of 100 Flower City to the Tinder base were on high alert, Liao and Long Yongjun were in a plain-looking restaurant in downtown 100 Flower City. It was noon at this moment. The white-collar workers who worked in the offices nearby all went to the restaurants on the street for lunch. It was the busiest and most chaotic moment for the restaurants. Liao and Long Yongjun were each holding a bowl of hot noodles, pretending that they did not know each other, but were forced to have food at a small table in the corner of the restaurant. While watching the news displayed on the light beam, they communicated with each other in private. "Your analysis does have a point," Long Yongjun said. "The Tinder plan has been open and frank since the very beginning. The military, the Secret Sword Bureau, the relevant agencies in the government, and the researchers in the major universities are all involved. It is a half-official project. It's unlikely that Professor Mo Xian has deployed a secret nest in the Tinder base while lying to everyone. It is both dangerous and unnecessary. If it were me, the Tinder base would only serve as a base on the surface, and it is only necessary that I set up a secret base somewhere else that is entirely under my control. However, 100 Flower City is a large place made of hundreds of ball-shaped space towns, each of which is as complicated as a maze. How can we know where Professor Mo Xian's secret nest is in only half a day?" Liao sipped the delicious soup and pretended to smack his lips in satisfaction, but actually, he was speaking in private. "While we were on our way here, I gave it a lot of thought. If my professor really has a secret nest, it must meet the following requirements. Firstly, the place must be spacious enough and equipped with a lot of supercrystal processors. Even if they are not the Gai-level crystal processors, they must be at least powerful Jing-level processors. Both the Spiriters and the Spiriters realm sound quite ideal and insubstantial, but they cannot run without material support. Crystal processors and spiritual energy are to the Spiriters what land, air, and water are to the regular humans. They can't live without them. Secondly, there is no way that my professor could accomplish such an enormous plan by himself. Therefore, he must have a bunch of professional researchers. Those researchers may be unaware of my professor's real scheme. They may still be fooled right now, but they must be specialists in crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, and the training of the soul. Such an enormous space and so many powerful crystal processors will consume astronomical spiritual energy every day, not to mention that so many specialists are also gathered in the place. It is impossible to hide it from the authorities. Therefore, the secret nest must have an ostensible disguise on the surface, such as a research institute. However, whatever the disguise actually is, the organization must be on private property, whose owner is free to construct, modify, or conceal certain things inside as they please. Thirdly, the owner of the organization naturally can't be Professor Mo Xian himself, but they must be deeply associated with each other. Their relationship might not be very good on the surface, but a long time ago, let me think about it, decades ago, when my professor first started to push forward the Tinder plan, they must have been connected to each other in a certain way. As long as we find a place that meets all three requirements, it will most likely be my professor's real nest. We will search for the distribution of the Jing-level supercrystal processors in 100 Flower City first through the public files. Then, we will screen them out through elimination. Long Yongjun picked up a piece of red beef with her chopsticks, but instead of eating it, she was deep in thought for a long time. Then she said, "Perhaps the trouble is unnecessary. The three requirements that you mentioned remind me of a certain person. Lei Yuqin." Lei Yuqin. Liao was slightly dazed. Then he remembered who the person was. "My professor's mistress? As for exactly whether or not she is your professor's mistress, I am not very sure, but I'm quite certain that she is much more complicated than an algorithm specialist in the data processing center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. When you mentioned the woman at the beginning, I already felt that it was a thorn in my heart. While you and Professor Emotion were in the Spiriters realm together, I searched for the woman's files in my spare time when I was not chatting with Wei Qingqing. I discovered that there was quite a lot of news about her on the spiritual nexus. At that time, I did not think much of it, but now that you mention it, I think that the woman and Professor Emotion must be more than a couple. They are more like some sort of partners or even in a chain of command. Liao bulged his eyes and added some vinegar into his bowl. How so? Lei Yuqin is not just a random specialist of crystal processors and algorithms. Her main study field is artificial intelligence, or to be more precise, simulated artificial intelligence, Long Yangjun said. It is better to call her a dual specialist in human brains and crystal processors than to call her a simple algorithm specialist. The algorithms that she studied were to perfectly simulate the mind of human beings through crystal chips, synthesized neurons, and spiritual energy circuits. To be more straightforward, the purpose of her studies is to replace a human brain with a crystal processor. Liao added more and more vinegar into his bowl. I didn't know much about her. At that time, my main target was Professor Emotion. I only noticed her as his mistress from gossip, which mentioned that she was a worker of the control center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. Her work is indeed related to the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus, Long Yangjun explained. Replacing a human being with a crystal processor has a lot of applications in the Federation today. First of all, regarding the patients whose brains are seriously damaged due to epilepsy, schizophrenia, dementia, bipolar disorder, and various kinds of accidents or battles, the main treatment in the Federation right now is either to inject active materials to make the brain cells to proliferate and repair themselves based on the biochemical technology of the blood demon sector, or to implant a chip or part of a crystal processor to fill in the damaged area as an artificial brain. How to combine the original brain of a human that is made of flesh and blood and an artificial brain that is made of metals and crystals perfectly, making them serve as a fortress and home for the soul without altering the previous character, memory, habit, and soul of the patient. That is what the algorithms that Lei Yuqin studied were for. Therefore, you may consider Lei Yuqin a specialist to treat brain damage. She is a brain doctor. Liao frowned. Although he knew that replacing part of the brain was essentially the same as replacing limbs or internal organs, he still felt that it was a little bit repulsive. Her studies have another application field that is more important, which is to build crystal processors for the ghosts, Long Yangjun said. If we get to the bottom of it, a ghost is just a cluster of highly condensed spiritual waves. Their mind and self-awareness are compressed to the minimum, and they are manipulated by their persistence from when they are still alive. In the end, they risk turning into devastating poltergeists who have no thinking ability but only natural instincts to feed on the brainwaves of living people. If their memory and self-awareness are maintained when they are in such a state, their longevity will be even shorter. In only a few hours, they will completely collapse, unable to maintain the condensed state anymore. At least, for most people whose level is not high, that will be their outcome. Even divinity transformation stage cultivators such as Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin greatly lost their cultivation after losing their physical bodies. It took them decades before they finally regained their memories and self-awareness, but still, they had to hide inside war puppets and carry out their thinking ability with the computational ability of the puppets. It was quite fortunate that their souls left their bodies in the Nuwa warship deep underground. The shell of the warship resisted most of the radiation and interference for them. If they were on the ground, the remaining souls of the two nascent soul stage cultivators would have been obliterated in the storm and sunlight after only a couple of years. Liao nodded. The brain is like an ocean, and the self-awareness and soul are like the ship on it. Without the ocean, the ship will not be able to set sail at all no matter how big and firm it is. Exactly, Long Yangjun said. The soul can live inside a tiny storage chip, but such a status of living is nothing more than storage. It is not real self-awareness but more like a program that is not activated yet. Precisely, Liao said. To regain the memories and computational ability that they had when they were alive, they require the help of special crystal processors. I once studied some artificial bodies before. The greatest difference between artificial bodies and crystal suits lies in their crystal processors. The crystal processors of artificial bodies are specially designed for ghosts. The precision of a lot of key units is sometimes 10 times higher than the ancillary crystal processors on the crystal suits. It is safe to say that the most advanced small crystal processors of the Federation are basically developed for ghosts. But nothing can be done if you only have crystal processors and not algorithms, Long Yongjun said. That's exactly what Lei Yuqin studies, the art of integrating the soul and the crystal processor. Her job in the control base of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus was a doctor who treats the brain damage resulting from going online for too long. You know that the last thing that the base was short of was specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. They are the people who spend the longest time online and are most mired in the entire Federation. Some of them suffered brain injuries after their brain vessels exploded because they spent too much time in cyberspace and used too much of their computational ability. Lei Yuqin was supposed to treat that. Years ago, after Professor Mo Xian's virtual spirits sector project failed, Su Changfa's self-awareness vanished in the shattered virtual spirit sector, and his real body degenerated into a level 5 vegetative patient. He was diagnosed with brain death, true death in the legal sense. Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen luckily survived the disaster, but they suffered brain damage of different levels, too, and were delivered to Lei Yuqin for treatment. According to the information that I found earlier, Professor Mo Xian gradually fell in love with Lei Yuqin during the procedures. Then, the affair somehow leaked, causing the divorce of him and his wife. I didn't think much of it when I first read the information because it is quite common for doctors and patients to develop feelings for each other after spending a long time together. Besides, your professor was liquid metal. The functioning mechanism of his soul must be very different from that of the normal people and normal spectral cultivators. Since Lei Yuqin was passionate about the brain, mind, and self-awareness, it was perfectly normal for her to grow interested in your professor. But now that I think about it, something must be greatly wrong with the woman. Liao narrowed his eyes, with cold brilliance beaming out of his eyes. He was deep in thought while he moaned, "Woo! This is your oiled tofu. Sorry for the long wait. There are too many customers at noon." The waiter delivered a dish that was soaked in red oil and placed it right in front of Liao. Long Yongjun stared at Liao in silence without blinking. As infiltrators in the darkness, we must take the tiniest details into consideration, Liao said. The oiled tofu in this restaurant is their most famous specialty. Many people come to the restaurant not for the noodles but for a dish of tofu. Look around. Most customers here have ordered the food. Wouldn't it be too odd if neither of the two customers on the same table ordered it? Don't look at me. Turn around and focus on your noodles. Don't bother about such details. Let's continue. Now that you put it in such a way, my professor's lover Lei Yuqin is indeed somewhat suspicious. However, if she works in the control center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus, it should be a strategic location of national significance. My professor couldn't have pulled any tricks inside such a place. Could he? Lei Yuqin has the control center of the spiritual nexus a long time ago, probably decades ago, Long Yongjun said. She is now operating a hospital. Liao was slightly dazed. A hospital? Exactly, Long Yongjun said. The Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, which specializes in brain injuries, mental diseases, and sustenance of vegetative people. It is right in 100 Flower City and a private hospital solely funded by her. She can do whatever she wants inside. That's everything I know about her. Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other. Highly anxious telepathic thoughts almost surged out of their brains at the same time. Search now. Collect their public files online. I'll investigate Lei Yuqin, and you will investigate Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Let's see if we can find any more problems. Shwa, 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 shwa. The two of them sat in a corner of the restaurant where they could block the surveillance cameras above and the eyes of other people with their backs. Also, the customers in the restaurant were mostly browsing the light beams of their crystal processors too. Nobody noticed how astonishingly fast they were reading the pages that they needed at all. A moment later, the two of them finished the collection and analysis of the public files. Lei Yuqin, 132 years ago, from the Flying Star sector, at the peak of the core formation stage in public, Liao said. She is a renowned psychologist, psychiatrist, meditation healer, and algorithm specialist in simulated artificial intelligence. She is particularly good at treating brain diseases such as cerebral atrophy with interventional therapies that involve crystal chips and crystal processors. She also participated in the production and upgrade work of several crystal processors that were specially designed by ghosts. When Professor Mo Xian was operating the Virtual Spirit Sector project, she was the doctor and meditation healer specially hired by the control center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. After the collapse of the Virtual Spirit Sector, she was responsible for the treatment of Professor Mo Xian and other injured members of the team. 3 years after the collapse of the Virtual Spirit Sector, Professor Mo Xian officially withdrew from the development team of the game Civilization and acquired the Monument Plan before renaming it the Tinder Plan. At exactly the same time, Lei Yuqin left the control center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and established Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital. There's a lot of gossip and rumors about the relationship between Professor Mo Xian and Lei Yuqin. It is said that Professor Mo Xian divorced because of her, but no matter how close they were back then, they did not have much interaction in the following decades. It was probably because Professor Mo Xian involved her in the divorce, causing her to be derided as a despicable mistress. She was quite a famous celebrity herself. Naturally, she found such rumors unacceptable. Therefore, her relationship with Professor Mo Xian soon turned cold. They never talked to each other in the decades that followed and simply minded their own business. It is exactly because of their awkward past that Professor Mo Xian's Tinder Plan gathers many soul, spiritual nexus, and medication healing specialists in the entire Federation but simply ignores Lei Yuqin, who is right inside 100 Flowers City. Many people in the circle are aware of the incident and understand Professor Mo Xian's attitude. But judging from everything we have learned, it is very possibly their disguise. Just like Jin Xinyue and Guo Chunfeng have probably reached a secret strategic alliance off the stable, Professor Mo Xian and Lei Yuqin might be in the same gang despite their indifference to each other on the surface. Long Yangjun switched the light beam and played a music video as a disguise. Then she went on. The Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital is a private hospital solely funded and established by Lei Yuqin. It is one of the best brain hospitals in the entire Star Glory Federation. The hospital is best known for their treatment on the Spiritual Nexus sudden death, or rather SNSD as most people call it. As the Spiritual Nexus develops, especially after all kinds of immersive virtual cabins, brain scanning helmets, and super remote signal transmission technology were invented, human beings are more and more connected to the Spiritual Nexus. At first, they merely scan the information on the light beam with their bare eyes and listen to the sound of the crystal processors with their ears. However, in the nerval interaction liquids of the immersive virtual cabin, or in the holographic game helmets that can directly scan the brainwaves, it is possible to stream boundless information from 100 light-years away into the user's head through quantum entanglement gravitational waves, and other means, creating a more abundant and vivid effect than the traditional grand illusionary land. One might even say that it is a more than perfect simulation of reality. The overly saturated sense of reality built by the tremendous data, while providing convenience and joy to the user, doubtlessly poses a heavy burden on their brain. It is especially so for many of the virtual worlds that boast the effect of lengthening time. 1 hour in reality can be transformed into 3 to 5 hours in the virtual world. When their speed is not changed, naturally, the flow of time cannot be twisted. The only reason the time in the virtual world is slowed down for the users is because the virtual cabins and the game helmets impose strong stimulations on their brains to increase their brain cell activity and make their brains overload. That's all. The human brain is the most precise organ as well as the most mysterious area in the entire world. To this day, countless mysteries are still waiting to be solved. Under normal circumstances, only 10% of the human brain is active, while the other 90% is all hibernating temporarily. But it doesn't mean that only 10% of the human brain is developed. That's all because human soul is too powerful. Developing 10% of the brain has already reached the limits of the brain. The other 90% of the areas all provide certain ancillary and recovery functions to ensure that the human brain can run stably. The modern spiritual nexus, virtual cabins, and game helmets, on the other hand, can increase the development rate of the human brain to above 15% or even higher through the stimulation. That's only for ordinary people. For cultivators, their brain development rate can be even more terrifying. Naturally, such overloading may cause problems. The most common symptom is serious cerebral hemorrhaging after a long time online. In the relatively better cases, the patients may suffer seizures, paralysis, or nerval disorder. In relatively worse cases, they may fall into a coma and turn vegetative or even be killed on the spot. That is known as spiritual nexus sudden death, or SNSD. It is a troublesome new disease in the new Federation when most traditional diseases have been taken care of. According to the statistics, the annual affliction rate of spiritual nexus sudden death in the past 10 years is 7 in 150,000, which means about 7 million people. Most of them only suffer mild symptoms and recover soon after treatment, but 1/10 of them, which means almost 1 million people, suffer from irreversible symptoms, turn into vegetative persons, or get killed instantly. I read that data on the official site of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Lei Yuqin is an expert in treating the disease. Liao was greatly shocked. Such a high death and disability rate? The spiritual nexus is a rather terrible thing. Why is the technology so popular when it is so immature? The death rate is actually not very high, Long Yangjun said. The files that I found suggest that 80 million people are injured in traffic accidents every year, 8 million are permanently disabled, and 1 million are killed. The culprits of the traffic accidents, namely shuttles, flying fins, mystic ray jets, and other vehicles boosted by spiritual energy, were invented in the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. They have a history of almost 10,000 years. Even considering the technological stagnation in the Great Dark Age, they have still been reinvented for almost 1,000 years. They are very mature and safe technology. In comparison, the virtual cabins and the game helmets are at least much more mature, safe, and reliable than shuttles. It is also needless to say that on many resource planets where the environment is terribly harsh and the space towns that can easily make people suffer from claustrophobia because of the lack of room, there is nowhere for the residents to go even if they want to go outside. They can only go online inside their small rooms. Of most injuries that are caused by the spiritual nexus and game helmets, most of them only have simple symptoms that can be treated quickly. Also, sometimes it is hard to tell whether the more serious cases, say cerebral hemorrhage and sudden death, are actually caused by their addiction to cyberspace or because their bodies already had hidden problems. Those accidents alone are not enough to make people give up the spiritual nexus or lower the methods and speed of the network to a preliminary phase. In any case, people have to go to the spiritual nexus. Even if ordinary people can control themselves when they are merely entertaining themselves online, cultivators cannot control themselves at all when they are on the spiritual nexus for their work and studies. Of the victims of spiritual nexus sudden death, 60% are cultivators. They take up more than 80% of the vegetative and death cases. Considering the population ratio of cultivators to ordinary people, this is truly an astounding number. But such a number is also hardly avoidable. Cultivators, Liao mumbled to himself. The stability of a cultivator's soul should be higher than that of ordinary people. Why are their injury and death rates higher, too? Because cultivators often increase their brain cell activity to more than 10 times of the regular state. Long Yangjun replied. They are burning their life and soul to break their limits, and a few of their brain vessels may break apart every day. If they do this all the time, it is only natural that they suffer brain diseases. Liao coughed. He remembered his brain vessels also exploded a lot when it was overloading during his studies, training, and refining. Although cultivators' brains were much harder than the brains of ordinary people, and they could repair their bleeding brains with their spiritual energy in most cases, humans were not machines. Besides, even machines suffered from fatigue. If their brain overloaded for a long time, it was quite possible that something might go wrong. The past 100 years was the golden phase of development for the new Federation, Long Yangjun said. But the fast speed of development did not come from empty talk. It was earned by countless people who burnt their life and soul and even sacrificed themselves. Other than the few years during the Uranian Ring War, the Federation has lived 100 years in peace, but the death rate of the cultivators has not lessened at all. For most of the admin type, research type, creation type, and even culture type, their daily job is their battlefield, and the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus are their best weapons. All cultivators unleash their vitality on the battlefield by burning their life and soul and fully making use of their brains. Analyzing the primeval treasures on Kunlun from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Running a major city that has millions of residents. Developing a brand new crystal suit, crystal tank, or crystal warship. Everything makes the cultivators break the limits of their brains time and time again until they finally collapse in their posts. That's the only reason the cultivators are much more susceptible to spiritual nexus sudden death than ordinary people. The cultivators of the Federation have been overly exploiting their brains without considering their own lives. Liao was lost for words. He recalled the famous slogan in the age of the old Federation. Cultivators should not be scared of death, and those who were scared of death should not become cultivators. Long Yangjun went on. To deal with the scourge of the imperium of true human beings, few cultivators are willing to slow down their research. If they develop a few pieces of magical equipment or make the mines, cities, and sailing routes more efficient today, the chances of winning if war breaks out tomorrow will be slightly higher. Therefore, even if they are aware of spiritual nexus sudden death, no cultivators are willing to give up the spiritual nexus. This is a war that has lasted 100 years. In a war, a death and disability rate of less than 0.01% is negligible. While cultivators take the risk gladly, the spiritual nexus, brain, and meditation healing specialists still have to resolve the conundrum. In the past few decades, the studies on spiritual nexus sudden death have been a notable subject. Lei Yuqin is the most skilled specialist and academic authority in that field. Since her Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital was founded, it has presented a lot of influential research products on the functioning mechanism of spiritual nexus sudden death, the specific process in which it affects the brain, the corresponding treatment methods, and many other findings after only decades. She is also particularly good at treating patients whose brains are severely damaged. There is a large deep sustenance treatment center in the hospital that specifically accepts vegetative patients from every part of the Federation. Most of them are cultivators who overly exploited their brain during high-intensity work on the spiritual nexus and fell into a coma after mental derangement. Of course, because the Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital is a private hospital, the fees every day in the Deep Sustenance Treatment Center are astronomical. Other than the wealthy, high-level cultivators, the families of the lower-level cultivators and ordinary people can barely afford to send the patients to be treated in this place. All in all, vegetative patients are delivered to the special rehabilitation cabins after they are moved into Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. There, their body functions will be maintained by nerval stimulation and the injection of nutrition liquids. Meanwhile, Lei Yuqin will explore and stimulate their brains on a deep level through her secret techniques in order to help them wake up. It is said that more than 10% of the vegetative patients who were sent to Lei Yuqin have woken up. There are even cases where the patients woke up after being treated for only 2 years when they had been in comas for decades. Those patients did not suffer many aftereffects after they woke up, and they were even able to continue their training. Liao was so shocked that even his chopsticks almost fell out of his hands. A wake-up rate of 10% did not seem very high. But all the patients were cultivators, who had been in coma for 10 to 20 years or even longer. As a nascent soul-stage cultivator, Liao knew clearly how terrifying the mental derangement and the brain collapse were for the cultivators. It was a completely different concept from the loss of consciousness of the ordinary people. For example, if the soul of the ordinary people in their brain could be compared to a shuttle that was traveling on a regular highway in the city at 50 miles per hour, then the surging soul of the cultivators would be a super shuttle that was rushing at 5 times the speed of sound in a stone belt that was full of obstacles. If both of them had an accident, which of them would be more seriously wrecked, the 50-mile-an-hour one or the supersonic one? Therefore, after an ordinary person entered a vegetative state due to brain injury, there were still chances that they could be recovered and woken up. But if the cultivators were mentally deranged and turned into vegetative persons, the odds that they would wake up were no higher than 1% in the past. It meant that Lei Yuqin raised the likelihood of cultivators recovering from a vegetative state and even regaining their abilities in training by more than 10 times. Liao could totally imagine how Lei Yuqin's hospital was passionately sought after by the cultivators. If he was one of the cultivators who were about to practice a highly dangerous art that was likely to cause mental derangement, he would definitely tell his family and disciples that he must be taken to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital for treatment should anything go wrong. After waking up several high-level cultivators who had slept for decades in a row, Lei Yuqin gained unparalleled reputation, Long Yangjun said. Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital has also been praised as the hospital that is best at dealing with spiritual nexus sudden death. That is a private hospital, and Lei Yuqin's charges are extremely expensive. Even so, cultivators from across the Federation are coming to this place or sent to this place for treatment by their family. Most of them are vegetative patients who will live in the Deep Sustenance Treatment Center for a long time. The number of patients has increased from dozens at the beginning to tens of thousands right now. Liao finished all the noodles. Then, he sipped the soup slowly and covered his thoughtful face with the noodle bowl. Tens of thousands of vegetative patients? Yes. Most of them are rich, high-level cultivators. Before they fell into a coma, they were the elites of their respective trades, especially specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Just like how those who are good at swimming are more likely to drown, because the specialists of crystal processors are most invested in the virtual world, the odds of their accidents are the highest. Their families and the enterprises and sects behind them pay astonishing fees for their treatment, allowing Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital to continue to expand. Right now, it occupies more than half of the space of District 109. It is said that the radiation and waves of the outside world must be absolutely blocked during the treatment. Therefore, the Deep Sustenance Treatment Center is a full-closed building that only accepts the family of the patients and visitors from the academic world. It is extremely hard for other people to get in. Tens of thousands of vegetative patients who are all high-level cultivators, with a fairly large proportion being specialists in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Liao felt that the whole thing was getting more and more weird. Also, it somehow overlapped with Professor Mo Xian's virtual life plan that they had inferred. Is it possible to enter other areas of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital? After all, it is a hospital. If a patient is sent to the hospital, they can't just turn them away. Can they? Well, they can, Long Yangjun explained. Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital is a research-type hospital that does not have a clinic. Most of the patients of the hospital are transferred there after being treated in other hospitals in the Federation for a while but without any improvement. Of course, some of the wealthy cultivators even reach out to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital beforehand and send over the status of their brains and their brain tomography so that an intact database regarding their brains will be established. Then, after paying a certain fee, they will be registered as premium members of the hospital. Should they really be mentally deranged and fall into a coma, they will be able to be directly sent to the hospital after any simple procedures done in local hospitals. The odds of cultivators going mentally deranged because their brain overloads are still quite high. Therefore, although the annual charges on the maintenance of the brain health database are somewhat extortionate, a lot of high-level cultivators who are rich still make appointments in case anything goes wrong. For normal patients who are not premium members, do not have a medical record that suggests they have been treated for a long time in the major hospitals in the Federation, and do not have the referrals of the local brain doctors, it is hardly possible for them to be transferred to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. The hospital does not admit patients who just knock on the door unannounced. Either. Besides, Long Yangjun paused for a moment before saying, according to the notification I saw on their website, they are running a large-scale upgrade on the medical system inside the hospital over 3 days, so it is temporarily closed. For the safety of the patients in the hospital, even premium members, patients who are transferred to the hospital from other hospitals, and the family members of the vegetative patients in the hospital are not allowed to enter. Liao immediately widened his eyes. Temporarily closed over 3 days? To be more exact, it's yesterday, today, and tomorrow, Long Yangjun said. Liao drank up the soup in his bowl. The final battle between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet may break out at any moment. Professor Mo Xian's Tinder plan will have the first launch tomorrow. Yet, Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital shuts its doors for 3 days at this exact moment for a system upgrade? There can't be such a coincidence in the world. That place must be my professor's nest. We must find a way to go to District 109. 100 Flower City, as a metropolis floating in space, was made of hundreds of ball-shaped space towns. Every ball-shaped space station that was dozens of kilometers in diameter was a district. The districts were connected to each other conveniently, but the transportation could be complicated, too. They were currently in District 7, the central business area that had the densest population in 100 Flower City, but District 109, where Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital was located, was at the periphery of the city. They could only reach the place after a shift of vacuum buses. However, the stations of the vacuum buses had extremely strict security measures. While the two of them were planning a route, they heard the people around them all exclaiming. Looking around, they noticed that all the customers were looking at the news light beam in the corner of the ceiling. All the news media of 100 Flower City were broadcasting the same urgent news. To cope with the large-scale invasion of the Imperium of True Human Beings, the garrison of 100 Flower City, together with the local police and militias, were holding a military drill of an enormous scale, including the procedure of air defense. During the drill, 100 Flower City would enter the Level 2 alert state. All citizens were instructed not to panic and to stay indoors as much as possible instead of going out on the street. Also, they were asked to avoid the use of vehicles. The news also stated that the authorities would temporarily close the channels between some districts. The security checks in the major transportation centers and bus stations would be increased, too, to perform more thorough examinations on every passenger. It was all part of the drill. The authorities apologized for the inconvenience caused. The drill would end in 8 hours. Then, everything would be back to normal. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other with equally awful expressions. Wiping their mouths, they stood up and left the restaurant one after the other. Then, they noticed that a lot of soldiers of the Federal Army were roaming on the street questioning the passers-by that they found suspicious. Mechanical noises were echoing somewhere on the dome, too. Part of the channel from this district to the neighboring area must have been closed. Although not all the channels that connected the downtown area and the outside world were blocked, the routes that they were free to choose were certainly greatly reduced. Besides, every major road had been seriously jammed. If then intended to pretend to be ordinary people and reach Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital without alarming anyone, it would take a great deal more time. Looking at the soldiers who were setting up sentry posts on the street not far away, Long Yongjun remarked, "We're in trouble now." "I don't think so." Liao's eyes were glittering. "Although the time we spend on the road will slightly increase, it may be easier for us to find out the truth about Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital with the help of the federal soldiers." "Oh." Long Yongjun raised her eyebrow. "How so?" "It's simple. Professor Mo Xian has perhaps controlled the leadership of the military, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the relevant departments of 100 Flower City through various kinds of secret arts, but he cannot control every soldier at the bottom level, can he? Those bottom-level soldiers, and even the middle and low-level officers who are commanding them, are still loyal to the Federation and on our side. They are simply misled by a wrong order." Long Yongjun frowned. "But you can't explain yourself to them or fight them in the downtown area." "I'm not saying that we are going to fight them in the downtown area, but things will be different in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital." Liao smiled. "If the hospital is really Professor Mo Xian's nest in which he is carrying out certain clandestine plans, such plans must not be exposed to most people. The official site of the hospital says that it is closed for 3 days. That's the best evidence suggesting that certain changes that must not be seen by outsiders are happening in the hospital. Right now, our greatest advantage is that my professor is still expecting us in the Tinder base and does not know that we are going to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. If we navigate the fooled soldiers to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital and check what Professor Mo Xian is up to exactly together with them, what do you think my dear professor will feel?" 3 hours passed. District 109 of 100 Flower City was a most medical district, where a few most famous private hospitals of the Federation were established. In the middle of the beautiful landscape constructed by the grand illusionary land, several delicate towers were standing, but they were just the tip of the iceberg. Buildings of an even larger scale, including the deep sustenance treatment center that maintained the lives of the vegetative patients, were all hidden below the ground, or rather, in the depths of the ball-shaped space station. This was Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital. Because of the blockades of the Federal Army, the Secret Sword Bureau, and other departments, and because Liao was setting up presence while he was on the way to Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital, it took them 3 hours before they finally reached the top of another hospital that was 5 kilometers away from the target. The hospital had nothing to do with either Professor Mo Xian or Lei Yuqin. It was not as confidential as Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital and was still open. Therefore, the two of them snuck to the commanding height that they desired more than easily. Z. The two of them were wearing penetrative telescopes crafted by Liao. Their eyes immediately turned into 2 green, fluorescent spots. The telescope was made of 19 layers of transparent lenses as a piece of high-level magical equipment designed for the nascent soul stage cultivators. Together with the amazing eyesight of the nascent soul stage cultivators, they would be able to clearly see a fly thousands of meters away. After switching to different lens modes, the telescope could even break optical illusions and directly sense the changes of heat and spiritual waves, allowing it to see through what was really behind the surface. The two of them were crouching on a balcony on the top of the building. The optical camouflage cloth that they covered themselves in blended them with the bright gray environment perfectly. Concentrating their attention, they carefully searched the parts of Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital that were exposed to the ground inch by inch. The hospital 5 kilometers away seemed quiet and peaceful. Most of the buildings were hidden in the deeper parts. On the ground that was full of green, vigorous plants, a few gardeners were maintaining the artificial lawn. It seemed to be just another usual day. However, something's wrong with those people. Holding his breath, Liao kept his hands almost perfectly still, but he was actually adjusting the lens carefully for a better focal length. Captured by his lens, the gardeners were all magnified to the extent that every pore on their bodies were clearly visible. The gardeners were too strong. No, they were not strong because they had a lot of muscles. The Star Glory Federation had always attached great importance to fighting. Training facilities and strengthening drugs were popular nowadays, too. Even the most common workers were able to build themselves into brawny bears. However, the bodies of the gardeners that were hidden below the sloppy work suits were in the most perfect inverted triangle. Their muscles were evenly distributed and forceful, and their bones were tough and concrete, like springs and machines that had been filled with strength. Even their veins and nerves were distributed in the most even, smooth, and perfect way. It was the special body quality that could only be achieved after decades of hard training, when the internal organs and the limbs were repeatedly cleansed and nurtured by the spiritual energy. With the eyes of a professional, Liao could tell that, although they did not release a lot of spiritual waves, those gardeners were likely very strong battle-type cultivators. Even if a private hospital did need to require a few tough security guards, did they really have to hire battle-type cultivators as their gardeners? Also, when Liao observed the gardeners carefully, he felt that they were somewhat weird or even creepy. Although they were working and communicating normally, with laughter every now and then, their eyes were rigid and lifeless. Undisguisable black fog seemed to be spreading out of their eyes, making them look like, "Hey, do you feel that those guys are like a bunch of dead people?" Long Yongjun asked in a low voice. Exactly. Although they also breathe, their hearts beat, and their body temperature is no different from normal, I also feel like they are a bunch of dead people who have just crawled out of a grave. Pondering for a moment, Liao frowned. Or maybe they are not dead people but puppets. Some sort of weird puppets. While they were talking, they sensed a chilly glare at the same time. On the law 5 kilometers away, one of the gardeners suddenly put down the mower. Bulging his black and empty eyes, he coldly stared straight in their direction. With him as the lead, all the other gardeners seemed to be attracted by a certain weird force and raised their heads simultaneously, too, gazing at the building 5 kilometers away. It never occurred to Liao and Long Yongjun that their senses would be keen enough for them to detect the spying of 2 nascent soul stage cultivators so quickly. "We've been caught," Long Yangjun said. Those guys must not be underestimated. Are your arrangements all good? They won't go wrong, will they? Absolutely not. Narrowing his eyes, Liao raised his right hand slowly, while the cold and gloomy eyes were still focused on him from 5 kilometers away. He announced, one word after another, "Don't forget that other than being the Lord of Ventilation Tubes, I am also the legendary Prince of Crystal Bombs." Pa! Liao snapped his finger. Boom! 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 The snap of his fingers was like an amazing order. Dozens of ear-splitting explosions echoed in a certain corner near Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Bright fireballs burst out and turned from orange fire into smoke that was as dark as ink in the next moment. Extending the limbs and claws, the smoke enshrouded the entire hospital quickly. For a moment, fire was soaring into the sky, and black smoke was spreading everywhere. Alarms were ringing non-stop. The whole of District 109 and even the few districts nearby all sensed the unprecedented great explosion. Shwa! 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 The illusions of the beautiful landscape around were first riddled with twisted ripples. Then they became tinted and mottled in different colors. One light beam after another perished, revealing the silver wall of the cabin and the cold truth that they were in fact in the middle of an enormous metal ball. Liao grinned and looked at the result of his sabotage with great satisfaction. We monitored the situation while we were on our way here. At least 3 groups are stationed near District 109. They will soon arrive after hearing such violent explosions. Look, Long Yangjun said. They have given themselves away. Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital was the focus of the serial explosions. The bombs that Liao adopted were mostly smoke grenades and stun grenades, which might not boast much damage but certainly looked very intimidating. The sound was echoing even to this moment, as if thousands of soldiers were attacking the hospital. The smoke grenades that he had specifically prepared were added with venomous fog from the southland of sorcerers of the ancient sages sector. They consumed the ground part of the hospital and disrupted all the probe magical equipment that could possibly exist on the ground. Under the unexpected sudden assault, the gardeners all summoned their crystal suits at the earliest chance due to their natural intuition, turning themselves into fully armed, awesome-looking warriors. Liao analyzed the model of their crystal suits immediately. The crystal suits were all heavy crystal suits developed in the last 10 to 20 years, with very professional upgrades and modifications based on their personal features. Even regular low-level cultivators could barely afford that, not to mention gardeners. Besides, 2 round parts on the green man-made lawn sank abruptly and retreated helically, revealing 2 dark giant holes. Countless silver puppets that looked like the grand illusionary soldiers swarmed out like bees and landed near the gardeners, after a few giant leaps. 1 gardener plus 8 to 7 puppets made a battle unit. More than 20 battle units controlled every corner of the ground part of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. The establishment of the whole tactical defense system only took less than 10 seconds. Even the gardeners of your household can't be as tough as them, right? Long Yangjun asked. Exactly. Then what are we waiting for? Long Yangjun said. This is the place. I've been holding it back for a long time. Let's make it big. Shwa! Shwa! Liao and Long Yangjun both removed the stealth camouflage cloth and rose up abruptly. 2 seemingly ordinary crystal suits immediately covered them without a gap. One on the left and the other on the right, they fell on one of their knees and prepared to run. Then, they sprinted forward. Boom! Flames of spiritual energy that resembled a volcanic eruption burst out of their backs and their feet. Although their crystal suits were ordinary with mediocre performance, boosted by the spiritual energy of 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, the crystal suit's limits were soon surpassed. The 5 kilometers was swallowed in no time. The 2 of them smashed into the garden of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital like 2 shooting stars. The few silver puppets that were bold enough to stand in their way were all blown into scrap metal. The other hundreds of puppets, as well as the 20 or so exos who were pretending to be gardeners, lunged at them without a sound. Z, 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 Z. Liao straightened his left arm. An ivory ball of light was quickly condensed in the middle of his palm and turned into a dazzling pillar of light in the next moment. It pierced through two battle puppets in the front immediately but was then blocked by the spiritual shield released by the third battle puppet. Liao slightly frowned. Those are no ordinary puppets. Their spiritual shield is very powerful, even with some sort of ability to twist the force field. Those guys are no ordinary gardeners either. Long Yangjun's body was twisted into a weird curve before she blinked out of the siege of 5 puppets in a seemingly impossibly way. Then, her long sword turned into a colorful arc as she pierced at the gap between the skull and the torso of the crystal suit of a gardener. Outside her expectations, the gardener was strong enough to see through the trajectory of Long Yangjun's attack and raise his saber in time, clashing with Long Yangjun's weapon head-on. Although the enemy's saber was shattered after the clash, and he was blown away, Long Yangjun was still slightly dazed. She was a nascent soul stage cultivator. Although the previous attack was not carried out with the maximum strength of the peak of the nascent soul stage, it was in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage at least. And yet, the enemy was able to resist the attack without getting killed? Let me see what you are exactly. Liao sniffed. The bright green fire of spiritual energy around his body was expanding non-stop, pushing him to dash toward where the enemies were densest. The 3 or 4 battle puppets on his way were all blown up together with their spiritual shields by him. He flashed to the front of one of the gardeners instantly. Who? Liao extended his right hand and opened his fingers. His spiritual energy surged out like torrents and a ferocious beast, completely suppressing the enemy and making it impossible for him to move. Even the crystal suit on the enemy's body was spluttering and breaking apart. Ah! Completely overwhelmed by Liao, the gardener suddenly shrieked in a way that did not sound like a human being. The next second, his entire head seemed to be exploding. Naturally, his head did not really explode. However, when Liao perceived with the spiritual root above the epiphysis at the center of his eyebrow, a colorful and glamorous volcano was really erupting from the man's eyes, forehead, and skull. It immediately condensed into surging tides of a mental attack and poured into Liao's brain. Boom! Despite the solidity of his soul in the nascent soul stage, Liao still felt that 10,000 crystal bombs were detonated inside his brain at the same time. His brain was turned into a swirl, and 10,000 bells were tolling and shaking non-stop at the deepest part of the swirl. Even the mental devil was ripped apart by the unexpected attack. It was screaming in a loud voice and was unable to be condensed again for a long time. Such a powerful mental attack. Liao was somehow stunned by the attack. He fell to one knee and breathed heavily. Then, his head expanded like a balloon that was being blown until the helmet of his crystal suit was cracking. The attack also consumed all the soul power of the gardener on his opposite side. In Liao's perception, the forehead that was hidden below the helmet had collapsed to the bottom, and the brain cells inside all withered. His soul, spirit, and even self-awareness were all gone, leaving nothing. Like a marionette whose strings had been severed, he fell to the ground, unable to move anymore, without even a single cramp. It was a suicidal attack like the detonation of the core for core formation stage cultivators, except that the man had detonated his own brain. He had activated all the power of his soul through a certain weird secret art and transformed it into the fiercest mental attack. Although the man was already dead, the 20 or so gardeners and numerous battle puppets were all lunging forward and launching attacks at Liao fearlessly with no consideration for their own lives. Those battle puppets were vastly different from the grand illusionary soldiers that had given Liao quite a hard time before in the Flying Star sector. They seemed to be even more advanced than the grand illusionary soldiers. The grand illusionary soldiers could only filter and choose tactics and movements from the combat data stored in the crystal processors according to the situation in a battle. Therefore, their movements were limited, rigid, and delayed, and they were vulnerable to the interference of the network. They were merely puppets. However, the battle puppets here were fighting fluently with the most immaculate teamwork. They were even performing a lot of terribly ugly but absolutely effective movements that were highly irregular. They gave Liao a feeling that they were not puppets but inhabited by real souls. So, It meant that they were spectral cultivators and real human beings. But why were there so many expert spectral cultivators in this place? And what was the weird, suicidal mental attack all about? Liao slashed a battle puppet in half from the waist with his hand, only to discover that the gardener next to it launched the most excruciating suicidal mental attack again. The man burnt his entire brain just for a single moment of brilliance, which was then struck Liao's brain. Liao grunted. He could almost hear his brain vessels and nerves exploding non-stop. The two gardeners that had detonated themselves were at least in the core formation stage. Their souls seemed to have been specifically polished, too, and were much more powerful than what was expected of the core formation stage. Together with the enhancement magical equipment on the helmet of their crystal suits, their suicidal attack was definitely not something to be underestimated. Liao glanced around and noticed that Long Yongjun had finished more than 10 battle puppets in a streak of brightness within a moment. 2. But she had also suffered 2 suicidal mental attacks, and her movements were more or less slowed down. Thankfully, after 4 gardeners died from suicidal attacks and 3 were killed by Liao and Long Yongjun before they had the chance to, there were only a few gardeners left. While Liao and Long Yongjun were slightly surprised by the toughness and fierceness of the gardeners, and those behind them must have been even more startled. Judging from the intensity of the suicidal mental attacks of the gardeners, it should be the most powerful and ultimate approach. Even if their enemy was at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, it was possible that the enemy's soul would have been shattered or at least confused for a couple of seconds, in which case they would still have been killed under the collective attack of the puppets. But never could those behind the puppets have foreseen that the intruders were super experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage with particularly weird and tough souls. Interesting. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other and both sneered. Their competitiveness was raised by the uncanny gardeners and the battle puppets, and they raised their combat ability to 80% simultaneously. Boom! 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 Flames of spiritual energy erupted from their bodies and surged into the sky like a tree almost 10 meters tall before it exploded in midair. Even the air could not bear the compression and tearing of their auras anymore. Thunder and lightning spread out in ripples that were almost substantial objects. The daunting auras alone were enough to freeze plenty of battle puppets to where they are. The rune arrays and chips inside their bodies were cracking and breaking amid dazzling sparks. After a breath, the flames of spiritual energy that had been released to the maximum were absorbed into their bodies again. Their bodies seemed utterly unchanged compared to before, but when perceived by the spiritual root, their bodies had expanded by more than 10 times into 2 ferocious primeval beasts. Shwa! Shwa! One on the left and the other on the right, Liao and Long Yongjun turned into 2 flashes of destruction. They accelerated to 3 times, 5 times, and 10 times their original speed. As if they were living in a world where time flowed 10 times faster. Other people were all stuck by invisible glue and were unable to react at all until their veins, nerves, bones, and metal architecture were blown apart. A moment later, the whole ground was scattered with debris. However, battle puppets were still emerging incessantly from the 2 enormous holes on the lawn, occasionally mixed with 1 or 2 perfectly shaped, lifeless weirdos whose eyes looked like black holes. Those weirdos had already put on their crystal suits before they flew out of the ground. Despite knowing that they would certainly be killed, they were still lunging at Liao and Long Yongjun relentlessly. Those guys are at least in the core formation stage. Liao kicked one of the gardeners back into the hole after blowing up the man's crystal suit together with his ribs, which seemed as thin as paper under his attack. Also, their souls have been specially modified, allowing them to increase their mental combat ability to the nascent soul stage when they are launching that suicidal attack. Long Yongjun swung her sword unpredictably. The auras of the blade split into 9 whips of light instantly, penetrating through at least 20 battle puppets. Then, she shook her wrist and turned the sword around. Waves were immediately raised from the whips, blowing the 20 battle puppets into dazzling fireballs simultaneously. It's impossible. Where did my professor find so many lifeless core formation stage experts? There seems to be an infinite number of them. Simple. Let's just go down there and check. Right then, from the silver dome behind them, hundreds of exos popped up from the entrances of the channels to quite a few different locations. They formed a grave battle formation in midair. Judging from the paint and emblems on their crystal suits, they belonged to the Federal Army. Well, the soldiers of the Federal Army who had been sent there because of the abrupt explosions were somewhat confused. According to their intelligence, only 2 spies of the Imperium of true human beings had snuck into Hundred Flowers City. But the battlefield, at the periphery of the Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, seemed to suggest that 2 elite legions had just had a huge fight in this place. If one side was the spies of the Imperium, who was the other side? How could a private hospital boast such immense forces for defense? Beep, 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 beep. Almost all the soldiers detected tremendous powerful spiritual waves with their crystal suits. Their attention was particularly attracted by the 2 waves that were surrounded by the battle puppets at the center of the law. It was almost nascent soul stage cultivators? That's impossible! Exclamations of shock and confusion were echoing in the Federal Army's communication channel. You can't cover fire with paper. Soldiers of the Federal Army have arrived here. I would like to know how Director Lei Yuqin of the Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital will explain her particularly strong gardeners. Smirking, Liao and Long Yongjun sprinted at the same time. Like 2 raging crystal trains that were running at the highest speed, they blew away the few battle puppets that were on their way and jumped into the 2 channels leading underground as fast as tornadoes. Shwa! The moment he entered the hole, Liao raised his hands. Dozens of crystal bombs darted into the underworld before he did. The crystal cannons on the shoulders of his crystal suit, the honeycomb-like launcher of flying swords, and other remote attack magical equipment opened fire at the same time, raising a storm of furious fire in the entire channel. Liao descended to the bottom of the channel majestically in the middle of the storm. The battle puppets that were affected by the explosions but not killed yet were all shattered by the auras of his saber. Boom! 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 Identical explosions were echoing behind him. When he turned around, Long Yongjun had already broken through the other channel and appeared in front of him. Judging from the structure of the 2 channels above their heads and the joints with the underground buildings, the channels could not have been opened easily. They must have been emergency exits. The underground buildings were of a much grander scale than they had anticipated. Liao released more than 10 scanning grenades and feedback grenades that rolled quickly in midair. But the preliminary result of the reconnaissance implied that the place was as complicated as a maze. The defender seemed to have run out of available soldiers. After blowing up dozens of battle puppets along the way, they did not meet any new resistance. Naturally, the 2 of them did not demean themselves by looking for stairs or an elevator. They simply blew through the floors and jumped down. As a matter of fact, there were probably few floors in the entire universe that could withstand the collective bombardment of 2 experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage. After blowing through 5 floors in a row and reaching the -6th floor, they were already surrounded by silence. Long Yongjun suddenly pointed at the glass window on one side of the pathway and said, "What's that?" Liao peered through the glass window, only to discover that it was a rather spacious hall in which almost 100 medical cabins that looked like cocoons were placed. The cabins were filled with green nutrition liquids, and soaked in the nutrition liquids were a lot of people whose eyes were closed and who appeared to be neither dead nor alive. Those people, they were mostly naked, but their private parts were covered with thin film that looked like latex. Their bodies were connected with crystal wires and cables from head to toe, too. A lot of the wires extended deep into their bodies along their veins and nerves. A lot of tentacles that looked like biochemical nerves also dangled down from the medical cabins and extended to their heads. A rather powerful new crystal processor was placed next to every medical cabin to monitor the status of their bodies. Thousands of data streams were changing on the light beam every second. All the crystal processors were then connected together through cables that were as thick as boas to a supercrystal processor that took up an enormous amount of space at the end of the hall. The crystal processors were still emanating a creepy light and functioning amid various hums. The green nutrition liquids were bubbling non-stop, too. Stimulated by the wires, cables, and biochemical nerves, The half-dead, half-alive people were both cramping softly and displaying joy, anger, sadness, and other emotions on their faces. Some of them even opened their eyes abruptly, and their empty eyeballs were rolling crazily, unfocused, projecting a light of lifelessness. The scent of death filled the room, outlining a mortifying scene. However, no matter how they cramped and how their facial expressions changed, they were confined to the tiny medical cabins from beginning to end. It did not appear that they would really wake up anytime soon. Liao swallowed and stuck his right hand to the tempered glass. Exerting his strength slightly, he immediately broke the entire tempered glass into pieces. The noises of the broken pieces, hitting the ground randomly, was particularly clear and ear-splitting in the hall that was dead silent. Floating in midair, Liao and Long Yongjun flew into the weird hall to the middle of the hundreds of medical cabins and the hundreds of half-dead, half-alive people in them. Although some of them had their eyes wide open, they simply ignored Liao and Long Yongjun's arrival, as if they were still dwelling in a different world, and only the most primitive reflexes of the animals were kept in the real world. Liao and Long Yongjun glanced at the nameplate on every medical cabin sharply. Liao even walked to the crystal processor and operated on it quickly. This place is the Deep Sustenance Treatment Center of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, Liao said. They are all the vegetative patients who have been sent here for treatment. Most of them were specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the past. That explains a lot. According to the files I found online, Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital has adopted a certain immersive virtual stimulation procedure, in which a unique virtual space is created with their memories of the past and poured into their brain, thereby soaking them in special dreams, simulating their brains intensely and helping them to wake up. Other than that, their internal organs and limbs are also stimulated by bioelectricity all year long. Against the glass window, Long Yongjun observed the vegetative patient inside the medical cabin carefully. Through the simulation of bioelectricity and the irrigation of spiritual energy, it is possible to maintain the body functions of the patients at a healthy level. Muscular dystrophy, organ failure, bone ossification, and other common symptoms for the vegetative patients can be avoided in such a way. So to speak, this should be a public ward instead of a weird experiment base. But where are the doctors and nurses? Liao glanced around quickly and frowned. There isn't a single doctor or nurse in such a huge ward. Besides, where did the battle puppets and the weirdos who boasted tremendous mental combat ability come from? Also, don't you feel that it is quite strange? I checked the files of more than 10 patients in a row, only to discover that they were exclusively specialists in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. None of them specialize in other fields. That is actually not very strange, Long Yongjun said. According to the introduction on the official website of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, the ward of the Deep Sustenance Treatment Center is classified according to professions, levels, and types of patients. In such a way, it is easier for the patients to resonate. It is more convenient for large-scale treatment procedures to be carried out, too. Is that so? I still feel that something is wrong. Liao gazed at the vegetative people who were soaked in the green fluorescent liquids. Most of them were admin-type, research-type, and creation-type cultivators who usually worked in an office. Naturally, their bodies were different from the gardeners whom they had encountered previously, and they were far less perfect and athletic. Right then, Liao and Long Yongjun both heard glass being broken far away. Although the sound was quite distant and feeble, the two nascent soul-stage cultivators were still able to hear it clearly. The two of them looked at each other and immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. They found 3 halls in exactly the same style on their way. Almost 1,000 vegetative people were lying quietly in the medical cabins, simulated by the bioelectricity and the incoming spiritual energy. Their bodies were cramping, and they were wearing vivid expressions as if they were having a dream. Hiss! In a corner, a naked, muscular man suddenly shrieked and lunged at the two of them, only to be blown away immediately, forming a human-shaped dent on the wall. The bones all over the man's body were broken, and thick bodily fluids flowed out of his nose and ears. This is... Liao fell to one knee and picked up a cluster of greasy, gooey liquids from the dead body. He rubbed the sample with his fingers and said, It's nutrition liquid that contained tremendous spiritual energy, identical to what was injected into the medical cabins just now. That's right. Also, the man's private parts are covered by membranes as thin as paper, too. Long Yongjun examined the man's skin carefully. Look, there are traces of wires and soft tubes among the pores, just like the vegetative people that we saw a moment ago. So, Liao blinked quickly. It was actually vegetative people who had been in coma for decades that attacked us just now? The guy who was suspected to be a vegetative person must have just broken out of the medical cabin in the emergency. He did not even have time to put on his clothes, much less a crystal suit. Nutrition liquids were still wet and dripping off from his body. Therefore, through his footprints and the scent of the nutrition liquids in the air, the two of them easily traced his path back to another ward that was on the -9th level. The scene in this place was completely different from the upper floors. Everything was a mess. The lights were flickering. All the tempered glass had been smashed into smithereens. Most of the medical cabins had exploded from the inside, as if something had broken out of the shell. Green nutrition liquids were running on the ground blatantly. The vegetative people who should have been resting inside quietly, on the other hand, were all gone. The only things left were wires, cables, and biochemical nerves, which were shaking softly like tentacles that were about to die. Ho! Hu! Inhuman howls echoed from the depths of the world. Liao and Long Yongjuan's pupils all shrank violently as they saw the most unbelievable nightmare. The few medical cabins in the corner had not been broken yet. The vegetative people were still soaked inside. However, the vegetative people were not exactly the same as what they were expected to be. Their eyes bulged to such an extent that their eye sockets were almost ripped apart. Their muscles were puffing one piece after another like crystal bombs, but their veins were expanding even faster than the muscles and protruded through their skin like chains. The wires, cables, and all kinds of other messy tubes that deeply pierced into their brains, limbs, and internal organs had all been straightened into a line. Invisible waves were surging out non-stop as they poured immense spiritual energy into the bodies of the vegetative patients. Those guys are waking up. On the analysis light beam of Liao's crystal suit, the spiritual waves from the opposite side were getting stronger and stronger. There were even red alarms of high energy alert. Their soul and physical strength is growing more and more powerful. The crystal processor. Blow up the mainframe crystal processor. Liao and Long Yongjun attacked at the same time. Before the unknown objects were completely woken up, they had already blown up the crystal processors next to the targets and the mainframe crystal processor at the center of the ward. Without the control of the crystal processors, all the wires, cables, and tubes loosened and dangled down lethargically. The mad dances of the few vegetative people gradually slowed down, too. Their bloodshot eyes slowly closed, and they fell asleep again. Only one of the vegetative people, or whatever it was right now, crashed against the glass shell of the medical cabin hard and flowed out together with the nutrition liquids. But it was not completely woken up. As if it was still short of the last program that should have been installed, it sniffed at the surroundings, covering its neck like a lost animal. Very soon, it smelled the scent of Liao and Long Yongjun. But instead of attacking the two of them, it simply ran away in fear, like a hyena that had run into lions and tigers. Liao and Long Yongjun were much more ferocious beasts than it. With nothing but its animalistic instincts, it did not have the courage to challenge two nascent soul-stage cultivators. Liao could not help but frown. He felt that his heart was rubbed by a cold and damp hand. It was quite uncomfortable. Unlike the upper floors, all the patients here are battle-type cultivators. Long Yongjun checked the nameplates next to more than 10 medical cabins quickly. Also, since they can afford the exorbitant prices for treatment and live here for a long time, they are all high-level cultivators above the building foundation stage. Liao's voice was cold. They all are. This is only part of them, Long Yongjun explained. The few wards nearby are all filled with such patients. Most of them were transferred to this hospital in recent years. Thanks to the treatment plan here, their flesh and blood did not wither, and their bodily functions have been maintained quite well. First of all, the Uranian Ring War caused a lot of heavily wounded soldiers on the Federation side, and many of them became vegetative patients due to brain damage. Then, in recent years, the arrival of Firefly brought the news that the Black Wind Fleet will soon arrive. To better resist the expedition army of the Imperium, a lot of battle-type cultivators in the Federation have chosen to upgrade themselves at risk. Those who were brought here in time after their attempts failed were actually the lucky ones. Combining both factors, battle-type cultivators make up at least 20% of the tens of thousands of vegetative patients being treated here. So, it means 2,000 to 3,000 battle-type cultivators. Not just any cultivators but high-level cultivators with profound cultivation and powerful bloodlines. Looking at the medical cabins around that had been shattered, Liao mumbled. But how did they wake up and even become so weird as to launch attacks at us fearlessly? No, they did not wake up. Looking around, Long Yongjun said gloomily under the illumination of the creepy lights. They are probably not human beings, at least not the cultivators they used to be. But shells. Liao was immediately covered in cold sweat. He recalled what Professor Emotian had said to him in the Spiriters' realm. For mankind in the future, the soul will be their everything. As for the so-called body, no matter whether it is a body of flesh and blood that focuses on the absorption of spiritual energy, or the body of a demon that focuses on genetic modification, or a battle puppet that is made of the toughest metals, they will only be shells. Something that you can replace and abandon randomly. Don't you think that vegetative people are the most perfect natural objects for possession? Long Yongjun stared at the corner of the room. The vegetative person who had jumped out of the medical cabin did not run too far away, although they fled from them, hiding in a corner further away. While shuddering in fear, it craned its neck to peep at them, in every way that befitted an animal that acted based on natural instincts. For a human being whose head is clear and whose soul is intact, even if he is just a strengthless ordinary person, his soul will still be deeply entangled with his mind, and it is not going to be easy to possess him, Long Yongjun said. Even the cultivators in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage have to go through a lot of trouble if they want to possess a healthy ordinary person. The odds of their failure can be glaring, too. It is even possible that they will be swallowed by their target instead. These are the mysteries and dangers of the soul. However, if the target is weak and sick, or if his soul is incomplete due to strong stimulations before, the difficulty of possession will be greatly lowered. It's just like the trial that Qi Zhongdao attended a few days ago. That was the sole reason the leader of the sect at the peak of the core formation stage tried to possess a retard. If the target is a vegetative person, the majority of his soul will already be gone, and his head will essentially be vacant. It is an even better target of possession than retards. Through the filtering of the astronomical medical charges, the patients who are qualified to be admitted to this place were all high-level cultivators before they fell into comas with powerful bloodlines. Some of them had long grown a second brain, or rather, the golden core at the end of their coccyx. It is not hard to imagine how tough their bodies must be. Also, it's been quite a few years since the vegetative persons were brought here for treatment. Professor Emotian and Lei Yuqin totally could have modified their brains in secret to turn them into containers that are more suitable to be possessed. Or rather, to quote Professor Emotian, they are the best battle shells. So, Long Yongjun eyed the surroundings. The patients in the ward up above have not been touched because they are admin-type and research-type cultivators whose bodies are not strong enough to be modified into battle shells. But the bodies of the battle-type cultivators who should have lived in this ward are all gone. The lifeless gardeners that we saw on the outside must have been them. Exactly. Liao tapped on a few crystal processors that were not destroyed yet. Then he mumbled. They were all the most passionate warriors. Many of them were even war heroes in the Uranian Ring War. Otherwise, they wouldn't have broken their limits time and time again and gotten themselves mentally deranged until they became vegetative after brain collapse. Although they fell into comas, they have been receiving special treatment in this place for years. Through the stimulation of bioelectricity and the nutrition liquids of spiritual energy, their bodily functions are kept at a very powerful level. They are indeed the perfect battle shells. However, there is one problem. The so-called possession is a one-to-one relationship, which means that a new soul is required to make their body function again. Judging from the capabilities that those people revealed just now, their souls were equally powerful. Even if they were ghosts, they were definitely superspectral cultivators of a high level. Is it possible that Lei Yuqin and Professor Emotion could hire so many ghost experts without raising the suspicion of the authorities? That I don't know. Long Yongjun furrowed her brow. Compared to that problem, I feel that we'd better focus on another problem that is more imminent. By my estimation, of the tens of thousands of vegetative people that have been treated in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital for a long time, at least 2,000 to 3,000 are battle-type cultivators. Right now, most of them are gone. We only fought and killed dozens of them at best just now. Then, after a subtraction of a few dozen, where did the remaining 2,000 or so battle shells go? Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other, stung by each other's eyes that were as cold as ice. Long Yongjun smiled bitterly and continued. It appears that your professor is definitely not a commander without soldiers. It is quite possible that he has an army of ghosts made of 2,000 to 3,000 high-level, battle-type cultivators under his control. Biting his lips hard, Liao did not say anything but went to the debris of the mainframe crystal processor, which had been blown into a hive by them just now. He carefully examined the wires and cables that were sparkling. He even grabbed the broken cables with both hands and extended his telepathic thoughts deeper underground along the crystal cables. There's something down there. There's still a super crystal processor that is even more powerful and consumes more spiritual energy. I can sense extremely intense spiritual waves. Liao immediately started running. Follow me. This is a ward that is normally open to the family of the patients. It must have been reconstructed to what we are seeing right now only recently. The real secrets of Lei Yuqin and Professor Emotion must be hidden in the deeper parts. The two of them wasted no time penetrating downward. They passed quite a few large wards on their way, but all the medical cabins inside were empty, with no sign of being broken by violence. It seemed that the battle shells were still in order and under high control when they were woken up. Then they were transferred to somewhere unknown. Liao and Long Yongjun did not run into much resistance on their way. Even several secret tunnels and hidden doors were discovered by them without much trouble. The door of a secret elevator was even wide open, as if it had just been used a moment ago. Messy paper, broken jade chips, and damaged crystal processors were on the floor everywhere. It was utter chaos. Such a chaotic and dirty environment was both a relief and a worry for the two of them. They felt relieved that they were on the right path and would probably enter the real nest soon. But they were also worried that Professor Emotion had probably already left the place, with 2,000 to 3,000 dreadful ghost warriors. It was the reason the place was so weakly defended. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them reached the most central area of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital through the vertical elevator. Naturally, a lot of defense rune arrays had been established in the shaft, but none of them were worth mentioning under the collective bombardment of two cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage. At the bottom of the shaft was a gate of super alloys that had been built from more than 100 thick rebars. Complicated defense rune arrays had been carved on it, too, with electric arcs dancing among them in spluttering noises and fatal blue colors. However, it only took Liao 5 more minutes to breach. 5 minutes later, the torn and twisted rebars collapsed to the ground, and all the defense rune arrays turned lackluster. A devastating gap was pulled open by the two nascent soul stage cultivators with brute force. Behind the gate was a laboratory soaked in blue brightness. The laboratory was empty, but quite a few artificial bodies that had lost their souls were lying on the ground awry, like metal skeletons whose magic had been removed. Some of the artificial bodies were even sitting in front of the crystal processors and the control panels, with their heads connected to the large crystal processors through crystal wires. The light beams in front of them were still displaying spots and streaks, but their metal heads were all leaning to one side. It was clear that the souls hiding inside the artificial bodies had either been obliterated or escaped in a certain way. Liao had never seen such a weird laboratory before. Although he was wearing a thick crystal suit and mustard seed combat suit, he felt that chilly air was invading his flesh, bones, and internal organs like invisible tentacles. The darkness chilled him to the bones. Surrounded by many artificial bodies, in the main area of the laboratory, there were transparent glass boards hanging in midair. Every glass board was carved with a certain object that resembled a huge walnut. They had all left in a hurry. The patterns on the glass boards were still wriggling, changing, and glowing. Liao observed for a long time before he finally figured out what the enormous walnuts were. They were the tomography of human brains. Inside each transparent glass board was the tomography of part of the active zones in the human brain. When hundreds of transparent glass boards were placed together, it was almost like one human brain had been precisely dissected into hundreds of pieces. Or maybe the brain had actually been cut into thousands of parts, and only the most representative ones among them were picked out for studies. This is a cerebral laboratory. Taking a deep breath, Liao walked over to one of the crystal processors that the enemy did not have time to turn off. Then he was more or less relieved. They are not the real slices of human brains but models that the experimenters made after scanning the braining with a special mystic ray layer by layer. The scanning was at least on the molecular level. Monsterly, come on and look at this, Long Yangjun shouted. When Liao went over, he discovered that inside a few transparent cubes, more than 100 pairs of mechanical arms driven by spiritual energy were vibrating quickly and spurting soft materials of unknown qualities from the hollow syringes at their sharp ends that were even thinner than hairs. The materials interweaved and piled up into certain objects that were full of ravines and looked like a walnut core. They were brains which were 3 times larger than the brains of normal people. The brains in some of the transparent tubes had just started to be painted, and the brain vessels and nerves took shape in the most precise framework. But the brains in some of the transparent tubes were almost done. Greasy colors were reflected on their faces, giving the feeling that they were alive. This is some sort of 3D printing magical equipment. Liao tapped on the crystal processors nearby and retrieved the print logs. It boasts an extremely high precision and can reach the molecular level easily. Therefore, Long Yangjun was silent for a moment. She glanced at the brain tomography that were floating in midair again and observed, "Are they replicating brains in this place? No, they are even crazier." Browsing through the print logs, Liao could not help but feel shocked after he read the experiment parameters on them. They have been studying how to combine the advantageous areas in the brains of the experts to create a powerful virtual brain that is even more magnificent than the top human experts. The dazzling data on the experiment logs made Liao's heart turn colder and colder as he read. The brief summaries of the previous experiments made him sweat too. He knew that Long Yangjun might not necessarily understand what it meant, but even he did not know much about the mysterious fields of brains and souls. Therefore, he could only repeat what the summaries of the experiments said. The virtual brains that are more powerful than human brains are nothing unbelievable. The traditional crystal processors have long surpassed human brains in terms of computational ability, deduction ability, and even simulation and rendering abilities. But the crystal processors are in fact made of computation and storage chips. Their computation logic is not similar to the thinking logic in a human brain. In other words, the crystal processors can only compute, but not think. They are not real brains at all. But this new crystal processor, for lack of a better word, which has been reconstructed in the molecular level in an innovative way, walks on a completely different path from the traditional crystal processors. It does not have computation and storage chips, which are replaced by synapses of spiritual energy that are similar to the neurons in the human brain. Then, by inputting feeble spiritual energy, it is possible to simulate the glowing, collision, and integration of the nerve electricity in the human brain. Then, in the end, it is possible that some being that boasts the ability of thinking will be born. Long Yangjun's pupils were entirely occupied by the 2 enormous new crystal processors. She frowned and said, "There's no need to be so professional. All you need to do is tell me the uses of such a thing." "It has a lot of uses." Liao tapped on the light beam crazily until it was brimming with ripples like the pool on a rainy day. They have wiped most of the files, but judging from the remaining data and the summaries, once the new crystal processors are successfully created, they will serve as the best control core of the next generation artificial bodies. Or rather, They will be the best protective cabins for the soul and extend the longevity of ghosts multiple times over. You know that ghosts are usually quite vulnerable. Most people's souls suffer from the interference of radiation and spiritual waves after they pass away, which turns them into broken souls. Even if they are lucky enough to be found again later, their souls are often no longer complete. After that, even if they use artificial bodies as shelter, because of the limitation of the computational ability of traditional crystal processors, the new bodies will not be nearly as handy as their old fleshly bodies. The new crystal processor, on the other hand, has completely replicated and even surpassed the architecture of the human brain. Not only can it repair the broken soul of a ghost, it can also improve the soul power of a ghost to the maximum, helping the ghost or whatever's left of their soul to travel freely on the spiritual nexus and do anything they want in the virtual world. Secondly, judging from the data here, they have scanned the brains of tens of thousands of people. The subjects must be the vegetative patients. They were previously elites of their respective trades and high-level cultivators above the building foundation stage covering all 4 categories. Compared to normal people, the brains of high-level cultivators have all undergone a slight degree of mutation, which makes them the most precious treasuries. By scanning the brains of tens of thousands of high-level cultivators with special mystic rays, reconstructing the brains in the virtual world, and slicing and studying the different parts of the brains including the unsubstantial spiritual root layer by layer, it's possible to unveil the deepest mysteries of brains and find out how brains generate and build up the soul. After they understand how the soul is created, won't it be only one step away from creating a soul on their own? Creating a soul on their own. Long Yangjuan's eyes shivered quickly. What exactly does Professor Mo Xian want? My professor already told me a while back. He is indeed frank and forthright, not keeping anything to himself. Liao smiled bitterly and said, My professor believes that the spiriters are the future of mankind. However, the spiriters are still not an independent species right now in that they still lack one of the most fundamental elements for every life form, reproduction. The spiriters are transformed from living people after their physical bodies are destroyed with certain odds. The spiriters do not boast any ability to reproduce by themselves. Therefore, they can only be a different form of human beings, or vassals of humans. However, if they are capable of creating souls on their own, it will be possible for the spiriters to reproduce without external help. After that, they will really become a third form of mankind after humans and demons. Long Yangjun took a deep breath. That will be the virtual life that can completely live in the world of the spiritual nexus? Exactly. Liao nodded. However, the study has only just begun. The soul is itself the most enigmatic stuff. It is already tremendously difficult to figure out the essence of a soul, not to mention the creation of brand new souls. They are actually trying to create a life and intelligent life at that. It took nature billions of years to complete the work of creating intelligent life, and my professor intends to reduce the time cost to 1/1000th and finish it in only decades. It's too much of a rush. He admitted it himself. They probably haven't touched such a dreadful field yet and are incapable of creating real, virtual life. However, if the new architecture that is a complete simulation and optimized version of the human brain and can independently think is combined with the terrifying computation, deduction, and rendering abilities of traditional crystal processors, it will be possible for them to create certain unimaginable artificial intelligence. Long Yangjun furrowed her brow so hard that her eyebrows were almost vertical. I don't understand. Please explain. For example, Liao said, didn't I just mention that I met a fake Wei Qingqing, a fakeling Xiaola, and a fake you in the second spiriters realm? At first, I thought that they were played by somebody, because the real-time computational ability of normal crystal processors couldn't have been that high. But now that I think of it, they were very likely the artificial intelligence that was derived from the simulated brains. Building up vivid, lifelike images in the spiriters realm is just one of the functions of the simulated brains. Don't forget that they have scanned the brains of tens of thousands of high-level cultivators. What kind of chemical reactions will be caused when the techniques inside so many brains are combined? What exactly is my professor going to do with such artificial intelligence? The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Both of them felt that the issue was much more severe than they had anticipated in the beginning. Compared with Professor Emotien's plan, even the invasion of the Imperium of true human beings seemed secondary right now. Right now, a feeble spiritual wave spread out from the deepest part of the laboratory, but it was as deafening as rumbling thunder for the two of them. Passing the long, narrow pathway at the center of the laboratory past the models of brains in various different shapes, they found a thick, heavy gate at the end of the laboratory. But the gate was ajar, and spiritual waves were escaping from the dark gap on the gate. The two of them looked at each other and nodded, raising their alertness. All the rune arrays and magical equipment on them was humming, and spiritual shields of different layers covered them in glamorous colors. Creak. They pushed the gate, only to see the impossible scene at the same time. Before their eyes was a bottomless abyss. The dark abyss, enshrouded by the black fog that looked like swamp, seemed to be directly leading to the center of a planet. However, they were clearly in the middle of space. The town where Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital was located was no more than 20 kilometers in diameter. The black fog was boiling, rolling, and raging. Now and then, black bubbles surfaced and floated up toward them before they changed into bizarre and hideous faces that were creepy enough to freeze the hearts of anyone who saw them. The abyss was surrounded by uneven crags where almost 1,000 shrines had been dug densely. Inside every shrine, an abnormal monster that was weird in appearance and covered in tumors was glaring at them brutally, mocking, bellowing, and howling non-stop. But the eyes of Liao and Long Yongjun did not stay on the shrines for too long because their full attention was attracted by the magnificent being at the center of the abyss. It was a monster with more than 100 tentacles that looked like a mutated octopus. Sucking discs were everywhere on every moisty tentacle, and every sucking disc had rows of tusks that could be turned freely. On the bald, enormous head of the creature, 1,000 bloodshot, pale eyes without eyeballs were grown. 1,000 dead eyes were staring at them without blinking at all, as if from the deepest level of hell. Liao and Long Yongjuan's every nerve was paralyzed, and they could not even move their little finger. Even if they could move, there was nowhere they could run to, because the moment they opened the gate and walked in, the laboratory and giant door behind them had vanished. They seemed to be floating in the bottomless cave, surrounded by solid crags, shrines where monsters were lurking, and the most insane embossments in all directions. They were trapped. Qilu! 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 Dozens of tentacles dashed out from the depths of the black fog with blood-freezing noises as quickly as lightning and snatched Liao and Long Yongjun. The sucking discs that were full of sharp teeth revolved rapidly like a metal shredder, ripping both their spiritual shields and their crystal suits into pieces. The most irresistible strangling force was imposed on them, too, as if the rocks of a whole planet had been piled on their body, pressing them into tiny atoms. Creak, 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 creak. The monsters in the shrines nearby were squeaking in even louder voices. Some of them even opened their broken wings and swooped at them, apparently hoping to get their share of the meal. Liao felt that his every nerve seemed to have been plucked out of his body and minced hard by the enemy. His brain seemed to have been caught in a black hole where it was stretched to millions of kilometers long in that moment. The extreme pain that he had not tasted for a long time made his mind even clearer than before. He knew that the enemy had launched terrifying mental attacks toward him and Long Yongjun and trapped them in a fatal illusionary world. All these illusions cannot trick me. Liao's mind was as clear as ice and as tough as a diamond. He stayed where he was calmly despite the scourge of all the evils that were coming at him. There were two ways to break the illusionary worlds created by mental attacks. The first way was to find the flaws in the illusionary worlds. For example, it was impossible for an abyss of such enormity to exist in a space station, or it was biochemically unnecessary for an octopus monster to grow 1,000 eyes on its head, although the creature did look more intimidating this way. If one could see through the logical mistakes, the illusions would fall apart by themselves. However, this was a way of pure defense which was not suitable to resist the mental attacks of super high intensity. Although the illusions were false, the mental attacks that consisted of tremendous spiritual energy were real. Even though one could see through the illusions, it was still possible that the mental attacks would stimulate and even wreck their brains. It was just like somebody could pass out or be scared to death when watching horror movies even if they knew that the movies were not real. Liao preferred the other way to break the illusionary worlds, which was to summon his own mental power and build a stronger, more violent, and more majestic illusion to fight back. The worlds of illusions were battlefields where mental combatability was all that mattered. Powerful imagination was the best weapon. Arg! Liao roared furiously like a primeval beast. Flames of spiritual energy darted out of the gaps of the abnormal tentacles like thousands of light swords, before they revolved crazily and absorbed all the tentacles that were packed with sucking discs. For a moment, broken limbs were flying everywhere, and stinky blood and pus were spluttering. The 1,000 terrifying eyeballs on the octopus monster in the dark abyss were trembling crazily, too, as the creature screamed in such ear-splitting noises that the entire abyss was shaking. The monsters in all the shrines on the wall left their shelters and flew in midair anxiously. Liao regained his freedom. The crystal suit on his body that had already been shattered fell apart into black butterflies before they dispersed into nothingness. What replaced the old gear was a bright gold, translucent crystal suit that seemed to be made of the purest diamonds and never existed in the real world. The bright gold, translucent crystal suit flowed out of his every pore and blossomed like flowers, covering his entire body instantly. The implementation was complete. It was the ultimate battlesuit that Liao had craved to produce day and night based on the string-like crystal suits of the Imperium of true human beings, the primeval armors on Kunlun, and the essence of the various suits on the Nuwa warship. He had pictured it in his head more than 10,000 times before. However, there were still too many technological conundrums in terms of material science, structural studies, studies of spiritual energy, and mechanics. It was barely possible to combine the essence of various sorts of suits that had been invented over hundreds of thousands of years. So, he could do nothing more than picture it. Such a suit could never be produced in reality. But this was a world of illusions. Imagination plus vision would be one's combat ability. Looking at the monsters down below that were flying crazily, Liao put on a smile of satisfaction. He opened his arms, making his arms and his chest look like a bow that had been drawn to the maximum. The plate armor on the bright gold crystal suit was opened, revealing the arrays of super tiny crystal cannons, honeycomb-type flying sword launchers, and activation arrays of destructive mystic rays. All kinds of aggressive magical equipment that could never be combined in the real world turned the crystal suit into the craziest arsenal. Swoosh, 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 z, 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 boom, boom, boom. Before Liao, almost 1,000 streaks of colorful brilliance surged out like a flood that had overwhelmed a dam, turning into torrents of destruction. Wherever they landed, all the monsters were immediately dispersed before they were completely burnt to ash by the crystal cannons, the scorching fire, and the high-frequency vibrating mystic rays. The only thing left was mottled smoke that was lingering in midair like a swirl, but the remains were gone in a second, too. In just one moment, almost all the little monsters were blown into smithereens by Liao. The few lucky dogs that survived the slaughter were trembling in fear in the shrines, unable to charge forward at all under the intimidation of his magnificent mental power. G. In the swamp of darkness, the enormous octopus monster with 1,000 dead eyes shrieked at the top of its voice. For regular cultivators whose souls were relatively weak, the shrieks alone were probably enough to collapse their mind and wreath them in the utmost horror. However, for Liao, who had completely seen through the truth of the illusionary world and possessed a solid soul, he clearly heard the confusion and dread hidden in the shrieks. He glanced around, only to discover that Long Yongjun had been freed from stupefaction and horror. Although she was still wearing the crystal suit that had fallen apart, clusters of new crystals were growing in front of her arms non-stop, like the protective crystal suit that had once covered her entire body deep inside the bridge of the Nuwa warship. But this time, the clusters of crystals were extended before her arms, interweaving what appeared to be a crystal railgun. When Liao cleared all the little monsters around, The crystal railgun that had grown out of Long Yangjuan's arms was already fully charged with spiritual energy, triggering arcs of light that were 10,000 times more brilliant than lightning and releasing the spiritual waves that were more immense than the main guns of a crystal warship. She locked onto the octopus monster in the abyss and opened fire. Shwa! Liao saw the ripples of spiritual that felt like real entities spreading to every corner of the entire abyss. Even he was almost awed by the storm of spiritual energy that was sweeping right above his soul. The next moment, a small sun rushed out from the crystal railgun from Long Yangjuan's body and lunged at the head of the octopus monster in the abyss, burning the 1,000 dead eyes into 1,000 holes. Looking at Long Yangjuan's crystal railgun, Liao was amazed. So, this is your real strength. I didn't know that your mental power was so high. Monster Li likewise. Long Yangjun glanced at the bright gold battlesuit that Liao had imagined and smiled. The two of them launched attacks at the same time. Streaks of brilliance that entailed explosive forces rained upon the octopus monster overwhelmingly, not only blowing the hideous creature apart, but also ripping apart the black smoke that looked like a swamp. The abyss and the caves were shaking more and more violently. Thick gaps appeared on the crags around, which joined each other and spread quickly. However, behind the gaps were not dark rock stratums but ivory light. When the ivory light filled all the walls, nothing could stop the illusionary world from collapsing anymore. Liao and Long Yangjun heard the scream of a woman loud and clear before they returned to the real world after a flash. The excruciating pain all over their body was gone. They only felt that their heads were extremely tired. Their crystal suits were still intact, exactly the same as when they opened the gate at the end of the laboratory. The big gate was right behind them. Below their feet was an airborne platform that extended forward. There was indeed a deep space below the platform, but it was nowhere near as impressive as a bottomless abyss. The elevation difference was only about 50 meters. Counting the distance from their heads to the ceiling, the height of the entire room could not have been more than 100 meters. Right in front of their eyes was a cylindrical room that looked like a vertical silo to launch starships. A lot of shrines had indeed been dug out in the mottled wall of the silo, but it was not monsters that had lumps all over their bodies and reeked of pus that were stored in the shrines but brains. More precisely speaking, judging from their size, form, and colorful nerve clusters, they were the new crystal processors that were 3D printed after molecular scanning and slicing. All the new crystal processors were at least half a meter in diameter. They were soaked in dark red, unknown liquids. Most of them were hibernating as if they were dead, but a tiny proportion of them were emanating dazzling brilliance that flowed quickly from the hippocampus like rainbows. Those brains were apparently calculating and thinking quickly. A few thick crystal cables extended out of every new crystal processor and spread to the bottom of the entire room. After they were connected with each other, they rose into the air like a spring and were channeled into a virtual cabin in midair that looked like a bud. The cover of the virtual cabin had been shattered. The ports of crystal cables were sparkling with spiritual energy. 2. A woman with a pale face was lying on the cover of the virtual cabin, still cramping softly. "Help me watch her closely," Liao said. "Blow her up if there is any anomaly." While speaking, he extended part of his spiritual energy toward the woman with his remote manipulation technique before he picked her up and dragged her to midair. The woman looked drained. Wrinkles were growing at a visible speed on her face. A moment ago, her hair had still been pure black, but it was turning white quickly at this second, as if vitality was flushing out of her body incessantly. Black blood was flowing out of her nose, ears, eyes, and mouth at the same time. Her breath was feeble. Her eyes were turning pure white, too. She was apparently only one step away from death. Liao injected some faint spiritual energy into her body, managing to protect her internal organs and her brain. Then, he looked at Long Yangjun in confusion. "She should be Lei Yuqin," Long Yangjun said, not entirely certain. Although she looks 100 years older than she actually is, the bone structure is unchanged. I estimate it is because she suffered recoil during the mental warfare, which burnt up her soul power. Liao immediately understood it. Just now, it was Lei Yuqin, the director of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, who had hidden in this place and launched terrifying mental attacks toward the two of them with the enhancement of so many weird new crystal processors. The mental attacks in the terrifying illusionary world just now were indeed overwhelming. Even if two regular nascent soul stage cultivators had arrived, they might have been completely controlled by Lei Yuqin. But as it turned out, it was Li Yao and Long Yangjun, two weirdos who boasted unusual souls, that had come. Lei Yuqin's ambush had failed, and she had suffered recoil because of the fierce exchange of fire. That was why she had ended up like this. Lei Yuqin, speak now. Where is Professor Emotion? What are you up to exactly? Liao widened his eyes. His inquiries that contained tremendous mental power slashed into Lei Yuqin's brain brutally like axes. Lei Yuqin, who was suffering from the recoil in the mental warfare, was on the brink of a meltdown. She was utterly undefended. This was the best opportunity for an interrogation. With his keen senses, Liao perceived that Lei Yuqin's brain was like a forest that had been burnt down by fire. Her brainwaves were so feeble that they were almost like the vague ashes in the ravines. Her soul and vitality were both fading away, yet sacred brilliance was beaming out of her hideous face that was full of wrinkles. Her eyes that were gradually losing focus were filled with the deepest pity, too. Lying in midair, unable to move at all, she did not turn back to look at Liao at all, although she heard Liao's reproach. Instead, she raised her head and looked into the distance, mumbling, "I am a doctor. I am saving people." Saving people? Liao was slightly dazed. His anger was raised, too. Do you look like you are saving people? Who are you saving? You, her, the old, the children, the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of true human beings, the Covenant Alliance, and every living being in the entire universe. Lei Yuqin's neck was dangling down now that she had lost all her strength. She said feebly but clearly, "There are limited resources in the universe, but humans' desires are infinite. Some people have to die, some have to struggle in pain, and some can never be satisfied. Only we can save people. Only we can save everyone. Only we..." "You?" Liao frowned hard. He sensed that Lei Yuqin's brainwaves were becoming feebler and feebler. They were dying out like sparks in the ashes of a forest. It seemed that the mental recoil that she had suffered just now was too grave. She was already on the brink of death. It was quite understandable. Lu Yuqin's level publicly was the peak of the core formation stage. Even if she had concealed part of her capabilities and was actually at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, despite the enhancement of the weird crystal processors, the targets whom she had chosen were two experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage. It was only natural and her own fault that she was so heavily wounded by their counterattack. Liao, on the other hand, did not dare increase the mental pressure because Lei Yuqin's soul was so feeble that it was like a candle in a storm that could perish at any moment. This place was obviously Professor Emotien's nest. But the professor himself, as well as 1,000 combat-type vegetative people, had gone missing. Time was limited, and Lei Yuqin was the only lead. She could not die. While Liao was stumped, he suddenly heard a cry for help that was as inaudible as the hum of a mosquito. "Help me?" Liao looked at the source of the sound, only to discover that bluish brilliance was beaming out of one of the shrines at the bottom of the cylindrical room. It slowly condensed into an unsubstantial image of human, which gradually became clearer with more detailed. It turned out to be a middle-aged man who gave every impression that he was a scholar. He seemed to be struggling in a deep ocean, trying to swim upward, but bound by the deep blue brilliance around him, he was unable to free himself from the water. Liao and Long Yangjun looked at each other. While suppressing and monitoring Lei Yuqin with their spiritual energy, they flew to the emerging blue shadow together. Liao observed carefully. The new crystal processor in the shrine behind the blue shadow was glowing in a particularly brilliant way and even slightly vibrating, indicating that it was running at a high speed. Who are you?" Liao failed to distinguish what kind of weird being the newcomer was after a long observation. He simply said, "Don't be scared. We are here to rescue everyone. But you need to tell us how you ended up like this first. Don't panic and tell us everything calmly and systematically." Are you locked in this place? The blue shadow that looked like a wandering ghost was already more than thrilled when he saw that Liao and Long Yongjun had defeated Lei Yuqin instantly. But he was obviously a very resolute man with great self-control, which implied that he must have been occupied in a certain job that involved precise studies. He immediately calmed himself down after hearing what Liao said, except that his lips were still slightly trembling. My name is Lu Wanshan. I am a refiner, and my specialty is crystal processor automation. As for why I am here, he looked at Liao hesitantly. Liao immediately understood what he meant. We don't know the first thing about the whole event, so you may start from the very beginning. Leave out the unimportant details. I'll give you 3 minutes. Lu Wanshan pondered for a moment and said, as a specialist in crystal processors, I am a minor celebrity in the Federation. My main job is the automation of the fire control system and the defense arrays on starships. My purpose is to devise a powerful artificial intelligence that can replace as many crew members on a starship as possible so that the starship can adjust the intensity of its spiritual shield, calculate routes of attack and evasion, and even perform attacks on the enemy automatically even if the number of crew members on board has been halved. I can't tell you the specific time and model, but before long, I was involved in the research, installation, and debugging work of the crystal processor system for a new model of starship. Perhaps because I overworked myself for too long and exploited my brain cells too much, I heard a bam in my head, as if something was broken. Then, I fainted and don't know what happened next. When I woke up, I found myself on a white sickbed, surrounded by my family members. The scenery outside the window was the hometown where I grew up, too. However, both my family and my hometown turned very strange, like they were just lifelike illusions. I don't know if you can understand. Although many people and many things may be identical on the surface, you know deep down in your heart that they are different. It was not until a long time later that I learned that I was stranded in the Spiriters' realm, an extremely weird and treacherous virtual world. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other, knowing that they were very close to the truth. Lu Wanshan pointed at Lei Yuqin, who was still floating in midair, and said, before I found out the truth of the Spiriters' realm, this woman showed up in my ward and told me that I was in a terrible state where I was neither dead nor alive because my brain had collapsed and my soul had been ripped apart after overloading and exploiting the brain cells for too long. While I was in a coma, I had been delivered to 3 major hospitals, but none of them had any solutions. All the brain doctors and meditation healers announced that I was in a coma, or the commonly known vegetative state. To wake up, I would need a miracle. Even if I was able to wake up with unbelievable luck, there would still be irreversible brain injuries, which would turn me into a mentally disabled person. Thankfully, I had purchased quite a lot of commercial insurance that promised high compensation for the sake of my family because I was aware of the danger of my job. Then, my family sent me to this place, Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, with the money. In Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, although they were unable to directly repair my head, they crafted a brand new external brain with the methods such as molecular scanning by layer and 3D printing with super tiny materials. Then, my broken soul was able to be transferred to the external brain to be nurtured. Also, vivid grand illusionary lands had been built to stimulate my soul. In such a way, my seriously damaged soul would slowly be repaired. Lei Yuqin claimed that they created the illusions of my family and my hometown in order to simulate my soul and help me wake up in the real world. She asked me not to overthink it and just live together with the false people while taking them as a comfort. I'd heard a thing or two about the famous Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, too. At first, I really didn't think too much and thought that it was a special, mysterious treatment. However, there were too many loopholes in Lei Yuqin's explanation. I soon figured out that something was not right. At this moment, she brought me plenty of very professional projects and asked me to overcome them. All the projects were related to artificial intelligence and starship automation. I couldn't have been more astonished and horrified by the projects. After skimming through the files briefly, I could already tell that all the projects were extremely professional and sophisticated. The technology involved in some of the projects even surpassed the highest technological level of the Federation. Let me put it this way. If all the projects were accomplished, it was highly likely that a virus on the spiritual nexus that was embedded with new artificial intelligence would be able to bypass the firewall on the starships of the Federation, invade the mainframe crystal processors, and take control of the starships. Such projects were definitely not something that the director of a brain hospital could provide. At first, I thought that I was caught in a trap neatly set up by the spies of the Imperium of true human beings. Although I had nowhere to run to, I would rather die before I betray the Federation. So, I threw away all the politeness and camouflage and berated Lei Yuqin on her defection. However, Lei Yuqin simply sneered and presented a lot of new projects, which were all about invading the starships of the Imperium and seizing the highest permissions of the mainframe crystal processor on them. I can guarantee with my professional reputation that they were of such a high level that none of the best experts of the Federation in cyberwar had ever touched them. She said that she would never turn against the Federation. If I was unwilling to study the crystal processors of my own people, it would be the same to study how to hack the starships of the Imperium. Of course, the projects were almost accomplished at that time, and there wouldn't be much that I could do if I joined. Lu Wenshan paused for a moment, with disbelief on his face still to this moment. Li Yao and Long Yongjun looked at each other, equally shocked. What was that supposed to mean? Did Professor Emotian really find a way to hack the mainframe crystal processor of the Black Wind Fleet? How did he do it? Was he really a good guy or a bad one? Lu Wenshan's eyelids trembled a few times before he went on. Flabbergasted, I naturally pursued the background of the projects. Lei Yuqin did not keep it a secret. Soon, she let me know the truth about the Spiritors' realm and everybody else who was trapped in it. Is there anybody else in the Spiritors' realm? Liao asked. How many? Lu Wenshan shook his head and said, I don't know the specific number. The Spiritors' realm is divided into many zones. I can only get in touch with a few experts in the field of crystal processor automation. There are approximately 100 of them. Of course, I am referring to the real people, not including the fake ones simulated by artificial intelligence. I asked them before and learned that they were all patients who had been transferred to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital over the past few decades for treatment after falling into comas due to severe brain damage. They were all the experts and masters in our field in the past. But now, they are all trapped in the Spiritors' realm. We found a lot of vegetative patients who were soaked in the medical cabins in the ward area outside. Li Yao said solemnly. Are they the experts and masters you mentioned? Yes, Lu Wenshan said. I asked all the seniors. Their experience was the same as mine. When they were working day and night on certain important research and broke the limits of their brain time and time again with the virtual cabin, the holographic helmet, and the grand unified spiritual nexus, they passed out due to mental derangement. After they woke up again, they were already in the Spiritors' realm. Lei Yuqin simulated environments that were similar to our hometowns or workplaces for us in the Spiritors' realm. She even simulated our families. Our job was to study the projects that Lei Yuqin offered us. Some of the experts had studied them for decades. If you knew that everything in the Spiritors' realm was illusionary, why did you cooperate with Lei Yuqin and help her with the studies? Liao asked in surprise. With the most painful and devastated expression, Lu Wenshan mumbled. You don't understand and can't even imagine a lot of methods in the Spiritors' realm. Lei Yuqin definitely had her own methods to allure and coerce us into cooperating. In most of the cases, she did not have to resort to coercion at all because research is our natural instinct. Everything was false when we were trapped in the Spiritors' realm. Although most of our demands could be satisfied, such satisfaction was simply too hollow. It was even more excruciating than a life sentence. Other than studying, was there really anything meaningful for us to do? Besides, many of the projects that Lei Yuqin threw at us had been partly solved with innovative, extraordinary ideas that we had never heard of before. They were well above the technological limits of the Federation and even the Imperium. That was too attractive for us. The special environment in the Spiritors' realm also gave us an illusionary sense of safety, or rather, it allowed us to lie to ourselves. Although we knew that Lei Yuqin could monitor our every move, we still gathered in the secret chambers that seemed to be empty and discussed the projects. In the most extreme cases, if some people were too rejective, Lei Yuqin would throw them into a special spiritor's realm, which was a silver ball-shaped space that was less than 2 meters in diameter. It was as smooth as a mirror without the tiniest gap. Those being punished could not hear any voices or see any color other than silver. Everything in the spiritor's realm was virtual. If Lei Yuqin wanted, she could easily deprive us of our sense of hunger. Think about it. If a guy loses his sense of hunger and can't hear, see, or touch anything, and all he can do is float in a silver, ball-shaped cage less than 2 meters in diameter without knowing how long he has to stay there. Maybe 5 days, maybe 10 days, maybe half a year, maybe forever. What a cruel punishment it is. At this point, if a research project as well as everything needed to accomplish it presents itself in the ball, does the prisoner have any choice except to dedicate themselves to the research? Liao pictured the punishment in his head. The more he thought about it, the harder he clenched his teeth. Those people who came up with such a penalty were too dreadful. Lu Wanshan shuddered hard and said, "I was thrown into the silver prison once and spent 5 or 6 days inside. Then, I couldn't take it any longer and became willing to compromise on everything. After all, I was merely studying the flaws of the crystal processors of the Imperium and the ways to seize their starships, which couldn't harm the interests of the Federation at all. I told myself that as self-comfort and cooperated with Lei Yuqin obediently. I hadn't been trapped in the spiritor's realm for long, so I was still able to keep my head clear. However, for the seniors who fell to the spiritor's realm decades ago, many of them were cooperating with Lei Yuqin sincerely, and even joined her side from the bottom of their hearts as the real members of the spiritor's realm. Why? Liao asked. Lu Wanshan smiled miserably. It is very easy to be lost in the spiritor's realm after forgetting the boundary between reality and illusion. I haven't been trapped here for long. Although Lei Yuqin simulated my family members, I knew that they were false and that my real family members were still out there waiting for me. I still wanted to get out. However, many of the seniors have been trapped here for decades. They've spent decades with their illusionary family members that are simulated by artificial intelligence. They've been working hard to build the spiritor's realm for decades. The flowers and trees of this place are perhaps calculated, modeled, and rendered by them personally. They've long been melded into the spiritor's realm and became part of it. For them, the spiritor's realm and the family members simulated by artificial intelligence are the only reality. The world outside no longer matters. Liao was silent. He could not help but recall the vivid way Qingqing, Long Yangjun, and Ling Shaola in the second spiritor's realm constructed by Professor Mo Xian. It was quite true. If he was caught in a spiritor's realm and faced with artificial intelligence that looked exactly the same as Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and the rest of his family and friends, unable to free himself for a year and a half, he might have been able to clearly recognize that they were just illusions. But what about 10 years? 30? 50? Forever? Could the artificial intelligence that he had spent decades with, which looked exactly like his family and friends and talked and acted accordingly, really be called illusionary? Liao took a deep breath before changing the topic. What have you been studying? The experts in the spiritor's realm are divided into different research groups, Lu Wanshan replied. Their main focuses are the spiritual nexus, crystal processors, and artificial intelligence. Some of the groups study the battle network of the Federation and the Imperium, trying to figure out how to hack and even paralyze the network. Some groups try to create more magnificent crystal processors that will further improve our own computational ability and deduction ability. As for the research group I am in, we focus on artificial intelligence. We are developing the most powerful artificial intelligence so far in the entire Federation. It is even more advanced than the artificial intelligence in the Imperium. Liao slightly frowned. More advanced than the Imperium? How is it possible? I didn't think it was possible at the beginning either, Lu Wanshan said. After all, the Imperium is a superpower at the center of the cosmos, with tremendous technological reserve and experience. The gap is not something that we can cover so soon. However, Lei Yuqin brought abundant files to us. A lot of technological barriers had already been overcome by her. I've seen the artificial intelligence on the starships of the Imperium that we captured 10 years ago. It was nothing worth mentioning at all compared with what Lei Yuqin offered us. The Federation and the Imperium are both civilizations of human beings. We also have the gifts from Kunlun. The technological gap between the two parties is not uncoverable after all. Naturally, we made significant progress very quickly based on the latest files that Lei Yuqin provided for us. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other, both greatly astonished. That did not make any sense. Even if Professor Emotian was truly up to something, Professor Emotian's technological limits were also the Federation's technological limits. How on earth could he grasp crystal processor, spiritual nexus, and artificial intelligence technology that was even more advanced than the Imperium's? When I joined the virtual research team, Lu Wanshan said, they had already developed quite a few brand new super artificial intelligences, which were officially known as half-intelligent virtual educational telepathic thought amalgamations. Liao widened his eyes. I've heard the name before. They're also called Old Grandpa in the outside world and seem to be designed for educational purposes. Lu Wanshan smiled. Right? Somebody calls it Old Grandpa. However, education purposes? Every brand new technique and technology will be applied to the military field first when they are just invented before they are slowly spread to other fields. If an old grandpa can automatically search and analyze the environment and perform the complicated task of passing on knowledge, why can't it be applied to battle? Therefore, in the Spiriters realm, the code name for such artificial intelligence is not old grandpa, but deviant spirit. Deviant spirit? Liao chewed on the name and could not help but feel creeped out. Lu Wanshan went on. The deviant spirits are further classified into intelligent spirits and fighting spirits. The intelligent spirits can hack and control the spiritual nexus without alerting anyone. They can also simulate the images and even habits of many people in cyberspace. If an intelligent spirit takes over the spiritual nexus and sends someone a message, it would be impossible for the receiver of the message to distinguish whether he is speaking to a real person or a fake one. The fighting spirits are the purest battle-type artificial intelligences. There will be dire consequences if they control war puppets, starships, and even mainframe crystal processors of star fortresses. Liao's eyelids bounced quickly. How many deviant spirits have you produced? Lu Wanshan shook his head and said, I came to this place too late and was not involved in the production of most of the deviant spirits, so I don't know their total number. The common deviant spirits that can run real-time calculations are too many to be counted. There is also a type of super deviant spirit, which seems to have been designed to take over the control of main force warships. I think there are 17 of them. Yes, that's the number. There used to be 19 of them, but 2 collapsed in an accident during the test. To take over the control of the main force warships. Liao swallowed and asked, then, where are your companions and the deviant spirits? I don't know, Lu Wanshan said dutifully. Last night, most of the people and the deviant spirits being tested were moved in different batches. Only a few people were left behind to continue their work. They are all newcomers who haven't been trapped in the Spiriters realm for long and still prefer the real world to the Spiriters realm. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other in bewilderment. Both of them felt that their heart was heavier than ever. The most terrible thing had happened. This place was indeed Professor Emotian's nest. It was also a base where his secret weapons were produced. However, they were a step late. The battle shells modified on the basis of the bodies of 1,000 battle-type cultivators. The souls of countless experts who were adept at the technology of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, and the mysterious and unpredictable deviant spirits were already on their way. No wonder they did not encounter much resistance when they marched all the way into the hospital. As it turned out, the criminals and the mastermind had long left the place. What was the target of Professor Emotian and his army of deviant spirits? Why did the professor have technology that was even more advanced than the Federation and the Expedition Army from the Imperium's knowledge? Lu Wanshan was unable to give them the answers to the questions. But somebody else could. Lei Yuqin floated in midair. Her brainwaves, which had fallen silent, were spreading out again, triggering feeble flames like the dying light. Her white hair stood up like a waterfall that was running reversely. Even the air was rippling under her laughter. Her satisfied laughter seemed to imply that her destiny had been accomplished, and that she was now able to return the embrace of the eternal universe without any regret. You! Flames of spiritual energy surged out of Li Yao's and Long Yangjuan's bodies, turning into shackles that confined Lei Yuqin tightly. It was even condensed into thorns that crawled into her brain and prevented her from going on a rampage with the last bit of her vitality. Lei Yuqin, Li Yao scolded. Is this the way that you and Professor Mo Xian save people? Where did Professor Mo Xian go? To save people. To save everyone. Lei Yuqin's aged skin that was full of wrinkles and spots was emitting gentle brilliance. Her voice regained some stubborn vigor, too. What's wrong about the way I save people? I am a doctor. I've treated all my patients with my best. I never did harm to any of them. The patients whose brains were not seriously damaged and whose souls were mostly intact have long woken up and gone back home under my careful treatment. The rest of them all suffer too severe brain lesions to be woken up with their broken soul. Activating their souls by brute force and releasing them to live in the world outside will only make them age and perish under the corruption of the all-pervasive radiation. Even a tiny sunspot outbreak is enough to rip them apart completely. That's why I invited them to live in the Spiriters' realm. That's the only place suitable for them. It is the new home for all the Spiriters. Lei Yuqin replied confidently. Her eyes were clearer and clearer. There was not the slightest regret or embarrassment on her face. Li Yao burst into fury. How do you explain the bodies of the battle-type cultivators? To think that you have turned the bodies of the vegetative patients into dreadful weapons. Are you shameless enough to call yourself a doctor after doing such insane things? For a doctor, a body without a soul is just a piece of common flesh, Lei Yuqin said casually. Tens of thousands of years ago, when everybody considered the bodies of their own kind to be some sacred taboo, doctors were already dissecting and studying them. Some doctors even dug up dead bodies that had just been buried in the cemetery to autopsy. Such behavior that was creepy in the eyes of normal people is the foundation of modern medical science, which has saved millions of people. Those battle-type cultivators were all close to the state of brain death after they fell into deep comas due to mental derangement. After their souls that were still rescuable were transferred to the man-made brains, the bodies left would be nothing more than a cluster of regular meat. They were the same as tumors that are cut away after an operation, medical garbage that must be thrown away. What's wrong about recycling the garbage and using it to defend our cause and the future of mankind? Li Yao gnashed his teeth. You do know how to dress your actions up, but you and Professor Mo Xian locked them up, forced them to carry out research, and deceived their families, not telling their families where exactly their souls were hidden. Lei Yuqin smiled and said, Yes, that's the only thing that I have done wrong and unqualifies me as a doctor. However, their family will soon learn the truth and meet them. Very soon. Li Yao suddenly had an ominous feeling. Increasing the sharpness of the thorns of spiritual energy, he demanded, What are you up to exactly? Where did Professor Mo Xian go with the tremendous battle shells and deviant spirits? Lei Yuqin continued smiling. Her eyes looked past Li Yao and Long Yongjun, as if she could see the depths of the universe through the solid shell of the space city. In an almost melodramatic tone, she said, A war is about to break between the Star Glory Federation and the Expedition Army of the Imperium. It is going to be an unprecedented war that will burn up a whole area of the Sea of Stars. A lot of heroes will present the most soul-stirring stories for future generations to remember, but countless innocent people will die in silence, too, ending up as cold names on a monument. Or maybe they won't even have a chance to leave their names, and they will be gone like grains of cosmic dust that have never been noticed. Her words were exactly what Professor Mo Xian said before. The rise of a dynasty means the downfall of another one, and it is the common folk who suffer. Even if the Star Glory Federation wins the war after paying gory prices, so what? Is this going to be the last war of the Federation? Looking at Li Yao, Lei Yuqin shook her head and said, No, the Star Glory Federation is going to march toward the center of the cosmos one day. The ambitious Jin Xinyue and Ding Lingdang, who talks about liberating all the people in the universe that are oppressed, are both living embodiments of slaughter. They are envoys of destruction. They crave war, war, and more war, like drug addicts. War never ends. Even if the Star Glory Federation truly marches to the center of the cosmos one day and rises to be on equal terms with the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, after half of the population in all 3,000 sectors are wasted, everyone might finally be united under one of the banners. However, what awaits them is not eternal peace but just a hiatus in war. Therefore, is there any meaning if the Star Glory Federation wins the war of self-defense in the traditional way? Is there any meaning to defeating the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance? Is there any meaning to being the greatest superpower in the universe? The Federation will eventually perish into the cosmic dust after 10,000 years, just like the Star Ocean Imperium that was once splendid in its heyday. War, resource shortages, and poverty will come back again, turning into a cycle that harasses mankind and can never be resolved. What are we up to exactly, you ask? We are going to break the cycle once and for all. We are going to end the bloody wars. We are going to end mankind's infinite desire for resources. We are going to end the suffering, oppression, and inequality that human beings are born with. We are going to create a heaven, a new world that is forever peaceful and devoid of contradictions, wars, and suffering. A world where everybody's every demand can be met. I don't know who you are exactly and why you boast such high strength, but whoever you are, please join us. Lei Yuqin extended her hands toward Liao and Long Yongjun. At this moment, the brilliance in her eyes had entirely consumed her eyeballs, as if two orange fireballs were directly blossoming out of her eye sockets. Her voice did not seem to be uttered by herself but was bursting out of her dry chest as if thousands of men and women, seniors and children, were pleading at the same time. Join us. Let's create a new world with infinite beauty. Join us. Life is itself just a dream. Illusions are the only reality. Join us. In the Spiriters' realm, there is no distinction between poor and rich, smart and stupid, ordinary people and cultivators. Everybody's free to establish a world that solely belongs to themselves and become the king of the universe. Join us. As long as all human beings live in the Spiriters' realm and all resources are virtualized, we will be able to end the eternal wars and save everyone. The cacophony of voices that were highly compressed spread in all directions and shattered into pieces after hitting the cold wall. It could be vaguely distinguished that children were giggling, hot-blooded young men were bellowing, women were speaking gently but firmly, and old people were sighing with endless regrets. The broken pieces of thousands of voices resonated into the same echo. Join us! Join us! Join us! Join us! Liao had seen countless creepy scenes that caused goosebumps all over his body before. However, at this moment, Lei Yuqin, who was dying and tightly suppressed by two nascent soul stage cultivators, made him feel more frightened than he had ever felt before. Insane. You are insane, Liao mumbled. Professor Mo Xian said himself that evolution cannot be accomplished overnight. Even if you believe that the virtual life form is the future of mankind, you shouldn't try to compress the evolution that is supposed to take billions of years into one single moment. You won't succeed. Yes, it's true that we shouldn't have done that. Lei Yuqin smiled miserably. We might be doing the wrong thing that is very likely to fail. There's a 99% likelihood that we will be crucified on the pillar of dishonor in history as unpardonable villains. However, as a doctor, how can I watch so many of my compatriots and their offspring struggle and suffer in the swamp of fire in the real world while doing nothing about it? Before Lei Yuqin's sacred face that was mixed with pity and righteousness, Liao was completely lost for words. Long Yongjun, on the other hand, bulged her eyes and shouted, I've got it. Professor Mo Xian must have taken his army of ghosts to the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. 100 Flower City is a hub of transportation and information in the Federation. The Information Processing Center there must be the most important node of the whole spiritual nexus in the Federation. At first, we speculated that Professor Mo Xian intended to control the 3 Gai-level supercrystal processors, or maybe even more Jing-level ones, but from what we have seen right now, His appetite is apparently much bigger than we anticipated. What he wants to control is the spiritual nexus and the network of everybody, including both the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet. In the middle of Long Yangjuan's roar, Lei Yuqin uttered high-pitched laughter. There was no telling when it started, but the white hair all over her head was burning furiously like white fire, illuminating the entire secret chamber. "You are too late." Lei Yuqin put on a weird smile. Her voice became both profound and dull, as if it were rumbling thunder that came from the depths of the universe. It felt like a whole different being instead of her was bellowing, "Now that you have come here, do you still think you can leave?" Every pore on Liao's body was restricted to the minimum. The half-open gate behind them, on the other hand, was shut as fast as lightning before the two nascent soul stage cultivators could take action. The flames of light flooding out of Lei Yuqin's eye sockets enshrouded her entire head. Her skull seemed to have been replaced by a brilliant supernova. Despite the suppression of Liao's and Long Yangjuan's spiritual energy, it was impossible for them to stop the explosive energy that absolutely did not belong to the training system of human beings from surging out of her brain. The supernova inside Lei Yuqin's brain broke out. Liao felt as if he was swallowed by a sun in that moment. Lei Yuqin's outbreak was too intense, abrupt, and unbelievable. She was obviously on the brink of death, her soul drained. The fire of her vitality was flickering. Liao and Long Yangjun, two high-level nascent soul stage cultivators, had confirmed it many times and implanted multiple barriers inside her brain before they were finally reassured enough to have a conversation with her. However, all the barriers had been blown away into nothingness within a moment, like a fence that was faced with a flood. A stream of force that was both scorching and cold, both dark and bright, both extremely violent and extremely tranquil, burst out of Lei Yuqin's brain unstoppably and drowned Liao and Long Yangjun at the same time. It is impossible. This is not Lei Yuqin's own strength. This is not even the strength that any human being can possibly boast. Liao felt that he was placed at the center of a furious star. His fleshly body was vaporized instantly, leaving his soul shuddering in fear. Right in the middle of the star was an enormous black hole, which stretched his soul until it was millions of kilometers long easily, forcing him to swirl and drop to the center of the black hole. Arg! The whole process was not painful at all. Instead, it was filled with indescribable peacefulness, as if he was about to be melded into a certain warm and eternal being. It was exactly the weird peacefulness that made him roar like a beast and try to free himself from the trap, but he was unable to get away from it despite his attempts. Once again, time was flowing reversely, and the memory pieces hidden deep inside his soul swirled in turn. The 100-Flower Space Zone, the Uranian Ring Sector, Firefly, the Dragon Snake Space Zone, the Ancient Sages Sector, a century-long voyage, shocking adventures 100 years ago. Then, the memories went deeper and deeper and became more and more blurred, reaching the most secret corners of his soul. Boneyard, the Occult Orbs Fellowship, the Grand Desolate War Institution, Ding Lingdang, the Crimson Nimbus No. 2 High School, until in the end, he returned to the beginning point of his life in the magical equipment graveyard where purple waste was running everywhere under the dim sky. The force that dashed out of Lei Yuqin's brain crawled into Liao's brain like a fatal viper, tying, mauling, and swallowing the source of his soul. Liao was no stranger to such feelings. Oyezi, the blood-striped virus, and the Star Child had all tried to swallow his soul before. However, the intensity and force of their attacks did not seem worth mentioning compared to what he was going through right now. Liao felt that his soul was falling apart. At least, his soul of this life was about to. Bam! He felt that he heard a crisp crack from deep inside his brain. The cold viper drilled through the solid shell that sealed his soul, allowing his memories to be traced back to a long, long time ago before the infant years in the magical equipment graveyard. Liao's body trembled abruptly. He found himself back in the dark, boundless universe where he was faced with the blue planet, the third planet of the solar system and the only habitable on in it. He heard himself swearing in the most solemn voice, "I will be back. I will definitely accomplish the Vulture plan. I will definitely destroy the memory, or rather, The part of the soul that had been launched to the heaven's origin sector across billions of stars from the mysterious world Earth, immediately launched a counterattack at the cold force that was invading his brain. The uncanny force from Lei Yuqin's brain could not have predicted that such a dreadful thing was lurking deep inside Li Yao's soul. It had already run out of strength after corrupting all the way to this place, like a bullet that had surpassed the limit shooting range. Li Yao's mental power, on the other hand, was like a spring that had long been prepared. The counterattack was inexorable and destructive, tearing the enemy apart instantly without giving it a chance to escape from Li Yao's brain. Li Yao heard screams echoing inside his brain. Some of them belonged to old people, some were children's, and some were the pitiful voices of young girls. Knowing that it was just the sordid methods of evils, Li Yao was not moved at all. He gritted his teeth to release the last brightness inside his soul and raised the blade of his will to mince all the things that had crawled into his head into pieces. The short but intense mental warfare had drained almost every last bit of spiritual energy inside Li Yao's body. He did not even have the strength to keep himself floating in midair anymore. Captured by the artificial gravity field, he crashed at the bottom of the cylindrical room that was almost 20 meters deep. In a trance, Li Yao noticed that the old crystal suit on Long Yangjuan's body broke apart one piece after another, only to be replaced by clusters of new, more glamorous crystals all over her body. All the crystals were emanating brilliance that was even more dazzling than a supernova outbreak. It could vaguely be seen that in the middle of the transparent crystals, a lot of colorful streaks were chasing after a gray light. The gray light was like an injured boa and was slashed apart after only a moment. Long Yangjuan's face, which seemed entirely made of crystals now, was devoid of human expressions and filled with indescribably coldness and solemnity. Furious roars burst out of her glass-like chest. Chaos! The last bit of grayness that barged into Long Yangjuan's body was minced apart into nothingness, just like the weird force that had invaded Li Yao's. Ah! Lei Yuqin, who looked like a white-haired devil, shrieked. Billions of colorful bugs seemed to be spread out of her body into hazy mists. The ripples flooded to all directions and blew out every light in the cylindrical room. Lei Yuqin split apart into pieces just like that. Before the room was completely consumed by darkness, Li Yao saw Long Yangjun fall from midair, too. The crystals all over her body retreated under her skin. She crashed into the ground and shrank into the posture of a baby. There was no telling whether she was just recovering her strength or had already passed out. Everything returned to silence. Even Lu Wanshan, the broken soul, seemed to have been affected. There was no vibration from him any longer. Hoochie, 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 hoochie. In the darkness, Li Yao's and Long Yangjuan's breathing was both feeble and clear, although they carried light sources in their cosmos rings, and they could illuminate the room by rubbing a random finger to summon spiritual energy. The two of them were too exhausted to do any of that. Li Yao focused his attention on mobilizing every mitochondrion inside his every cell, recovering his physical strength and spiritual energy quickly. Low voices were still ringing inside his head like rats in the dark corners. You can't kill me. I will always lurk inside your soul and feed on your emotional fluctuations, especially your negative emotions. Everybody has a dark side. No one is pure and flawless. So I will certainly make a comeback. Who are you? What kind of monsters are you? My friend, you've come for possession? The mental devil said in a lazy tone. Impossible. It's impossible. How did you? Cut the crap. You must respect the first-come first-serve rule when you are out to possess someone. I've spent 100 years in this place, and I'm still waiting. You want to cut in the line? Not a chance. Ah. Amid the sounds of the mental devil having a great feast, the strange voice soon perished in miserable cries. Li Yao sank his soul into his brain. He then frowned and watched the mental devil hunting the weird voice everywhere like a tornado. What's this? I don't know. Some sort of energy life form, perhaps. The mental devil patted its round belly, satisfied. It tasted rather familiar. I feel that I've had such a meal before. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. Energy life form? The blood stripe virus. The mental devil shook its head. The blood stripe virus is not the only energy life form in the universe. The extraterrestrial devils are energy life forms, too. There's also Chaos, the Pangu civilization's mortal enemy in the legends. It was an ancient energy life form, too. Ah, this woman did shout Chaos, just now in a weird tone. Right? Liao bulged his eyes and exited the internal vision state. Hey, are you awake? Long Yangjuan's voice was so dull that it seemed to come from the bottom of an ocean. I don't know. We are in the middle of an emergency. There's no time to play philosopher. Can you just talk normally? You shouted chaos just now. Didn't you? What does that mean? Chaos? Long Yangjun said gloomily in the darkness. I felt the woman's head explode suddenly and blow me back to my previous life hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yes. I encountered a similar force before, the force that belonged to chaos. She must have been invaded by chaos. Liao took a deep breath. Wait. My head is a bit muddled right now. Chaos, the blood stripe virus, the extraterrestrial devils. There are so many kinds of energy life forms. Long Yangjun was silent for a long time before she took a soft breath and said, just like the Pangu civilization was not a species but an alliance of countless carbon-based life forms, the so-called chaos was probably not a certain energy life form but an amalgamation of a lot of energy life forms. Or maybe it was just the same thing all the time, but different civilizations and species gave it different names. In the primeval age, it was named chaos. In the Star Ocean Imperium, it was called extraterrestrial devils. In the Flying Star Sector 100 years ago, it was known as the blood stripe virus. If that is the case, everything makes sense. Why has Professor Mo Xian's personality been greatly changed over 100 years? Why does he boast technology that is more advanced than the Federation's and even the expedition army of the Imperiums, allowing him to improve the grand unified spiritual nexus, the artificial intelligence, and the virtual space of the Federation by so much purely by himself? Because he has the technical support of chaos. Are you suggesting that Professor Mo Xian was corrupted by chaos a long time ago? Just like I was once corrupted by the blood stripe virus? Liao asked in a hurry. He was both asking Long Yangjun and the mental devil in his head. The mental devil blinked its big, innocent eyes and said, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it." However, Long Yangjun's theory is reasonable enough. The so-called blood stripe virus is a very ancient energy life form, more or less like ancient fungus on a primitive planet. During their billions of years of journeying in the universe, they might have evolved into many mutants or even brand new branches of energy life. It is perfectly normal that some of the branches were named Chaos or extraterrestrial devils. Chaos, the extraterrestrial devils, and the blood stripe virus are actually the same family. This theory seems valid enough. Right, by the same logic, the Flying Star Sector that you and Professor Mo Xian visited 100 years ago was a place very suitable for energy life forms. It was as attractive as an oasis in a desert. I don't think that the blood stripe virus was the only energy life form there. Don't forget that the extraterrestrial devils were one of the 3 hazards in that world. Ha! It's rather strange. Speaking of which, after you dealt with the riot of the immortal cultivators, it has been a long time since the extraterrestrial devils last caused trouble in the Flying Star Sector. Extraterrestrial devils. It had been a long time since Liao heard such a phrase, but he did experience an enormous arrival of the extraterrestrial devils in person on the 10th space ring of Heavenly Saints City, the heart of the Flying Star Sector. The arrival of the extraterrestrial devils caused a catastrophe on the 10th space ring. Too many people were possessed by the devils and turned into hideous monsters. Even more were killed in the rampage of the devils. It was one of the goriest tragedies in the Flying Star Sector in the past hundreds of years. That event had been the beginning of everything, too. The arrival of the extraterrestrial devils had been planned by Xianxia and the Star Child behind him. In order to push the Grand Illusionary Soldiers project forward, they directed the catastrophe with the help of the extraterrestrial devils. They allowed the extraterrestrial devils to almost demolish the entire 10th space ring and did not send out a large batch of Grand Illusionary Soldiers to dispel the extraterrestrial devils until the last moment, so that the Grand Illusionary Soldiers could leave everyone's the impression that they were invincible. After that, all the obstacles that stopped the crazy expansion of the Grand Illusionary soldiers in the Flying Star sector were cleared. Of course, during the battle, Liao happened to be in the 10th space ring, too. By accident, he executed Hellsword Xianxia, a nascent soul stage cultivator, and received his secret arts on mental warfare. He also snuck into one of the space pirates' starships, reached Spider Den, and encountered Boss Bai, who was better known as the pirate potentate. After a series of events, he excavated the Star Prior's house and trained for a few years inside the residence of Xianxia, the supreme pirate, where he advanced to the superlative height of the core formation stage. Eventually, he returned to Heavenly Saints City and disrupted Xianxia and the Star Child's great scheme. Those chain reactions that were almost like a butterfly effect, of course, were not something that Xianxia and the Star Child could have anticipated when they planned the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils. "Don't you feel that it is strange?" the mental devil said. "The high-level extraterrestrial devils, namely the Devil Kings, Devil Lords, and even Devil Gods, are intelligent and certainly not easily manipulated by people like Xianxia. Besides, the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils on the 10th space ring was a play in the first place. In the play, the extraterrestrial devils were destined to be defeated by the Grand Illusionary soldiers in order to highlight the awesomeness of the Grand Illusionary soldiers so that all the sects in the Flying Star sector would be eager to produce them. In the whole event, Xianxia and the Star Child gained all the benefits, whereas the extraterrestrial devils sent countless soldiers to die for nothing. Why? Here come the questions. Firstly, how exactly did Xianxia reach out to the extraterrestrial devils, and how did he manipulate them to arrive at the 10th space ring to launch a riot that was destined to fail? Secondly, even if Xianxia promised certain benefits to the extraterrestrial devils, what kind of term could have convinced the extraterrestrial devils? It must be noted that the extraterrestrial devils barely caused any trouble in the years that followed before his scheme was revealed and he was killed. Even if he promised benefits, the promise was never fulfilled. Were the extraterrestrial devils good-tempered enough to suffer such a heavy loss without seeking revenge? Thirdly, even if the leader of the extraterrestrial devils of the Flying Star sector was truly the most lenient, good-tempered guy, who agreed to help Xianxia without asking for anything in return, would you have believed him if you were Xianxia? Unreasonable. That's too unreasonable. It's true that Xianxia was an unpardonable villain and an inhuman immortal cultivator. But the immortal cultivators also claim to be the symbol of the civilization of mankind and the rightful heir of the Star Ocean Imperium, which means that they should be the mortal enemies of extraterrestrial devils. It must be noted that the Star Ocean Imperium was likely destroyed by the extraterrestrial devils. Based on what happened during the battle on Kunlun, however evil the immortal cultivators are, quite a lot of them do have spines. Some of them were brave enough to attack a member of the Pangu clan without any hesitation. Would they cower in front of the extraterrestrial devils? In conclusion, there was absolutely no reason for the extraterrestrial devils to listen to Xianxia's command. It should have been impossible for Xianxia to trust the extraterrestrial devils. 2. Their conspiracy shouldn't have happened in the first place. Liao thought quickly. Surging tides were blowing inside his head. The mental devil was his second personality. What it said just now was the confusion that Liao often reflected on himself but soon left behind. The mental devil was merely helping him to express the questions logically. The arrival of the extraterrestrial devils in the 10th space ring of Heavenly Saints City in the Flying Star sector was an unresolved case to this day. At that time, a lot of people had been puzzled by the conspiracy of Xianxia and the extraterrestrial devils, but the answer had never been found even after Xianxia was killed in the failed riot and the Star Child was completely annihilated. In the 100 years that followed, the Flying Star sector had remained quiet and peaceful. Accidents where some devils infiltrated starships and caused the derangement of the crew members happened every now and then, but a large-scale arrival of extraterrestrial devils never took place again. During that period, the new Federation was busy consolidating the 7 sectors in preparation for the scourge of the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings. The unsubstantial concepts such as extraterrestrial devils and the minor issues such as the connection between Xianxia's gang and the extraterrestrial devils 100 years ago had long been forgotten by everyone other than the historians. Liao pondered and said in his head, "Yes, Xianxia was a hardcore immortal cultivator. There was no reason for him to reach out to the extraterrestrial devils or have absolute trust in the extraterrestrial devils to allow them to savage Heavenly Saint's city, his base. Once the fire was set, who could guarantee that the extraterrestrial devils would not rampage all the way to the center of Heavenly Saint's city? Unless it was not Xianxia, but somebody who was of a higher level than Xianxia, absolutely trusted by Xianxia, and who could even manipulate Xianxia, that established a deep cooperation with the extraterrestrial devils. The mental devil said. The Star Child. Liao said solemnly. Xianxia was just a puppet on the table. The Star Child, who pretended to be his foster son, was the real mastermind of the scheme. Well, the mental devil said, there is something that I have to say. In fact, the Imperium of true human beings' way of exploring the universe, or specifically speaking, retrieving the souls of high-level immortal cultivators, crafting them into pure energy entities, star children, and sending them to places far away through the four-dimensional space, can be quite dangerous, although it saves both spiritual energy and time. It is because a lot of weird beings utterly unimaginable for mankind exist in both the third dimension and the fourth dimension, and even higher dimensions. For example, the extraterrestrial in extraterrestrial devils does not necessarily imply that they live in a space zone far, far away from the 3000 sectors. It merely means that they are probably predators who lurk in the fourth dimension most of the time and only arrive at the third dimension for hunting now and then. When the creatures in three-dimensional space break the void and perform a space jump, they will be entering an unknown realm. Souls of human beings are easily infiltrated in the first place. Half a day ago, it was exactly during a space jump that Professor Emotion intended to invade our soul. Such scourge is barely resistible even with the protection of the fleshly body. Not to mention that the Star Child was just a defenseless soul. When he traveled through the four-dimensional space naked, he was like a fragrant roasted chicken that was swaggering under the gazes of wolves and tigers. So, I felt that it was quite odd a long time ago that the Imperium of true human beings was so lucky that the star children who barely had any four-dimensional defense were never locked onto by the extraterrestrial devils or other energy life forms when they traveled in the universe. They were truly bold, or maybe they were only fearless because they were ignorant. Liao took a deep, deep breath. Even his voice was almost trembling. Are you suggesting that Xiao Tianbao, the star child who arrived in the flying star sector, was probably already corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils during the journey, and that he was not just a star child from the Imperium of true human beings but also mixed with parts of the extraterrestrial devils? I am not very sure about that, the mental devil said. But just think about it. Do you remember that the star child once said that he encountered a catastrophic cosmic storm when he arrived in the flying star sector, which blew apart his soul and made him feebler than ever? That was why he lurked for 100 years and chose Xianxia as his representative in order to establish the space gate and summon the fleets from the Imperium. All I want to say is that the Star Child who was just devastated by a cosmic storm was certainly the best target of corruption. Even I could have corrupted him without any trouble. The flying star sector was a paradise for energy life forms in the first place. There was the bloodstripe virus on Iron Plateau and the extraterrestrial devils in space. Chances were that other uncanny existences lived in the four-dimensional space, too. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Star Child was corrupted a long time ago. A drop of sweat that was as cold as ice leaked out of Liao's forehead. Then he grew suspicious again. What's the relationship among different energy life forms? Why do I feel that you want me to destroy the extraterrestrial devils? Aren't you supposed to help each other since you're the same kind? People of the Federation and people of the Imperium are the same kind, as are the people of the Imperium and the people of the Covenant Alliance. Don't you have a lot of fun killing each other when you are all human beings? The mental devil cackled. It's only natural that you hate your own kind because your own kind needs similar resources. That's the best motive for you to fight each other. Sometimes, it's easier for different kinds to live in peace. As for the bloodstripe virus and the extraterrestrial devils, or perhaps plus the mysterious chaos, well, their relationship is probably the same as that between you and a cockroach. Except that you are both carbon-based life forms and you probably share the same origin. You have nothing in common at all. Is that so? Liao frowned. feeling that he needed to know more about energy life forms. Of course, the mental devil said matter-of-factly. Did you know that there are more than 300 million carbon-based lives on your home planet in the heavens origin sector? Most of them have nothing to do with you, right? Why do you think that all the energy life forms in the universe are next of kin to each other? For me, the whole significance of extraterrestrial devils is food. I am a wolf and the extraterrestrial devils are lambs. The more extraterrestrial devils you kill, the stronger I will be, and I will have a greater chance of suppressing you one day. So just rest assured. Everything I said just now is true because I want to swallow more extraterrestrial devils. Ha ha ha. Rest assured my ass. You are grimacing in such a cunning way. Who would feel relieved? Liao gritted his teeth hard. If that was the case, assuming that the Star Child had long been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, the arrival in the 10th space ring would make perfect sense. The Star Child and the extraterrestrial devils are the same in the first place. They were in a master-slave relationship, not simple cooperation. Besides, the Star Child now had 2 reasons to establish an enormous space gate to summon the fleets of the Imperium to the Flying Star Sector. Other than allowing the Imperium to conquer the Flying Star Sector, he could also, the mental devil took over. He could also return to the center of the cosmos together with the fleets of the Imperium, to the homeland of the Imperium of true human beings, the real prosperous land in the universe. Liao was silent for a moment before saying, however, his scheme was disrupted by us in the end. The Star Child was also, basically, the mental devil said. He was swallowed by Professor Mo Xian. Liao bulged his eyes and stared at the mental devil. The mental devil opened its hands innocently. Don't look at me like that. At that time, I was not truly born yet. It was all your own experience. You and a few other nascent soul stage cultivators of the Flying Star Sector were caught in the illusionary space created by the Star Child, and your souls were almost corrupted by him. At the perilous moment, the few star spirits, including Professor Mo Xian, swallowed more than half of the star brain in order to save you without considering anything else. They must have swallowed a lot of the Star Child's soul. That created the best opportunity for your last strike. If certain things like germs, viruses, or parasites were residing inside the Star Child's soul, they must have been devoured by Professor Mo Xian, too, right? Liao was silent for a long time. Then he softly cursed. Fuck! He sat up abruptly in the cold darkness and breathed fast. His cold sweat sprayed onto the ground along his trembling lips with sounds as clear as his heartbeat. Long Yongjun was rather surprised. What's wrong? Have you found anything? Listen. I've basically figured out what has happened. Liao's teeth seemed to have turned into 2 rows of icy pitons, and his every word sounded as freezing as a blizzard. 100 years ago, the Flying Star Sector was a paradise for the extraterrestrial devils. They might be the offspring of the chaos that you mentioned, or maybe they originated from the bloodstripe virus, an energy life that is even more ancient. But it is not important. What is important is that 100 years ago, when the Star Child, a vanguard of the Imperium of true human beings, was extremely feeble after going through an unprecedented cosmic storm that almost tore apart his soul after he just arrived in the Flying Star Sector, it is very possible that one of the extraterrestrial devils took advantage of his weakness, corrupting, infecting, and controlling him. He might have known it, but he could have been fooled and really thought that he was serving the Imperium of true human beings. In fact, once the space gate was opened, the communication would be bidirectional. While the army of the Imperium could reach the Flying Star Sector through the space gate, they could also bring certain weird beings of the Flying Star Sector back to the center of the cosmos to infect more people after they won the war. However, the Star Child, as well as the extraterrestrial devil who corrupted him, failed. The space gate was not opened. The extraterrestrial devil was heavily wounded. 2. Yes, the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators and the 5 star spirits must have caused a severe blow to the Star Child and the extraterrestrial devil in his soul when we joined our hands, forcing it to fall into a certain hibernation state. It was possibly even swallowed by Professor Mo Xian together with the star brain and entered Professor Mo Xian's body. In other words, Professor Xian already contracted an extraterrestrial devil back then, but he did not show any symptoms. It's like how healthy people also have a lot of viruses inside their bodies but can still suppress them. Professor Xian was just a carrier. Also, I assume that Professor Xian's unique body structure, which was purely made of liquid metal, must have caused great trouble for the corruption of the extraterrestrial devil too. Perhaps it had never seen such a weird life form before, and there was no place to begin with at all. Therefore, during the decades after Professor Xian returned from the Flying Star sector, it had always been obedient and never revealed its existence. The extraterrestrial devil was resting, recovering, and looking for the best opportunity. Then the opportunity finally came: the collapse of the virtual spirit sector. The past 100 years can be divided into two phases from the collapse of the virtual spirit sector. In the first phase, Professor Xian was very normal. Despite his ambitions to create virtual life, his attempts were within the reasonable range and all pure theoretical studies. However, after he recovered from the accident of the virtual spirit sector, he acquired the Tinder plan immediately and somehow recruited Lei Yuqin to establish Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, causing so much trouble. Don't forget that the collapse of the virtual spirit sector led to the brain death of Su Changfa, a nascent soul stage expert. Even though Professor Xian's soul was more powerful than Su Changfa's, he must have been heavily wounded, too. Wasn't it the best opportunity for the extraterrestrial devils? If that's the case, everything makes sense. Why Professor Xian's personality changed greatly, why he's determined to create the third form of mankind, and how he grasped technology that is even more advanced than the Federations and the Expedition Army of the Imperiums. The extraterrestrial devils are an energy life in the first place. Energy lives are all sensitive about technology concerning online transmission, virtual space, and brain hypnotization. Besides, the extraterrestrial devils were deeply involved with the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago and even led to the downfall of it. Assuming that some of the extraterrestrial devils retrieved the technology of the Star Ocean Imperium and passed on the knowledge by carving it into the ripples of spiritual energy similar to genes, it is not unlikely that the extraterrestrial devil who infected Professor Xian in the Flying Star sector got the knowledge in the end. All in all, this is a plan that was implemented 100 years ago, except that it was disrupted by me, Professor Xian, and thousands of warriors of the Flying Star sector together. Today, after 100 years, it has been reactivated and even takes the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet into consideration. Long Yangjun was stunned at what he said. She pondered for a long time but did not find too many loopholes. Although some of the details were still questionable, the theory did make sense as a whole. "What are you going to do?" Long Yangjun asked. "Stop it, of course." Liao rose to his feet quickly and picked out dozens of doses of high-nutrition liquids from his cosmos ring. Like a giant whale absorbing water, he drank up all of them. Without having the time to wipe his lips, he announced, "Years ago, in order to save me and all the people of the Flying Star sector, Professor Xian swallowed the star brain and fought the Star Child to the end without considering the consequences. When I came back to the Heaven's Origin sector, everybody thought I had completely turned into a blood devil. It was Ding Lingdang and Professor Xian who trusted me first again. Now that I know that Professor Xian is likely possessed by an extraterrestrial devil, of course, I am going to find out the truth and drag out the extraterrestrial devil that is lurking deep inside Professor Xian's soul." Yes, the mental devil shook its fists hard inside Liao's brain, declaring solemnly, "And then eat it. Then we must hurry." Long Yangjun said gloomily, "We've spent more than 2 hours in this place." "What? Such a long time?" Liao was slightly dazed. He raised his wrist, only to discover that Long Yangjun was speaking the truth. Mental attacks had the side effect of disrupting the brain's sense of time. He had thought that the extraterrestrial devil lurking inside Lei Yuqin's brain only launched a brief attack, but in fact, it had actually lasted quite a long time. Professor Xian's plan should have been immaculate. Even if somebody located his nest and explored all the way to this place, they would certainly have gone mad, if not died instantly, after suffering such intense mental corruption in such a sealed space. This place was a fatal trap that was designed to lure them in from the beginning. Although Liao and Long Yongjun were both unusual nascent soul stage cultivators, their souls were still greatly shaken, and they suffered terrible headaches. It was not until more than 2 hours of rest that they finally came back to themselves and regained their normal thinking ability. If Professor Mo Xian really has a plan, it must have been fully activated already. Taking a deep breath, Liao struggled to his feet and shook his swollen head. We must go to the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center at the center of 100 Flower City to stop him. Boom, boom, boom. Right then, deafening explosions echoed outside of the giant gate above them. After a few explosions, rumbling thunder seemed to be condensing outside, until the entire gate was blown into the wall behind them. Don't move. Lay down your magical equipment and raise your hands. Stop summoning your spiritual energy, or we will open fire. We are the Federal Army. Identity yourselves. Don't move. Don't move. Stay where you are. Almost 100 pillars of light ripped apart the dull darkness like the sharpest blades. The glittering crystal cameras on the crystal suits were particularly dazzling in the darkness. Dozens of crystal suits marched in at the same time, locking onto Liao and Long Yongjun tightly. In the meantime, a lot of soldiers of the Federal Army had blocked the channel outside. There was not even a gap for a cockroach to pass through. It seemed that the Federal Army had taken care of whatever was left of the battle shells and controlled the entire Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Liao glanced at Long Yongjun and asked in a low voice, "How much have you recovered?" "Not entirely," Long Yongjun said in a soft voice. "We were too careless just now and did not expect that the extraterrestrial devils were behind everything. How can you recover the severe wounds of the brain after only 2 hours of rest? Besides, look at how determined they are. Are you hoping to leave this place without killing each and every one of them?" "Understood." Narrowing his eyes, Liao slowly raised his hands high under the 100 crossed pillars of light. The broken crystal suit on his body was falling apart. Raising his voice, he said softly but firmly, "Where is your highest commander? I would like to speak to him." "Don't move. Raise your hands and surrender. Remove all your magical equipment. Stop summoning your spiritual energy. You have 3 seconds. We will open fire in 3 seconds. 3, 2. Noisy shouts echoed in the darkness behind the strong light. Liao raised his hands high and opened his fingers, implying that he did not bring any magical equipment with him. His eyes after he took off the crystal suit were even more dazzling than the strong light that was darting from up above. He roared, "I have removed all the magical equipment, but I will not stop the circulation of spiritual energy. I want to meet your commander. Right now. This is the last warning. You have been surrounded. Stop the circulation of your spiritual energy immediately, or we will open fire." "No. I have to meet your commander. You have controlled the hospital. Have you not noticed anything wrong? This hospital is terrifyingly defended. A lot of vegetative patients who used to be high-level cultivators with amazing combat ability before they fell into comas have gone missing. There's also the cerebral laboratory that you just passed. Look at this place. Look around. Look at all the weird new crystal processors. Haven't any of them raised your suspicion? We have fallen into a trap. The Federation is in danger, not just from the Imperium of true human beings, but also from a more dreadful enemy, the extraterrestrial devils." Liao roared desperately at the top of his voice, only to be greeted by silence from the lights above him. Soon, the sounds of crystal suits moving about echoed. In the end, a voice that sounded like an old lion came over. "I am Colonel Luo Qixing, commander of the 414 Troop. Who am I speaking to?" Liao was about to reply when he sensed Long Yongjun pat his shoulder with feeble spiritual energy. He immediately realized that somebody might be eavesdropping on the conversation. He was unaware how deeply Professor Mo Xian had infiltrated the army, and he certainly could not reveal his most precious trump card before the critical moment. Pondering for a moment, he said, "We are not spies from the Imperium of true human beings. If you have abundant battle experience, Colonel Luo, You must have seen many anomalies in the entire arrest operation. What is more abnormal should be everything in this hospital that you have seen. The guards whose combat ability is unbelievably high, the wards that are completely empty without a single nurse or doctor. Also, almost all the unconscious battle-type cultivators are gone. A lot of the medical cabins have obviously been broken from inside, which means that the patients woke up by themselves and then broke the containers. There's also the cerebral laboratory outside and this place. Look at the new crystal processors stored in the shrines on the wall, Colonel Luo. Do you think that this is a normal hospital? Do you feel that the whole arrest operation is logical? After a brief silence, the same calm voice unhurriedly replied. We've seen a lot of doctors and nurses in the administration building nearby. They were all unconscious, presumably caused by an overdose of anesthetics. We managed to wake up some of them, but they can't say exactly what happened either. According to them, they passed out for no good reason while they were working. So, what do you know about all the anomalies? Liao sniffed and said, What about your superior? How did your superior respond after the image that you shot in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital was sent to them? I don't think that spies of the Imperium of true human beings are capable enough of stealing thousands of vegetative patients without alarming anyone, are they? There is no response from our superior, Luo Qixing replied, because the transportation and communication of District 109 have been cut off from the outside world. The channels leading to the 6 space towns nearby have been closed. The network has been shut down, too. We haven't received any explanation, nor do we need one. We only need to carry out our orders. The last order we have received is that District 109 must be fully closed in order to capture the spies of the Imperium of true human beings and to prevent them from sending the classified intelligence out. Not a fly, a telepathic thought, and a single world will leave this area. Our mission is to surround Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital and stop anybody in the hospital from escaping. We must persist for 6 hours. Information blackout. Liao widened his eyes, gritting his teeth so hard that they were cracking. Liao bellowed, It's a lie. You have found part of the truth, and they do not want you to disseminate it. That's why they have fully closed the whole of District 109 and cut off the connection of this place to the outside world. Truth? What kind of truth? Luo Qixing said coldly. Liao took a deep breath and quickly sorted out the messy thoughts in his head. Then, he selected the most important information and shouted out without any stop. The Federation will be faced with the attack of the Black Wind Fleet within 24 hours. It may be our trap to bait the enemy into moving forward, but it is also possible that the enemy is pretending that they do not know about it. However, the extraterrestrial devils may be behind everything. They are trying to watch the 2 tigers fight and take all the advantages later. Luo Qixing's voice was mixed with intense suspicion. The extraterrestrial devils are lurking inside Professor Mo Xian's body for the purpose of controlling the entire Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus, and they can control the entire Federation as well as the Black Wind Fleet after the network is under control. Exactly. Liao could see his own saliva spurting out in the pillars of light. One thing, though, 24 hours was our prediction at the beginning. Right now, there's less than 12 hours left, or maybe just a handful. It can be seen from the order to fully close District 109 that the enemy has possibly gained high control permissions of the entire 100 Flower City. Chances are that they have already occupied the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center and are finishing the last step of their scheme. He was greeted by silence again. The discussion of the Federal Army in the darkness was conducted in an independent tactical communication channel. Naturally, Liao could hear none of it. However, he did hear that a lot of crystal suits were softly colliding into each other. The noises were louder and louder, just like the soldiers' hearts that were more and more uneasy. Listen, Colonel. Liao took the opportunity to continue his persuasion. The Black Wind Fleet is certainly a target that we must destroy, but we cannot allow the extraterrestrial devils to control the network of the entire Federation. Right now, only we know the truth and only we can stop everything. Take your troop and summon more troops of the Federation Army so that they will know the truth. Then, We will go to the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center together to stop the extraterrestrial devils. Don't move. There was more graveness in Luo Qixing's voice now. That is not my mission. I am not authorized to move my troop away without order. I have to defend District 109. That's the order I received. The order you received was false. It was very likely to be simulated by the extraterrestrial devils. Liao roared desperately, triggering part of his spiritual energy that unfolded behind him like two feeble wings. He gritted his teeth to fly upward slowly toward Colonel Luo Qixing, as well as the highly vigilant soldiers of the Federal Army. Don't move. No matter what, it is a soldier's responsibility to obey orders. It is indeed a soldier's responsibility to obey orders, but one has to act when necessary, too. The order you received was to surround Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. They did not ask you to break into the hospital for investigation, did they? You have already violated the order, Colonel Luo. So, you must be suspicious of the whole arrangement, too, mustn't you? Then, why can't you believe everything that you've seen with your own eyes and make a judgment that a real soldier should make? Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Don't get any closer. Once you enter the 10-meter alert area, we will open fire without any mercy. I will not stop moving, Colonel Luo, because the future of the entire Federation and billions of people is at stake. Right now, you have two options. You can either trust me and everything you have seen and do what a real soldier of the Federation should do in order to save the entire Federation. Or you can carry out the fake order issued by the extraterrestrial devils and idle by in front of the greatest crisis of the Federation. You will sit here with your brothers like idiots for 6 hours. Then you will spend the next 60 years suffering in regret. You will repent on the dead body of the Federation for being so stupid and cowardly years ago for the rest of your life. I'm coming, Colonel Luo. If you want to open fire, you damn as well might. I do not want to hurt any soldiers of the Federal Army, but I will not stop moving forward, either. In any case, even though I'm all by myself, I will still go to the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center and blow the shit out of the extraterrestrial devils. Liao's voice was as loud as a tolling bell. His every word echoed like rumbling thunder, exploding in the middle of the soldiers of the Federation Army above. Even the searchlights in their hands seemed to be shaking and eclipsed. The wings of spiritual energy behind Liao, on the other hand, grew more and more bright, scorching and violent. 15 meters, 14 meters, 13 meters, there was nothing but silence. All the magical equipment whose safety had been turned off seemed to be frozen, unable to release any spiritual energy. 12 meters, 11 meters, Liao was about to enter their last alert range. 10 meters. Liao made up his mind and dashed upward. Nobody opened fire. Some of them raised the barrels to the sky, and some of them stopped the chainswords in their hands. A lot of the soldiers took off the facial covers of their crystal suits under Luo Qixing's hint, revealing faces that were wearing complicated expressions. They eyed Liao with curiosity and admiration, but with even more indescribable surprise and astonishment. They found it hard to imagine what kind of person was bold enough to make such a move and say such things when he was locked onto by almost 100 crystal cannons. Luo Qixing had a weather-beaten face that seemed to have been dyed with smoke and fire. One could tell after a first look that he must have been promoted from a soldier at the bottom level who served on harsh planets in all the 7 sectors. But even the seasoned officer was somewhat stunned after he saw Liao, not having the vaguest clue how to deal with the tricky situation. "Thank you," Liao said sincerely. "Thank you for trusting me, Colonel Luo. I can trust you?" After pondering for a long time, Luo Qixing finally made up his mind. He stared at Liao and said solemnly, "However, I need to know exactly whom we are going to fight side by side with, don't I?" Liao was about to open his mouth when Luo Qixing's eyes suddenly turned sharp. The colonel solemnly said, "Don't claim that you are the delegates from Firefly or the warriors of Team Red Lotus. It doesn't make sense at all. To deal with the zombie-like monsters outside, I lost almost 100 of my men. Yet you broke into this place through all the monsters with only the 2 of you. Your capabilities must be far above the nascent soul stage, right? Two powerful nascent soul stage cultivators could have annihilated us, or at least run away after paving a bloody path. But you didn't do that. That's why I'm willing to believe you. However, such capabilities do not match our understanding of Team Red Lotus. Were you hiding your capabilities before? Or do you have deeper secrets that were never revealed? Liao felt that his heart was burning. He was about to unveil his real identity when Long Yongjun floated behind him and pressed his shoulder softly. That's right. It's true that we are not as simple as members of Team Red Lotus from Firefly. There are definitely no experts in the middle or high level of the nascent soul stage on Firefly, or they would have been released when the Starship encountered the Claw Fleet 10 years ago. Colonel Luo, that's why you think that it doesn't make sense, isn't it? Luo Qixing sniffed and said, Yes. If you insisted that you were from Firefly, I would never believe what you said just now. It was the most perilous moment for Firefly when it encountered the Claw Fleet of the Black Wind Fleet 10 years ago. If there were really top-tier experts at the high level and even the peak of the nascent soul stage, they did not have any reason to keep hibernating at that time. Liao secretly complimented him. Although the guy Luo Qixing looked like a common colonel, his mind was indeed quick enough for him to find such a huge loophole. Gritting her teeth, Long Yongjun quickly said, With everything coming to this point, there is no need to lie to you now. We are indeed not from the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic. But we are not the spies from the Imperium of true human beings, either. We are actually from the Ancient Sages sector. Ancient. Luo Qixing and all the soldiers nearby were at a loss. What is that? It's a long story. I'll try to leave out the unimportant details. Although it may sound unbelievable and even ridiculous, I can swear that everything I'm about to say is true. Long Yongjun coughed. With a face of frankness, she quickly said, It all started with the battle when Firefly encountered a claw fleet of the Imperium only to be caught by Ding Lingdang of the Federation. In the battle, the claw fleet of the Imperium was crushed. Most of the soldiers were either killed or captured. But one of the most critical members managed to escape. Long Yongjun went on and roughly explained everything in a couple of minutes, including how Hylon escaped to the Ancient Sages sector, the basic information about the Ancient Sages sector, and how the experts of the Ancient Sages sector were unwilling to be someone else's cannon fodder and decided to go out in search for a better buyer. Finally, she concluded, The natives of the Ancient Sages sector have been training in ignorance for years. We fight and compete for resources and territory like animals, no different from the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. To be honest, we only meant to observe your military preparations and national power before we came to the Federation in order to check which between you and the Imperium of true human beings was the more reliable one. We were only hoping to sell ourselves at a good price. However, after reaching the Star Glory Federation, the new training ideologies of this place, the friendly and complementary relationship between the cultivators and ordinary people, and the courage to march to the center of the cosmos as a flickering light at the corner of the universe. Everything in the modern cultivation civilization has deeply attracted us. We couldn't admire you more. It is only natural that the underdeveloped civilizations look up to the developed civilizations. We made up my mind after we saw the treatment of the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Water Crystal sector after they joined the Federation. We couldn't help but think of our home, the Ancient Sages sector. If the Ancient Sages sector can join such a federation, won't it be a great deal for both parties? Sneaking onto Firefly as Team Red Lotus was only something we were forced to do. After all, we had the future of the entire Ancient Sages sector on our shoulders. We were not familiar with the Federation either. Naturally, we did not dare make any rash decisions. However, after we observed many fields of the Federation, including military, politics, culture, techniques, law, etc., on our way to the Heaven's Origin sector, we have agreed unanimously that the Federation will be the best home for us. If we have the chance to meet your supreme leader, we will tell him the truth and try to make the Ancient Sages sector a member of the Federation as quickly as possible. But as it happened, when we were visiting Professor Emoshien's Tinder plan in this place by chance, he noticed something and even made up his mind to kill us, perhaps because the brainwaves and mental power of the people of the ancient sages sector are different from the outside world. After a series of lucky incidents, we were finally able to see through his great scheme. We have had enough treacheries and bloody fights in the ancient sages sector. However magnificent the Imperium of true human beings is, it is nothing more than a strengthened, upgraded ancient sages sector, which is not attractive to us. The ideologies of the extraterrestrial devils that highlight absolute peace in the virtual world sound quite tempting at the beginning, but they are full of loopholes if you think about it more carefully. The cultivators of the ancient sages sector would rather die before we abandon our bodies and swim in the world of the spiritual nexus as unsubstantial souls. Therefore, the Star Glory Federation is our only choice right now. We all know that new members of a gang must do something to prove their sincerity. We have come to the Federation empty-handed without a gift. Perhaps, our contribution in the operation later will be the greatest sincerity of the ancient sages sector. Long Yangjuan's words rendered Luo Qixing and all the soldiers of the Federation dumbfounded. They did not come back to themselves until a long time later. Well, never in their wildest dreams had they ever imagined such bizarre and unbelievable stories. Long Yangjun smiled bitterly. Colonel Luo, brothers of the Federal Army, please think about it carefully. If we were really spies of the Imperium trying to deceive you, we wouldn't make up such a messy, absurd story, would we? Any identity that we fabricated would be more convincing than such stories. It's a pity that this is exactly the truth, and the truth is often disordered, right? If you still don't believe me, Long Yangjun put her hands in a certain gesture and retrieved countless pills, blades, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even some of her personal belongings, such as the stamp of ghost character, which all came from the ancient sages sector, from her cosmos rings. Take a close look at them. None of the items are in the style of the Star Glory Federation. The spies of the Imperium of true human beings do not need to carry so many things just to sell a lie, right? Pondering for a moment, Luo Qixing summoned a few technical soldiers, medics, and refiners that had come with the troop and asked them to examine the objects that Long Yangjun had presented. They were unable to tell what the objects were, but it was true that they had never been found in the Federation before, and they were not the Imperium's style. The soldiers all looked at each other in bewilderment, lost for words. Right then, a soft voice was calling from the darkness below them. "Help me! Help me!" It was Lu Wanshan, the unfortunate guy who had been sent to this place by his family after he was mentally deranged and ended up as a vegetative patient. Li Yao was overjoyed. At first, he had thought that Lu Wanshan's broken soul had already been demolished by Lei Yuqin's final outburst. After all, the mental attacks were so intense that even he and Long Yangjun, two nascent soul stage cultivators, had almost failed to resist it. However, from what he had seen, the mental attacks must have been directed at Li Yao and Long Yangjun. Lei Yuqin did not have time to bother about such an insignificant person like Lu Wanshan. The guy was merely affected by the ripples of the storm and luckily survived the doom. However, his color was even more lackluster than before, and his voice was feebler. He had rested in the darkness for a long time before he finally revealed himself again. Luo Qixing was greatly surprised. The troop that he commanded had all kinds of units. Several medics who were good at communicating with ghosts and nurturing broken souls immediately dived down to rescue him. The new crystal processor that Lu Wanshan was hiding in was rather mysterious. The few medics were unable to move Lu Wanshan's soul out of it, but it was possible for them to input some gentle spiritual energy to help him consolidate his soul. Luo Qixing bulged his eyes and demanded, "Who's this guy?" "He is one of the crystal processor experts locked in the Spiriters realm by Professor Mo Xian and Lei Yuqin," Long Yangjun said in a hurry. "His name is Lu Wanshan, and he used to be quite famous in the field of crystal processor automation. He cooperated with the military before, too. Do any of you know him?" Before Lu Wanshan fell into the coma, he had been working for the military. It was apparently not the first time that he had cooperated with them. Therefore, he had quite a lot of acquaintances within the military. Although nobody in Luo Qixing's troop knew Lu Wanshan, Some of them had heard his name before and knew of his accident that caused him to be mentally deranged and sent to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital as a vegetative patient. A few soldiers who were good at cyberspace warfare went forward to question him. He answered all the inquiries elaborately and logically. There was not the slightest loophole. It was not until this moment that Luo Qixing and the other officers completely believed what Li Yao and Long Yongjun had said. Their faces immediately turned terribly awful. According to you, the Black Wind Fleet may arrive at a certain strategic location in the Federation anytime, but it is absolutely within the control of Professor Mo Xian or the extraterrestrial devils. It is also quite possible that Professor Mo Xian has hijacked the entire spiritual nexus of Hundred Flower City and controlled all the information being sent out through the network. Sweats the size of beans were running out of Luo Qixing's forehead quickly. Yes, we don't have much time left, Li Yao replied solemnly. At this point, there were 2 hours before the Black Wind Fleet arrived in the Heaven's Origin Sector. Jin Xinyue and the other forces who were in the Heaven's Origin Sector were utterly unaware of the extraterrestrial devils and had already activated their plan. At the same time, in the enormous space in the Heaven's Origin Sector, the No. 9 Space Gate, made of 425 star beacons, was following the trace of the sun and slowly adjusting the angle of every solar sail in order to absorb more energy from the sun and reduce the waste as much as possible. If one observed from the front, it was truly like 10,000 flames that were glowing in the sea of stars and dancing at the sun passionately in the most glamorous colors. Ripples of spiritual energy invisible to the naked eye penetrated through the four-dimensional space and were received by the monitors in the other 6 sectors, the resource planets, the space towns, and the enormous starships, turning into navigation marks that guided the way for them in the universe. It was the largest space gate in the entire Federation, capable of navigating a whole fleet to teleport through the four-dimensional space and arrive in the Heaven's Origin Sector immediately. There were 3 space gates of the same level in the Heaven's Origin Sector. Together, they supported the numerous, prosperous sailing routes between the capital world and the other 6 worlds. Every space gate was a money gobbler. Solar energy was not enough to meet 1/10 of their daily consumption of energy. Countless high-purity crystals were shipped there on a regular basis and burnt into flames that illuminated the four-dimensional space. Therefore, when the carrier that was fully loaded with high-purity crystals slowly approached the number 9 space gate, none of the soldiers stationed in the 2-star fortresses that protected the space gate noticed anything wrong. They knew that the shadow of war already consumed them. However, the Heaven's Origin Sector, as the capital of the new Federation, had the densest fixed defense arrays, which seemed to make it the hardest bone to bite. In comparison, the Flying Star Sector and the Uranian Ring Sector were more likely to be the primary target for the Black Wind Fleet. Such a preconception had corrupted a lot of people's wariness. Besides, this particular carrier arrived every 10 days. Many soldiers could still recognize the mottled rust and meteor scratches on the shell of it. It was not until the carrier accelerated, and accelerated again instead of slowing down security check as it usually did, and a super intense spiritual shield as red as blood that was more profound than the shield of many main force warships appeared, that somebody finally screamed in alarm. The last procedure of the dim moon plan had officially begun. At this point, there was 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 44 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet arrived in the Heaven's Origin Sector. The Federal Hyperspace Navigation Center, which was responsible to control the 3 space gates from the ground remotely and to plan the sailing routes between the capital and other locations, was located in the middle of the mountains in the east suburb of the capital city in the Heaven's Origin Sector. The 4 deep hollows on the ground were 4 bowl-shaped wave launchers that were almost 100 meters in diameter. They transmitted signals and instructions to the sky without stop. 7 teams of shuttles gathered from various directions and marched toward the Federal Hyperspace Navigation Center quietly. Sitting at the rear of one of the heavy armored battle shuttles, Jin Xinyue touched the scepter of the coalition army of demons in her hands, silent. She had always been confident about her victory since the dim moon plan was implemented. She had even been acting mysteriously. However, at this moment, when the dim moon plan finally reached the last chapter, and everything would soon be revealed, she suddenly felt ill at ease. Schwer, her disciple who was sitting next to her, sensed the anomaly. Master, In any case, there is no turning back now. Xianxia took a breath and closed her eyes, with obvious fatigue on her face. She seemed to be both explaining to her disciple and comforting herself. We are playing a risky game. The Black Wind Fleet is playing a risky game, too. Both parties want to settle the war in one campaign and do not wish it to be dragged into a protracted battle. So we are all dancing on the tip of a blade. We have no choice other than such a radical tactic. Otherwise, even if we defeat the Black Wind Fleet in a regular war, it is not going to be so easy to completely destroy them. If the war goes on for a couple of years, the Federation will be scarred and burnt to the ground. New expedition armies will certainly arrive from the Imperium and reap us easily. So, no matter how dangerous, painful, and harmful the dance on the tip of the blade is, we must see the end of it. I hope that our play is enough to make the Black Wind Fleet believe that the Heaven's origin sector is in chaos and attract them to jump into our ambush. Schwer held Xianxia's hand and softly said, God bless our people. God bless the Federation. Xianxia was not someone who believed in deities and heavens. She would never hesitate to slaughter them if they ever stood in her way to power. However, at that moment, looking at the spiritual towers and launchers that rose high into the sky from the mountaintops, she mumbled to herself, God bless our people. God bless the Federation. At this moment, there was 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet arrived in the Heaven's origin sector. In the Heaven's origin sector, at the edge of the galaxy far, far away from the sun, from the dark and boundless coldness, a fleet that was painted in unusually eye-catching white colors struggled out of a stone belt and sailed toward the home planet. It was the No. 16 Deep Sky Fleet of the Federation, more commonly known as Big by Fleet, which had just finished a half-year deep sky cruise drill. Theoretically speaking, it should be exhausted and running out of resources now. All the starships were returning to the space zone around the capital to rest, refill the supplies, and build up the defense of the capital. On the Bridge of Infinite Fire, the flagship of the Big by Fleet, Bai Xingjian, the highest commander of the fleet, crossed his legs and half lay on the chair comfortably with his hands as a pillow. Through the hundreds of light beams that were floating in midair, he viewed the overall report of all the drill subjects in the past half-year. He could not have looked more at ease. Xiao Lishui, his deputy and the chief of staff of the Big by Fleet, looked at him, frowning. The guy coughed hard every now and then, and his cough lasted more than half a minute every time. He was almost coughing all his internal organs out every time he coughed. Speaking of which, this guy Xiao Lishui had been one of the dominating big shots in the past, too. He was more than 260 years old. Even for a cultivator, he was also old enough to kick the bucket at any time. The man had once been a space pirate on Spider Den in the Flying Star sector. He had already been quite famous on Spider Den 200 years ago, and he was of the same generation as Bai Xinghe, the pirate potentate. He had risen to fame even earlier than Bai Xinghe did. His cruelty and treacherous schemes were as good as those of the pirate potentate. The man had been famous because of his vile habit. He never hijacked regular carriers, and he was only fond of hunting the fellows of his own trade who had just fought a bloody battle with the guardians of armed commercial groups. So, it was usually very easy for him to loot tremendous wealth without paying anything. Before his quirk was exposed, he had been one of the most powerful magnates on Spider Den, but after the issue was publicized, the space pirates had finally discovered, to their surprise, that more than 50 pirate gangs had been smothered by Xiao Lishui in the past few decades, and that the space pirates killed by him were even more numerous than those killed by the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City. Although it was not unusual for the space pirates to attack each other for goods, it was still too despicable when someone attacked nobody else but the space pirates without leaving anybody alive. Xiao Lishui's wicked behavior had infuriated everyone. Even so, he still managed to escape for 5 years under the siege of dozens of pirate gangs before he was captured by accident. Then, he was locked and tortured in a prison below the surface of Spider Den, partly because the space pirates believed that it was actually a mercy to kill him just like that, and partly because rumor had it that he had accumulated astronomical wealth after swallowing so many pirate gangs over decades. Who could bear to execute him before he had shared where the treasure was? Just like that, Xiao Lishui was locked in the dungeon on Spider Den for 30 years, watched and interrogated by the few most powerful pirate gangs together. He had spent such a long time down there that he had almost been forgotten by everyone, and he was still soaked in the filthy water when Spider Den was liberated by the Cultivators. Dealing with Xiao Lishui had become a tricky problem. Nobody could deny that he was a space pirate. In fact, he was one of the most ruthless and cunning space pirates. There was no way that he should be set free and allowed to jeopardize the society. However, after arduous investigations, all his crimes consisted of hunting other fellow space pirates, and no evidence of him looting regular carriers was found. Also, at this point, his bones had almost rotted after being soaked in the dungeon for more than 30 years. He had only been 150 years old at that time, the prime of a cultivator's life. But he was consumed by white hair, wrinkles, and diseases, and he looked like a man of 500 years old. The doctor's judgment was that he could live no more than 10 years, even if he was not sentenced to death as other unpardonable heads of space pirates were. Therefore, Xiao Lishui's final verdict was 50 years of imprisonment. Nobody expected that the coughing old man would struggle to live through his term of imprisonment. He was even picked up by Xingjian from a corner of a certain slum and served as an advisor on by Xianxia Starship first. Then, he was appointed as the chief of staff of the Big Bai fleet. He seemed to be revived again. Old Bai? Xiao Lishui covered his mouth and coughed for a long time. Although the Big Bai fleet is free to draft all the drill subjects on our own as an independent troop, all the tactics you asked them to practice in the past half-year are different from what you reported to the general staff. Don't you think that you will need an excuse? I don't understand why you changed the drill subjects so greatly and asked them to practice battles without network in an environment that was under severe spiritual and magnetic interference. What does it mean? Is the technology of the Imperium of true human beings advanced enough to block our connection with the outside world instantly? If that's the case, why didn't we just report the drill subjects instead of rehearsing them clandestinely? Bai Xingjian suddenly stopped shaking his legs. A moment later, he began to shake them again. Don't be hasty, old Xiao. You will find out very soon. Find out what? Xiao Lishui asked. You will find out. Bai Xingjian narrowed his eyes that were filled with both confusion and excitement as he mumbled, whether or not I was tricked by the old fart. At this point, there was 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 36 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet reached the Heaven's Origin sector. In District 109 of 100 Flower City, at the core of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, Li Yao, Long Yangjun, Luo Qixing, and the other commanders of the 414 troop of various levels gathered before a 3D structure map of 100 Flower City and discussed their plan. This is District 01 of 100 Flower City, the central area where the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center was located. Luo Qixing tapped on the computer softly. The 100 silver, ball-shaped space stations that constituted 100 Flower City together immediately dispersed, revealing the big, round ball at the center that was the largest in size and carved with infinite runes on the surface. With a laser launcher, he shot out a mystic ray and analyzed the structure of the big round ball as if he were peeling an onion. 100 Flower City is the research, utilization, and interaction center of the spiritual nexus of the Federation. Although no strong troops such as the Burning Prairie Fleet are stationed here, the defense system, made of the automatic magical equipment, including defense rune arrays, battle puppets, autopiloting flying swords, and many others, is state-of-the-art nationwide. A lot of automatic defensive magical equipment is actually tested in 100 Flower City first before the devices are shipped to strategic locations in the capital, the Flying Star Sector, and the Uranian Ring Sector. District 01 is the core of everything. The whole of District 01 is a forbidden military area. It is divided into 2 functional modules. One of the 2 modules is the Command and Administration Center of 100 Flower City, or rather, the local government of this place. Through the center, it is possible to control the artificial gravity, light and energy supplies, air and asset supplies, and the like in the 100 ball-shaped space stations. The other module is the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. It is responsible for processing the information from the 7 sectors before encrypting, compressing, and redistributing the information so that the information can reach their destination more efficiently. Of course, the information of Hundred Flower City itself also needs to be sent from the center to the hyperspace information launching bases around to reach the reception bases dozens of light-years away instantly by way of four-dimensional space travel. Therefore, the old general of the Federal Army, who had been going through mud and trenches his entire life but never achieved any accomplishments that were worth bragging about, and who had been promoted to the place of colonel purely with blood and sweat and was about to retire in peace, glanced at Liao, Long Yongjun, and his subordinates. He tapped the big silver ball that represented District 01 and said, "Whoever controls District 01 controls Hundred Flower City. If their computational ability is high enough, they can intercept, monitor, and even modify all the information on the spiritual nexus freely. But right now, every sign indicates that Professor Emotian is very likely to have bypassed the automatic defense system and seized District 01. Therefore, our mission is to break into District 01 and take back control of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. Just now, somebody asked if we could contact the fleets that were cruising outside of the Hundred Flowers space zone. Unfortunately, we can't because our connection with the fleets is based on the spiritual nexus, which is no longer reliable. Even the military network that seems to be independent is also the same. There's no way that our real voice will be transmitted to their bridge. Besides, starships are different from ground troops. The ground troops can fight independently, and every soldier can act on their own. But on the starships, as long as the bridge is under control, even if the sailors down below start a mutiny, it is unlikely for them to seize the starship. Most importantly of all, Hundred Flower City is in a dense distribution right now. District 01 is closely surrounded by almost 100 districts. It's equivalent to saying that the millions of civilians in those space stations are being held hostage. Powerful as the guns on the starships may be, it is impossible to expose District 01 without destroying dozens of districts. So, there is no need to count on the reinforcement of the starships. We can only attack as infantries. The eyes of the old colonel suddenly turned sharper than he had ever looked in his 100 years of service in the army. All his subordinates were slightly dazed under his stare. They breathed heavily, waiting for instructions. Starting from this moment, abandon the spiritual nexus, the old colonel declared resolutely. Just consider us to be under high-intensity interference of all bands. Return to the primitive state of squad battle. Now we are going to split. Part of us will go to other troops to inform them of the latest situation and ask for their aid. Let's hope that they can make the right choice, too. The rest of us will follow the two fellow cultivators from the Ancient Sages sector and stab into District 01. Somebody is definitely going to believe us. Liao raised his voice and interjected. Because Professor Emotian couldn't have anticipated that the two of us would escape the moment before the space jump, or that we could resist the mental assault of the extraterrestrial devils inside Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. His whole scheme is already disrupted after miscalculating the two things. So, he has been forced to activate his plan in advance or to control the situation through more radical approaches. Blocking District 109 by force is the best evidence. I believe that District 109 can't be the only area that has been blocked by him. In order to prevent the outside world from noticing such an enormous blockade, Professor Emotian needs to fabricate endless false information and send it out. A lie can only be covered with greater lies. When the lies grow too huge, even Professor Emotian will have to crash despite the computational ability under his control. A lot of people out there must have already grown suspicious. Other than the Federal Army, there are also the free fighters, members of exo-societies, and battle-type cultivators in the universities. All we need to do is tell them the truth and gather more warriors. I'm not too worried about that. Luo Qixing smiled somewhat bitterly and said, "It's been 103 years since I joined the Federal Army and 22 years since I served in Hundred Flower City. I do know a few friends in this place. However, the 414 troop is just a common troop that does not even have a special title. My old friends are basically the same. Most of the soldiers in the troop are just ordinary fighters. The building foundation stage cultivators haven't reached the bottom level as officers yet. If even the spiritual nexus is untrustworthy right now, let's be honest here, we are just a tray of loose sand with mediocre combat ability. In comparison, according to what you said just now, it is very possible that the enemy controls all the automatic defensive magical equipment in District 01 and has turned the bodies of 1,000 experts into battle shells. This is going to be a tough battle. No, we are not afraid of death, but we fear that we cannot accomplish the mission. In order to break into the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center against the bombardment of 1,000 experts, we will need a point of attack, an arrow that can focus the sand into a rock. The old colonel stared at Liao and Long Yongjun with a complicated expression. There was both hesitation and expectation in his eyes. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other and nodded heavily. Rest assured, Colonel. We know the famous slogan in the Federation, "The blood of the strong must be shed first," Liao declared. Since the two of us are the strongest of all people here, we will definitely run at the front and lead the charge. Luo Qixing stared at them for a long time. Then he laughed and opened his arms. "Welcome to the Federation," the old colonel said earnestly. 20 minutes later, on the lawn outside of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, District 109 had been fully closed. Not only was any transportation and communication with the outside world entirely cut off, the 3D light beams nearby that simulated blue sky, white clouds, mountains, and rivers had been shut down. The lackluster silver cabin wall was revealed. Even the air was humid and suffocating, making everyone feel that they were in the middle of a steamer. 1,000 soldiers of the Federal Army, in their crystal suits, were like 1,000 iron statues that had been stabbed into the grass. They listened to Luo Qixing's instructions. In the Federation 100 years ago, the so-called Crystal Suit Legions were the elite troops of the elite troops. Only the ace troops, exclusively made of cultivators, had the privilege of equipping every soldier with a battlesuit. After the technological boom in the golden period of development, the crystal suit production and the skill card assembly technology from the Flying Star sector had made significant progress. In the Federation today, even regular troops and miscellaneous troops without special titles had been equipped with crystal suits. Yes, the 414 troop was a troop in the second tier, only slightly better than a miscellaneous troop. The soldiers of the 414 troop were either too old or too young. Some of them were veterans who had served in the army of almost 100 years. They were very experienced, but their physical strength was declining. Some of the soldiers were rookies who had recently enlisted. Although most of the squads had been allocated with a cultivator, the quality of the cultivators was quite low. Most of them were in the refinement stage and few were in the building foundation stage. Those in the core formation stage were too rare to be seen. However, at this moment, the intimidating fighting will released from them was as impressive as the ace troops of the Federal Army that had their glorious titles, such as Flying Tiger or Eagle Strike. Every soldier tried to stand as straight as possible, even if they were just ordinary fighters whose spiritual root had not been awakened. This is the brief of the situation right now. The 414 troop is now faced with the most arduous task since it was founded, Luo Qixing roared. I'm not going to lie to you. This is not a mission issued by the superiors. It is not even an authorized one, but an operation of insubordination and desertion. It is a soldier's responsibility to obey orders. Maybe we shouldn't do this, but soldiers should also consider protecting their country as their responsibility. They should answer the call of their motherland. Do you hear the wind? The Federation is now in unprecedented peril. The motherland is summoning us. That is an order of the highest level. We are the soldiers of the new Federation. We are warriors with brains and hearts. We are not cold slaughtering machines. So, the 414 troop of the 18th Group Army, listen to my command and carry out the urgent task immediately. We will break into District 01 and take back the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center from the enemy's hands. As the highest commander of the 414 troop, I can't promise you anything right now except that after the battle, even if only one soldier survives, the 414 troop will boast its own unique flag, emblem, and title, like the Ace Legions exclusively made of cultivators. The exit to District 108 next to District 109 was an enormous gate more than 20 meters in diameter that was as indestructible as a dam. Once the gate was locked from the outside through the mainframe crystal processor of Hundred Flower City and all the barrier rune arrays were activated, it was practically impossible to open the gate by brute force. Theoretically speaking, the gate could never be opened, unless it met a super refiner who was both adept at rune arrays and the internal structure magical equipment and also capable of destroying the necessary parts with the brute force of the high level of the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, Liao happened to be one such super refiner who had the brute force above the high level of the nascent soul stage. Under Liao's coordination, 100 exos exerted their strength in two directions simultaneously. The carotid artery on every soldier's neck were almost exploding before they finally opened a small gap on the airtight gate. Passing through the long pathway, they did exactly the same on the gate that was the entrance to District 108, only to discover that District 108, or rather, the few areas that they opened later through all kinds of trouble, was so chaotic that it looked like the end of the world. The entire 100 Flower City had entered the highest alarm state. All the transportation channels among the 100 ball-shaped space stations that made up 100 Flower City were closed. Every space station was blocked from the space stations nearby with the enormous gates that weighed tons, turning them into independent individuals. Such a design that was similar to an airtight cabin on Starships was meant to avoid an accident where all the districts were exposed to the vacuum after one of the space stations was destroyed by intense hostile fire. As a result, all the economic activities in the entire 100 Flower City stagnated. The daily lives of the citizens were seriously affected, too. The gravity control in quite a few districts became unstable. Now and then, residents, shuttles, and miscellaneous objects that were not fixed on the ground would float to the center of the ball-shaped towns. Then, a moment later, the man-made gravity was improved to more than twice the standard gravity. Most people were breathing heavily because of their own weight and unable to stand on their feet. The entire 100 Flower City was in chaos. The 3D light beams that constructed the beautiful environment of blue sky and white clouds had turned into twisted snowflakes, and even revealed the cold silver cabin wall and rusted tubes on it in the end. The virtual signs and arrows on the major roads either disappeared or changed crazily, causing a lot of shuttles to almost run into each other. Thankfully, automatic emergency brakes and buffer rune arrays were the basic configuration for most of the shuttles nowadays. No serious traffic accidents took place when they were just moving at a low speed in the downtown area. But still, unprecedented traffic jams filled every district of the city. There was no need to mention the oxygen supply system and the automatic heating system. Should anything go wrong, cold wind might be blown out, and the heat-proof rune arrays might be shut off. As a result, the districts of 100 Flower City that were on the shadowy side would turn into a frigid hell where a drop of water would turn into ice immediately, and the districts facing the sun would become steamers with a temperature of more than 50 degrees. Getting to the bottom of it, the seemingly splendid space metropolis was merely a series of thin, iron shells soaked in the freezing universe. Compared with the life and death issues above, the spiritual nexus shutdown in the entire 100 Flower City seemed to be a minor problem not worth mentioning at all. The only thing that suggested the existence of a government was the obscure broadcast whose source was barely distinguishable. Dear citizens, please don't panic. Proceed to the nearest shelter if possible. Attach yourselves to soft objects if you prefer to stay indoors. Do not go outside. Repeat, the war has already broken out. This is not a drill. Please proceed to the nearest shelter in order. The voice was quite loud at first, but soon, it became twisted and feeble, before it was replaced by the shrieking attack alarms. Everybody felt that a beast was tearing their eardrums with sharp claws. Liao, Long Yongjun, and Luo Qixing looked at each other, all feeling grave. They were not sure if the war had broken out. However, according to the speculation of Liao and Long Yongjun, Jin Xinhue had reached the moment where she had to activate her plan, and there was no need for Professor Emotian to hide his plan now. So, the war was destined to break out today. It was not important whether it happened a few hours earlier or a few hours later. What mattered was not how the war broke out, but whose banner would be flying at the edge of the cosmos when the complicated war that involved multiple forces was over. Professor Emotian's pace has been disrupted. He knew that we would rush out without bothering anything. That's why he caused such mayhem in order to prevent us from marching forward. Liao analyzed the situation calmly. just like I said before. He could have taken over the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center without alarming anyone and lurked in the darkness while the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet had an ultimate competition before he finally jumped out to claim all the benefits. But our unexpected operation forced him to go to the stage in advance and reveal his existence. As a result, he will have to mobilize more computational ability to fabricate the information streams being sent from 100 Flower City to the outside world, pretending that this place is peaceful and quiet. For the virtual life living in the spiritual nexus, computational ability is their everything. Now that he is wasting so much of his computational ability on the pretension, it will certainly affect his real plan to some extent. What we are going to do is force him to consume even more computational ability. Liao, Long Yangjun, and the 414 troop accelerated to the central area of 100 Flower City. However, the closer they got to the downtown area, the more citizens and shuttles were crowded in midair, and the more chaotic the situation was. As a result, they were inevitably slowed down. In the meantime, they encountered some other troops who were stationed in various districts. Thankfully, those troops did not attack them the moment the two parties met. After all, even though Professor Mo Xian could fabricate orders through the spiritual nexus, it was impossible for him to make up such a ridiculous story that 1,000 spies of the Imperium had snuck into 100 Flower City pretending to be an established troop of the Federation. Furthermore, Luo Qixing had been stationed in 100 Flower City for more than 20 years. Even his family had moved there. He had quite a few comrades in the troops. His face alone was enough to half convince many commanders of Liao and Long Yangjun's story. The real problem was that the last order those troops had received before the communication was shut off was to maintain order, pacify the citizens, and guide as many to the shelters as possible. It was definitely the most complicated work. Most of the soldiers had been dispersed among the panicked citizens. It was impossible to gather them anytime soon. It was not until then that Liao and his companions realized that Professor Mo Xian had cast the entire 100 Flower City in chaos not just to prevent them from moving forward but, more importantly, to hamstring the bottom-level soldiers who could possibly affect his plan. It is not going to work out this way. Liao gnashed his teeth hard. Where's the nearest double airtight exit? It's time to split. We will approach District 01 from the outside. Colonel, you will stay here and try to gather more people. All right? Luo Qixing's throat moved, as if he had something to say, but he said nothing in the end. He simply stood at attention and saluted Liao and Long Yangjun in the most standard way. For the convenience of shell maintenance and emergency evacuation, there were quite a few exits that directly led to the space on the cabin wall of every district. Naturally, such exits were usually locked by double and even triple airtight gates, and they were never opened unless there was an emergency. When the last airtight gate in front of Liao and Long Yangjun was slowly opened, the darkness of the entire universe flooded in like cold seawater. However, due to the lack of the blockage of the atmosphere, when the first sunlight crashed into the cabin, the cold seawater was immediately heated into scorching magma. Liao and Long Yangjun looked at each other and jumped into space. Right now, they were floating in the middle of almost 100 enormous silver ball-shaped space stations, like two tiny ants that were crawling on shiny silver balls. Stepping on the shell of the ball-shaped space station below their feet and triggering colorful ripples with the power rune arrays on their crystal suits, the two of them sprinted toward District 01, leaving scattered exhaust flames behind them. Behind them, more soldiers of the 414 troop crawled out and became their solid support. In such a way, they reached the area near the enormous ball-shaped space station where District 01 was located without any trouble. However, crack, 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 the infinite runes that were carved on the shell of District 01 densely unleashed 10,000 thick electric arcs, which sloshed among the few most central space stations, weaving a frightening, forbidden area of death. One was not supposed to hear any sound in the vacuum. However, everybody who saw the deadly electric arcs could hear the sound of their brain nerves that were cracking in fear. Hundreds of lifeless exos were standing quietly among the deadly electric arcs. They were absolutely motionless, like statues, and simply allowed the electric arcs to dance around them. But after they discovered the intruders, they seemed to be activated at the same time. Destructive heat was emitting from the cold crystal cameras on the helmet of their crystal suits. It was the army of ghosts that Professor Emotion had trained. The battle shells made of the bodies of high-level battle-type cultivators in the past, combined with the fighting spirits, which had condensed the battle experience of countless experts, became a terrifying troop that was 10 times stronger than the grand illusionary soldiers in the past and could fight more agilely and independently. However, Liao was 10 times stronger than when he encountered the grand illusionary soldiers. Who? Liao narrowed his eyes, but the excitement in them was undisguisable. His scorching eyes tore apart the cold universe and glanced at each and every member in the army of ghosts on his opposite. In the end, he seemed even delighted. Come to think about it, it's been 100 years since I released my best strength to my heart's content. Liao smiled, baring his white and sharp teeth. 725 in total. Judging from the files in the ward, they were mostly above the core formation stage. Although the bodies are not controlled by themselves right now, according to Lu Wunshan, the so-called fighting spirits are absolutely capable of simulating the combat skills of top-tier experts as long as the computational ability is high enough because they are made by combining the essence of the moves, tactics, and teamwork of hundreds of thousands of battle-type cultivators. Long Yongjun smiled casually. She and Liao had established point-to-point communication through telepathic thought entanglement. So, there was no need to worry about Professor Emotien's invasion. The good news is that their bodies have been sleeping for too long. However great the bodies used to be, they are still definitely no match for strong warriors who train crazily every day despite all the stimulations of bioelectricity and the maintenance of high-nutrition liquids. However, the defense rune array made of the dazzling whips of lightning surrounding District 01 seems rather tricky. We must be careful not to be caught by them. Got it. Let's go. I really want to know how strong an elite warrior from the Nuwa civilization can be. I would like to find out how terrifying the legendary vulture Liao is when he is doing his best and breaking all his limits. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other and smiled. Then they did exactly the same weird movement. They took off the crystal suits on their bodies. In the darkness of the universe, where sunlight was darting gold swords toward the central area through the gaps among the enormous ball-shaped space stations, in front of the array of electric arcs that were as thick and ferocious as boas and the 1,000 lifeless soldiers of the army of ghosts, the broken crystal suits on Liao and Long Yongjun fell apart like colorful butterflies, and the pieces spread out into cosmic dust around them. The two of them were only wearing thin mustard seed combat suits. They did not even wear an oxygen circulation unit but were directly exposed to the vacuum of the universe. Behind the two of them, all the soldiers of the Federal Army felt that their hearts were grabbed. The soldiers were people after all. Most of them were even ordinary people whose spiritual roots had not awakened yet. They could only be turned into a cold, efficient war machine under the effective command in a strict battle formation. The commanding of modern wars was highly dependent on the network system. Without the network, when the highest commander was absent, even an ace troop might turn into loose sand and collapse abruptly. There was no need to mention the 414 troop, which was just an unknown regular troop. There was not a habitable planet several light-years around Hundred Flower City. It was just a lone space metropolis. Even if the city did suffer the invasion of the Imperium, it would be a battle between the starships of the two parties that decided the final outcome of the war. If the fleets of the Federation failed, there was no force that could possibly stop the fleets of the Imperium from tearing Hundred Flower City apart. Therefore, it was meaningless to deploy strong ground troops in this place. The so-called 414 troop and its brother troops were merely security guards. Once the war broke out, their sole mission was to maintain basic order in the enormous metropolis. The soldiers of the 414 troop had never dreamed that they would have to compete with experts who were once famous nationwide. Although the experts had nothing but their shells left now, after the soldiers entered space and clung to the silver balls like ants, having trouble to breathe under the double pressure of the cold universe and the enormous space stations, and especially after they discovered that Professor Emotion had truly occupied District 01, controlled the automatic defense array that was meant to deal with the Imperium, and even sent out 1,000 terrifying warriors to block the entire area. The previously hot blood of the soldiers turned into cold sweat. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. The soldiers of the Federal Army were not scared of death. However, charging at an elephant as ants in a battle that was destined to fail, and expecting to be crushed into dust by the elephant without causing any damage to the enemy were not something that everybody was brave enough to do. They were just ordinary people. They were made of flesh and blood. They had their emotions. They might shudder in fear with their mouths dry and their foreheads covered in sweat. They might imagine their miserable deaths when they were struck by the electric arcs later at the crucial moment. They might recall their families who were waiting for them anxious at home, which made them want to desert. They were just ordinary people. They needed the prospect of victory, hope of brightness, and an ear-splitting horn to make their hot blood that had been frozen by the universe to boil again. Ahead of the Federal Army made by the ordinary people, Liao and Long Yongjun had already taken off their broken old crystal suits that they had been wearing previously. Then, new crystal suits, the most magnificent crystal suits inside their cosmos rings, darted out in dozens of streaks of dazzling brilliance as their fingers danced softly under their summon before the crystal suits were put on at a super high speed. Shwa! 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 The state-of-the-art crystal suits that were in different styles but equally glamorous, as if they were made by pouring out all the stars in the galaxy, consumed the two of them instantly, transforming them into two dominating warriors. The two super crystal suits were indeed from the center of the cosmos. With his identity as the captain of Team Red Lotus and the special representative of the speaker, Liao had picked them out carefully from the warehouse of crystal suits on Firefly. Then, after days and nights of crazy modification and strengthening, at the cost of almost all the most precious units on Firefly, he had finally completed the two crystal suits. Even the most ragged ship might still have some nails that could be of use. Firefly was carrying the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic after all. Although its stock was incomparable to the Imperium or the Federation on a strategic level, it was still not a problem to find two pieces of single magical equipment such as crystal suits. The crystal suit on Liao's body was deep red. It did not carry too much remote magical equipment, but four coldly shining, high-frequency vibration daggers stuck out of elbows and knees. They were the legendary melee magical equipment invented by the Supreme Emperor himself in the Star Ocean Imperium. They could trigger vibrations in a frequency dozens of times higher than modern vibration sabers. Through the tiny, uneven vibrations, it would be easy to destroy the target's spiritual shield and to greatly increase the metal fatigue of the strengthened armor, eventually disintegrating the target structure from the molecular level. When waving such high-frequency daggers, tearing spiritual shields would be as simple as tearing toilet paper, and cutting crystal suits would be as easy as cutting tofu. Even if faced with the super alloy armor of the warships, infiltrating them would be no more difficult than digging a hole at the beach. Equipped with such marvelous blades, Liao's crystal suit had improved his performance in the melee combat to the maximum. Therefore, the name of the super crystal suit was the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur. Long Yongjuan's crystal suit was as impressive as his. It was a pure white, glimmering, swift, and slender crystal suit. At first glance, it seemed to highlight agility and speed. However, behind the crystal suit, there were 9 long swords that spread in a sector like the tails of a peacock. Brilliance and electric arcs were flowing on the long swords. They extended all the way downward and dashed out of the crystal suit's back, turned into 9 long whips of light. The pale electric arcs were highly condensed, ready to attack like fatal vipers. They seemed to be of an even higher level than the blue electric net on the defense rune array before them. As the electric arcs and the auras of the swords flashed, the hundreds of square meters around Long Yongjun seemed to be covered in a hazy mist. She seemed to be appearing at every point in the range simultaneously, and yet she seemed to have completely vanished into unsubstantial auras. It was the Photon Phantom, a supercrystal suit that had adopted the magical equipment units from the center of the cosmos and was carefully modified by Liao. A fire could only be furious enough when the wind was strong. The more powerful a crystal suit was, the more spiritual energy it would demand to be driven. Such crystal suits could not be used by any random cultivator, or even any random nascent soul stage cultivator. However, after Li Yao and Long Yongjun, two unparalleled experts, put them on, the hunger and agitation deep inside the crystal suits completely awakened their soaring fighting will. Their muscles were bulging, their veins were expanding, and their blood and souls were burning. The strength that had been hibernating for decades and hundreds of thousands of years was entirely released. Arg! Li Yao and Long Yongjun both roared furiously, like angry beasts that had woken up. Surging spiritual energy rose above from their crystal suits and spread out to all directions, turning into crazily dancing flames at first and two overwhelming giants that surrounded them later. All the soldiers of the Federal Army behind them were dumbfounded. How is it possible? Is this really happening? Such magnificent tides of spiritual energy. It is almost a cosmic storm. Although they had blocked the external network, their spiritual energy probe devices were still operable. On the combatability detector, a standard gear for the Federal Army nowadays that was upgraded and modified from the Demon Beast detector invented more than 100 years ago, all readings were soaring madly and breaking the limits one after another. Beep, 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 beep. The crystal processors of all the soldiers were sending out ear-splitting alarms, warning them to immediately retreat and take cover. The spiritual energy that was surging out of Li Yao and Long Yongjun had far exceeded their imaginations. All the readings indicated that it was more likely to be two main force warships that had just been teleported to this place from the four-dimensional space than two exos that were showing up in front of them. What level are the two experts at? Many soldiers of the Federal Army knew that the two of them were in the nascent soul stage. They had seen the battle videos of some nascent soul stage cultivators before, but they never saw such appalling tides of spiritual energy. We will rush forward and destroy the lightning defense array first. Then you can follow up. Li Yao and Long Yongjun's voices, enshrouded by their spiritual energy, were sent to the crystal suit of every bottom-level commander like invisible octopi. Then, the two of them turned into two unstoppable streaks of brilliance and lunged at the army of ghosts. The soldiers of the Federal Army witnessed a scene that they would never forget. It was like wind blowing away clouds and tigers jumping on lambs. The seemingly magnificent, impenetrable line of defense was almost riddled with holes and falling apart the moment the two streaks of brilliance broke through it. Even the thousands of electric arcs were hesitating and shivering, not knowing where they should strike. That was because their enemies were too fast. Li Yao and Long Yongjun, two super nascent soul stage cultivators close to the divinity transformation stage, enhanced by the super crystal suits from the center of the cosmos, were too fast. Most of the soldiers of the Federal Army could only capture vague brightness with their naked eyes. It was rushing into and out of the army of ghosts like smoke and flying like a ribbon. Then, a lot of crystal suits on the enemy's side were already falling apart, utterly deformed, or exploding into enormous fireballs, with broken limbs flying everywhere. They all split apart and perished abruptly under the overwhelming spiritual energy, turning into lackluster space junk, which interweaved into abnormal swirls that turned into the battlefield into a bizarre painting. It was not until they replayed the picture captured by the crystal cameras at a speed 10 times slower than before that the soldiers finally saw how Li Yao and Long Yongjun raged in the army of ghosts unstoppably with their sabers and swords. It was quite a weird feeling. It was almost like Li Yao and Long Yongjun were from an amazing new world, where the speed was 10 times faster, and they accidentally entered a slow world. All the fighting spirits nearby, no matter what dominating and renowned experts the battle shells under their control used to be, were targets that were absolutely motionless in front of them and completely at their mercy. The two streaks of brilliance rushed all the way forward, leaving two paths of destruction made of fireballs behind them, as if they had torn an enormous wound on the universe with their unstoppable sharpness. Shwa! The high-frequency daggers pierced through 3 layers of spiritual shield easily, ripped apart a super alloy shield that was carved with dense defense rune arrays, and pierced into the chest of one of the fighting spirits without a sound. Before it was able to react, the bones on its chest were already shattered into pieces, and even the internal organs were shaken into a cluster of blood. The high-frequency daggers were drawn out, and the wound caused by the super high-frequency vibrations quickly expanded. Because of the internal pressure, the blood and internal organs of the fighting spirit erupted like magma, only to be frozen into round, icy balls by the extremely low temperature in the vacuum of the universe, as if a blood-red flower of ice was slowly blossoming. Even a fighting spirit could not go on fighting when its body was entirely destroyed. Right when it transformed all its waves into mental power, trying to assault Li Yao's brain, Li Yao had already opened his left hand in advance and focused a cluster of dazzling light, blowing up its entire head together with the prepared mental attack after one bombardment. The entire process of combat was as fluent as a running river. It took less than 0.5 seconds from when the high-frequency daggers began to wave to the light cannon's bombardment. Li Yao clenched his burning left hand, feeling that every pore on his body had been expanded to the maximum. Sweat was running out like magma. He could not have felt more comfortable. It had been 100 years since he had last fought such a gratifying battle. When he looked back, he noticed that the broken limbs, the debris of the twisted crystal suits, and the broken flowers of blood constituted a devastating path of death. Not far away from him, Long Yongjun turned into dozens of shadows, each of which was surrounded by 9 invincible auras of sword. The hundreds of auras of sword made up a meat mincer. All the fighting spirits that were touched by her would be absorbed into the meat mincer ruthlessly and cut apart by the hundreds of auras of sword. It was even more miserable than to be killed by Li Yao. Soon, the army of ghosts who were bold enough to block the two of them were all cleared. The fighting spirits nearby who should have been charging at them fearlessly were somewhat hesitant. They were all searching the database crazily and considering what kind of tactic should be adopted in order to cope with two monsters like Li Yao and Long Yongjun. But little information about feasible solutions could be found even in the enormous database that stored almost all the combat data of the Star Glory Federation from the past 100 years. Those fighting spirits were all tilting their heads, as if their crystal processors had crashed. They fell into brief rigidness. The fighting spirits that were responsible for remote attacks were still raining mystic rays, bullets, and flying swords toward the two monsters that even the database did not know how to deal with while hiding behind the defense array, causing messy ripples on Li Yao's and Long Yongjuan's spiritual shields. More than 10 crystal suits seemed to be blocking their way valiantly, but on closer inspection, they were all weirdly stiff, with pale flames of spiritual energy popping out of the gaps of the crystal suits. When Li Yao and Long Yongjun brushed past them, they all exploded in brilliant sparks, as if they were welcoming the two of them. All the soldiers of the Federal Army could only think of one word after seeing the scene: invincible. Li Yao and Long Yongjun broke through the defense line quickly and flew toward the pivot of the defense array on the surface of District 01. The automatic defense array was the most marvelous weapon to claim the lives of the soldiers. It would be a meaningless, suicidal mission to ask the Federal Army to march forward without destroying the array. Only after the defense array was broken could the combat ability of the Federal Army be maximized to provide effective reinforcements for them. Huchi, Huchi, Huchi. Inside the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur, Li Yao was breathing heavily. There was no telling whether it was because he was tired or excited. A war could not be won by a few nascent soul stage cultivators. Even the strongest nascent soul stage cultivator only had limited spiritual energy inside their internal organs and limbs. Even the most advanced crystal suit still had the problems of ammunition, durability, metal fatigue, and maximum working time. Even if the enemy were nothing but harmless bread, one would still die of indigestion after having hundreds of pieces in a row. After Li Yao and Long Yongjun slaughtered almost 100 fighting spirits who were equivalent to experts in the core formation stage in the blink of an eye, the performance parameters on the crystal suits, especially the durability of the high-frequency daggers and the intensity of the spiritual shield, were quickly plunging. There was no need to mention their own exhaustion. Li Yao, on the other hand, felt that all his veins were bulging to the maximum. His every brain cell was singing a battle hymn, and his bloodshot eyes were almost jumping out of his eye sockets. Too few. There are too few of them. This is not gratifying enough. I want to fight 100,000 of them. Z. The intensity of the electric arcs before him was immediately improved to a higher level. 3 electric arcs flashed past Liao and struck him. Covered by the deep blue electric arcs, the 4 airtight gates on the surface of the ball-shaped space station were slowly opened like 4 bloody mouths. Countless lifeless warriors of the army of ghosts and multiple times more battle puppets, like bees that had been infuriated, flooded out of their base. They congregated into 4 metal torrents and craned their heads at Liao and Long Yongjun. Every metal torrent was at least 10 meters in diameter. There was no need to mention their length. Most of the battle puppets that made up the metal torrents boasted a round body and rough limbs that were full of magnetic flagella. Instead of battle puppets, they looked more like space torpedoes that had been installed with simple power rune arrays and navigation units, allowing them to automatically follow and attach themselves to the target. Crack, 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 crack. Liao and Long Yongjun's crystal processors calculated the total number of the incoming weapons. Well, by rough estimation, although there might not be 100,000 of them, the number of the space torpedoes embedded with highly explosive crystal cores certainly surpassed 10,000. Can you please watch your mouth in a battle if you know you are a jinx? Long Yongjun requested. I was merely roaring to boost the morale while I was having fun in the battle. I didn't know that it would work out so effectively again. Who? The 4 metal torrents smashed at Liao and Long Yongjun at the same time. The flagella that were dancing crazily around their bodies could automatically detect the spiritual shield. Like annoying caltrops, it was practically impossible to get rid of them once they were attached to the surface of the spiritual shield and interweaved with the magnetic field. In 0.5 seconds, almost 100 space torpedoes were already attached to them. Still more torpedoes blocked their zone of activity, sealing the 1,000 square meters around them without leaving any gap. The flagella of some of the space torpedoes even connected to each other while they were waving and turned into an overwhelming web. Boom, 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 boom. Almost 1,000 space torpedoes were detonated at the same time, raising furious tides of spiritual energy. Despite the defensibility of their crystal suits, both of them felt that their heads were dizzy and the world was shaking. Explosions were echoing inside their minds, too. Sound waves could not be transmitted in the vacuum. Therefore, it was not the sound of the exploding torpedoes, but the sound of their feeble brains crashing against their hard skulls. Voila! Blocked by the space torpedo in every direction, the 2 of them immediately lost most of their zone of activity. Now that their speed had dropped by 30%, the lightning defense array quickly locked onto them. Almost 100 thick electric arcs struck the 2 of them hard, allowing them to taste the feeling of electric shock besides the immense blast of spiritual and magnetic waves. It appeared that Professor Mo Shen's army of ghosts had already found solutions to deal with Liao and Long Yongjun after the brief battle just now. There was no better way to deal with such unparalleled experts who could fight 1,000 opponents on their way. The only possible solution was to drain them with the sheer advantage in numbers without sparing anything. Liao felt that he was being collectively attacked by 100 volcanoes. The performance parameters of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur were plummeting as quickly as a tire whose valve core had been removed. It would soon be more unworthy than a farmer's cleaver. However, more and more warriors were rushing out of the airtight gates of the space station. After all, Professor Mo Shen had taken away thousands of battle shells from Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Damn! Liao spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, which was immediately removed from the crystal suit by the liquid transfer tube next to his mouth. It was obliterated by the ripples of high temperature raised by the blasts before it was frozen into ice. The attacks became more and more fierce. Being bombarded by almost 10,000 space torpedoes incessantly was not an everyday feeling even for a crystal bomb maniac like him. Of the 1,000 performance parameters of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur displayed on his retina, quite a few had turned gray, implying that the unit represented by the parameter had been completely destroyed. The rest of the parameters had turned mostly dangerous orange and deep red colors. They were only one step away from the dead gray, which indicated the complete loss of function. Beep, 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 beep. The buffer unit on the left ankle was completely destroyed. The venom filtration unit was completely destroyed. The adjustment valve for the tubes on the right wrist was completely destroyed. The high-frequency dagger on the right knee had surpassed the limit of fatigue and would be destroyed if it kept on vibrating. It had to be cooled down for 27 seconds. Different red layers popped up in front of Li Yao's eyes, as if the crystal cameras of the crystal suit had been covered in blood. He seemed to hear his cerebral vessels exploding one after another and his boiling blood running out blatantly on the ravines inside his brain. He could also hear the burning sounds when his scorching blood was vaporized by his brain cells that were even more scorching. Monster Li. Long Yangjuan's voice was sharp and high-pitched. Li Yao could totally imagine how furious she was. This equipment cannot survive much longer. Cover me. I need to change. Wait a moment. The Supreme Emperor's Excalibur was wreathed by thousands of fireballs, like fire from the four-dimensional space that was burning a hole in the three-dimensional universe. However, Li Yao put on a cold smile while being tortured by the extreme temperature and the crazy tides of spiritual energy. His bloodshot eyes were filled with the brilliance of a predator when he gazed at a certain point on the shell of the space station without blinking. It seemed that he could not withstand the bombardment of the space torpedoes any longer. The first spiritual shield at the periphery of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur cracked and fell apart like glass. The main power rune arrays at the back of the crystal suit also released light that was as red as blood. The speed of the crystal suit plummeted, and he seemed incapable of controlling the trajectory of his flight and almost tripped himself over in the vacuum. The lightning defense array, relying on the most advanced automatic aiming and attack system, and powered by the database that stored the combat data of the past 100 years, did not let go of the rare opportunity to attack. 1,000 electric arcs surged out of a certain point on the shell of the space station instantly like crazily dancing snakes, attacking the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur in curves that were tearing the dark universe apart. By the analysis of the fighting spirits based on the database, according to the slightly clumsy posture of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur right now, it would be hit by the lightning in 0.01 seconds. Once it was bound by 100 electric arcs, and thousands of space torpedoes nearby all came at the guy at the same time, even a nascent soul stage cultivator might suffer a fatal wound. However, the seemingly unavoidable attack of the 100 electric arcs missed their target because of the sudden dodge of Supreme Emperor's Excalibur that was much more agile than anticipated. It was only hit by about 10 lightning bolts. A whip of such an extent was not enough to deprive Li Yao of his ability to move. He could totally grit his teeth through it with his monster-like body build. Found it, covered by his facial cover. Li Yao's left eye turned as red as blood when part of the primeval cells inside his body were fully activated. Even his pupils were entirely drained. With part of the demonized body, he took the blow of more than 10 electric arcs the hard way. Then, he bellowed in excitement, almost spurting out the fury of the lightning that flooded into his body just now. The pivot of the automatic defense array is right there. Yes. Taking the bombardment of thousands of space torpedoes, without even dodging the lightning strike of the automatic defense array, and pretending to be clumsy until the last moment was all for the purpose of figuring out the pivot of the automatic defense array, so that they could blow it up. Now is the time. Li Yao roared, his voice even eclipsing the thunder. Change the equipment and attack. In the places far away behind them, more and more airtight gates on the silver ball-shaped space stations were opened, spurting out white pillars of gas. A lot of soldiers of the Federal Army crawled out of the gates under Luo Qixing's furious roars and after seeing the holographic pictures from Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. The moment they jumped into space, they saw such a blood-boiling and exciting scene. 2 crystal suits versus 1,000 crystal suits plus almost 10,000 space torpedoes. The bottom-level officers who were quick-minded and had already grown suspicious secretly when 100 Flower City entered the emergency state immediately understood everything. Luo Qixing was right. 100 Flower City did have an accident. Who's guarding at the periphery of that space station? Their spiritual energy is as powerful as the best troops in the country. But there is definitely not such a troop in the garrison of 100 Flower City. Also, the highest alarm just now came too uncannily. Even if the Black Wind Fleet launched a full-scale attack, it's highly unlikely that they would choose the 100-flower space zone as the main target. Look, the edge of the space zone is peaceful and quiet. There's no sign of two fleets that are engaged in fierce crossfire at all. Then, was it really necessary to issue the highest alarm and cast the entire city into chaos and paralysis? Also, where did our commanders go exactly? We can only see their orders that are sent through the network and the communication channel, but we never saw them in person. Something must be greatly wrong here. After the questions exploded inside their head, the soldiers of the Federal Army all bulged their eyes and felt coldness rising from their spine to their skull. They also came to the realization quickly that what was unfolding in front of their eyes could be a crucial battle that would decide the fate of the Federation. And at that moment, the battle was being fought by only two people. Not good. They are not going to persist any longer. Such an assault is too crazy even for the peak of the nascent soul stage. They are faced with thousands of enemies, 10,000 space torpedoes, and an entirely lightning fortress. We have to reinforce them. We have to reinforce our nascent soul stage cultivators. However, looking at the thousands of electric arcs that were still spreading out among the ball-shaped space stations like a storm, the soldiers of the Federal Army were all anxious. A lot of them were deeply astounded by the tough performance of Liao and Long Yangjun and made up their mind to charge forward without considering anything. It would be good enough if they could destroy a few space torpedoes or attract a few electric arcs to relieve the pressure on the two nascent soul stage cultivators. Brothers from the garrison of 100 Flowers City. This is a life and death battle for the Federation. We are the rightful army of the Federation. This is our battle. Luo Qixing's voice echoed through space in a hoarse, noisy, yet even more wild way through an old magnetic broadcaster that used to be applied on the resource planets. Are you going to just sit here and watch the warriors from a foreign land shed their last drops of blood for the Federation? We might not be as strong as the nascent soul stage cultivators. We might just be ordinary people whose spiritual roots are not awakened yet. But our blood is as hot as that of the nascent soul stage cultivators. Our valor can rip apart the stars just like theirs. A battle cannot be won by one or two experts. Look, our nascent soul stage cultivators have been dragged into an exhausting fight. They are in dire need of our support. They need to get some precious rest and cool down under our cover. At this moment, the future of the Federation does not depend on them but each and every one of us. Summon your courage, grip your weapons, listen to the call of the horn, aim and attack, and show the goddamn extraterrestrial devils that this is the Federation. When Luo Qixing's hoarse roars were still resounding as ripples of spiritual energy, a powerful, ear-splitting horn had penetrated the vacuum of space and flooded into the ears of every soldier. Everyone was unable to control themselves, as if they had been punched right in the chest. Today, because the tactical network was highly developed, and the main battlefield was the vacuum in space or the resource planets without atmospheres, a horn, as an ancient way of commanding to pass orders, was already outdated. However, when every new soldier who joined the Federal Army received the education of its glorious history, they would be reminded how the Federal Army charged at the beast tides, the monsters, the most dangerous lands, and all the formidable enemies standing in the way of the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag under the encouragement and guidance of such horn, when it was just founded under the ideology of protect mankind hundreds of years ago in the old Federation. At that time, the soul-stirring horn had its own name. It was the Horn of Charge. At this moment when the tactical network was probably invaded and compromised by the enemy, with dozens of magnetic broadcasters that were designed to send out all-covering messages in the vacuum, the ancient Horn of Charge was blown again. This space zone had never been as hot as right now since the Big Bang. The soldiers of the Federal Army of the new generation, other than during the history education or when playing certain ancient virtual games, had probably never marched forward under the encouragement of the Horn of Charge before. However, when the Horn of Charge that had fallen quiet for a long time really echoed, their every muscle, every vein, and every cell was prepared to charge. Some sounds did not need to be brought up time and time again because it had been carved into the deepest part of their genes as the memory of the blood. Move forward, Federal Army. Thousands of soldiers, some of them ordinary fighters, some refinement stage cultivators, and some cultivators who struggled at the middle and bottom level of the building foundation stage for decades without any promise of breaking into the core formation stage, roared at the same time together with the horn of charge. There was no reason they could hear the voices of their comrades, but they clearly heard everyone's deafening roars, which combined with the horn of charge into surging tides that were even more overwhelming than the lightning storm up ahead, toward the rumbling thunder, toward the dancing electric arcs, toward the destructive vortexes raised by the space torpedoes, and toward the intimidating army of ghosts. The Federal Army charged. Liao heard the horn of charge, too. He had been a member of the Federal Army, too, in the age of the old Federation. In his younger years, before he went to the Blood Demon sector to facilitate the union of the three sectors, before he stopped Xianxia's scheme in the Flying Star sector, before he tried to perish together with Skeleton Dragon on Boneyard, before his spiritual root was awakened, and before he encountered the beast tides on the Grand Desolate Plateau. He had heard the distant and yet familiar horns from the movies time and time again, and seen the warriors with the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblems striding forward together with the horn of charge. The horn, the picture, the emblem, and the faces that were blackened by blood and smoke but had eyes which were as glittering as before were deeply carved into his blood, too. Liao grinned and laughed crazily without a sound. 100 years had passed. A lot of things had changed, but the Federation was still the Federation. Liao did not hesitate anymore. The flames of spiritual energy that had already raged toward the stars seemed to have broken free from certain invisible shackles and began to expand and surge again. The space torpedoes within hundreds of meters were all decimated. However, the fireballs that they raised after being destroyed were suppressed by his spiritual energy and controlled by him to dart out, turning into a soundless wall of fire and creating an empty, blocked area for him and Long Yongjun. Streaks of brilliance surged out of their cosmos rings again and condensed into magnificent armored parts in the vacuum. Electric arcs were dancing among the parts. They were soon attracted by the jumping spiritual energy on the two of them and jumped to them quickly. All the soldiers of the Federal Army far away activated their power rune arrays to the maximum. Dragging exhaust flames that were hundreds of meters long, they rushed at the space station like an overwhelming meteor shower. The group of officers headed by Luo Qixing was the strongest of all, boasting the few core formation stage cultivators in the troops. In the spirit of the blood of the strong should be shed first, they accelerated and ran toward the front of the meteor shower, even though they were at the rear in the beginning. As the sharpest arrowhead, they sprinted at the lightning that looked like gigantic boas. They had already been prepared to attract a few electric arcs for Liao and Long Yongjun in order to share their pressure even at the cost of their own lives. However, when they were only one step away from the savaging range of the lightning defense array, they sensed that Liao's and Long Yongjun's spiritual energy, which had already been off the charts, was soaring yet again. Dazzling blade auras were flourishing in the middle of the space torpedoes and the army of ghosts, which was as awe-inspiring as the brightness released by 2 stars. Then, explosions erupted on their bodies, and countless fireballs condensed into 2 orange balls hundreds of meters in diameter, completely consuming the 2 of them. Before the officers had a chance to scream, the 2 orange balls blossomed like a bud and then quickly withered like a flower. The 2 of them broke out of the core. Their previously shattered crystal suits had been utterly renewed. With the attraction force of the spiritual and magnetic field, countless strengthening plugins had been attached to them, making them even more elegant, magnificent, and powerful than before. Liao and Long Yongjun's bodies expanded to almost 5 meters. 2. They were Ares extensions, plugins that could maximize the combatability of the crystal suits before the colossi were unearthed. Luo Qixing had seen a lot of experts who summoned the Ares extension that could only be used once at the most perilous moment during his 100 years of service, but he had never seen such a unique model before. The Ares extensions that were attached to Liao and Long Yongjun were filled with profoundness, elegance, and strictness. The complicated spiritual stripes were in a vintage style. After the new plugins were added, the 2 of them looked like primordial warriors who had traveled through time from the primeval age to the present day. Yes, the 2 Ares extensions were made of pieces of primeval magical equipment from the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector by Liao. Remnants left after the fierce battle between the Nuwa clan and the Pangu clan were everywhere on the Nuwa warship. Because the warship was buried deep under the glacier, most of them were very well preserved. A lot of the magical equipment still maintained part of their functionality despite the passage of hundreds of thousands of years. Before Liao arrived at the Ancient Sages sector, the natives of the Ancient Sages sector already considered the primeval treasures as marvelous weapons. Qi Zhongdao, the nominal leader of all the cultivators, was the most typical one of them, having refined the gravity controller of a starship into a piece of unique magical equipment that was invincible in the world of cultivators. Yen Liren had used 3 giant swords from the primeval era that belonged to the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan to deal with the gravity controller. Although the primeval treasures applied to Liao's and Long Yangjuan's Ares extensions were not as good as Qi Zhongdao's Heaven Flipping Seal in terms of performance, the gap was not very large. Perhaps nobody else in the entire Star Glory Federation could afford such extravagance as to consider the primeval treasures as one-time, expendable goods. Therefore, Liao had named the Ares extension made of the primeval treasures the Primeval Extension. With the enhancement of the Primeval Extension, the two of them were truly like ravenous beasts from the primeval age. Their speed was further accelerated, and they charged into the crowd of the space torpedoes and the army of ghosts, leaving hundreds of blurred shadows behind them. Their target was very clear, the pivot of the lightning defense array that Liao had found out by taking the blow passively just now. The defenders soon realized what they were up to. Countless space torpedoes and warriors lunged at them fearlessly, trying to block their attack. But how was it possible when they were faced with the reveal primeval force? Break now! Liao grabbed an enormous saber that was 17.7 meters long, but with an aura that had been extended to hundreds of meters away, suggesting that it could slash a starship in half. Dazzling brilliance surged out like a tide. While Liao cut everything in front of his way in half, both the warriors of the army of ghosts and the space torpedoes, Long Yangjun, on the other hand, chose almost 1,000 flying swords. Those flying swords from the primeval age had been rusted and broken. However, after they were refined by Liao, some of the sharp pieces were still kept. The sharp pieces had now turned into the best bullets, which turned into 1,000 streaks of gold brilliance under the control of Long Yangjuan's powerful telepathic thoughts. Interweaving into a deadly net of swords, they pierced through the warriors and the space torpedoes. It was the real hurricane of flying swords. It was the best example of 1 against 1,000 and a killing spree in space. There was no doubt that such brutal attacks were draining their spiritual energy at a crazy rate, too. However, they were backed by thousands of soldiers of the Federal Army. They were not fighting alone. What was there to be scared of? What was most important right now was to destroy the pivot and shut down the lightning defense array so that the soldiers of the Federal Army would not die for nothing. After clearing the debris in front of them, they could already see enormous swirls that were made of dazzling spiritual stripes on the surface of the space station. The most glamorous, complicated part, which was defended by the most warriors of the army of ghosts, was where the pivot of the array was located. The pivot of the array was also surrounded by rounds of defense arrays that were powered by a few large crystal reactors below the thick armor. Almost 10 layers of spiritual shields which felt almost concrete were protecting the pivot of the array. Sensing the trickiness of the two intruders, the intensity of the spiritual energy was upgraded by several levels by the defender immediately. Yellowish colors that were visible to the naked eye were spreading out. Affected by the force field, even the rune arrays inside the pivot of the array were almost twisted, making it look like a weird eye that was shooting out hatred and fear. The army of ghosts and the space torpedoes were seething with impatience again, trying to block the channel of attack between them and the pivot of the array. After consuming such a huge amount of spiritual energy, it had barely been possible for them to sweep through the enemy so overwhelmingly, too. Now is the time. Liao bulged his eyes and bellowed, with blood flowing out of his eyes. Long Yangjun sniffed. The 1,000 pieces of ancient flying swords emitted unbelievable brilliance again and turned into golden ribbons around them, hovering quickly within hundreds of meters as the best defense. Liao raised his right arm high and moved his fingers quickly, forming a sign. Inside the cosmos ring, 6 enormous flying swords, which used to be the weapons of the warriors of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan but had been utterly deformed after his modification, jumped out to the battlefield. The complicated spiritual stripes on them were illuminated one after another, and bright, orange colors entangled with each other, transforming them into 6 paralleled crystal rails. It was a special railgun, a unique, super railgun that was luxurious enough to use primeval swords as the crystal rails and pieces of the primeval magical equipment as the cannonball. Liao had named it the Primeval God-Sealing Cannon. Attracted by the magnetic force, the primeval God-Sealing Cannon slowly landed on the right shoulder of Liao's primeval extension. Dozens of connection components immediately ejected from the right shoulder and the helmet of the primeval extension, allowing the great cannon to be completely melded with the armor. Liao's telepathic thoughts and spiritual energy were also able to flood into the great cannon from his right temple, triggering mysterious reactions with the pieces of the primeval magical equipment and the high-purity marrow crystals that were stored inside the great cannon. Liao burnt his soul without bothering about anything, as if he was pouring his own soul into the great cannon. Even the 6 crystal rails made of primeval swords seemed unable to shoulder the violent spiritual energy any longer and turned into translucent orange colors. At this moment, everybody both on the enemy's side and on their own side sensed the weirdness and magnificence of the great cannon. Even the weakest, most sluggish crystal processors were uttering ear-splitting alarms. High-energy reaction up ahead. Warning. High-energy reaction up ahead. Warning. The army of ghosts and the space torpedoes were desperately running forward, trying to block Liao's route of attack with themselves. There was already no time. Liao had already locked onto the pivot of the array with all his telepathic thoughts. Even if the army of ghosts did reach him, they would not be able to stop the roar that he had accumulated for 100 years. Liao clenched his fists so hard that they turned into 2 black holes. The orange flames deep inside the great cannon were expanding like a sun before the primeval God-Sealing Cannon was launched with the maximal damage. Bo! Liao felt that cracking sounds were echoing inside his brain again. The ancient memories that had been sealed for a long time were added with new gaps after being riddled with holes by Lei Yuqin's attack. Mental power that was almost concrete surged out of the memory core and swept across the entire brain. In the meantime, on his right shoulder, boundless spiritual energy flooded out like a supernova outbreak. The primeval God-Sealing Cannon, the primeval extension, and the super crystal suit Supreme Emperor's Excalibur were ripped apart by the violent aftershock at the same time and exploded on his body. In just one moment, his mustard seed suit was almost burnt to ash, and his skin was falling apart. His every muscle seemed to have been twisted brutally, and his every drop of marrow had turned into scorching magma. His internal organs were shaking violently like an earthquake. The recoil of the shot was too powerful for even Liao, a nascent soul stage cultivator, to bear. He spurted out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with spiritual energy, which turned into eye-catching redness in the vacuum. In exchange for such a great price, he launched a shot that could blow up the head of even a deity. The soldiers of the Federal Army could only see a dazzling flash that seemed to be re-establishing the entire universe. The red torrents, made of boiling spiritual energy and molecular-level particles of the primeval magical equipment, were extended into a long, narrow red line several kilometers long within a moment before it hit the pivot of the lightning defense array precisely. It was like a burnt, iron chopstick piercing into the eyeball of a huge monster. All the warriors of the army of ghosts and the space torpedoes in the path of the attack were shattered, vaporized, and obliterated. The multiple layers of the lightning defense array did not even stop the attack for 0.1 seconds before it dispersed into shining pieces of spiritual energy. Crimson brightness rose from the depths of the eyeball and expanded crazily, like a circular tide in an ocean that was hit by a meteor. Destructive tides were spreading on the shell of the space station. Wherever they reached, the rune arrays, the magical equipment units, and the automatic bastions were exploding and dying down in flames of various colors. After only several seconds, the glittering shell of District 01 was replaced by dim, tinted colors, like an enormous glass ball that had been burnt. The crazily dancing lightning around the space station previously began to cramp like the feet of a centipede that was struggling to live. After every cramp, the brightness and the range of the lightning would be slightly reduced. They degraded from dragons into boas, from boas into snakes, from snakes into earthworms, and eventually from earthworms into insignificant ants, dispersing in space amid flickering light. The spiritual and magnetic field was completely disrupted because the thousands of electric arcs were gone at the same time. The perception rune arrays of everyone's crystal suit were creaking, as if the sole eye of the giant monster was really blinded by Liao, which made it scream miserably in pain. The entire automatic defense array crashed. The power of a single shot was as invincible as that. The heated battlefield was seized by a few seconds of weird silence after the shot. Everybody was dumbfounded and sweating hard. They found it hard to believe their eyes, ears, and all the other sensory organs. They could not trust the estimated damage displayed on the probe magical equipment of their crystal suits. Either. The damage of the shot was even more powerful than the barrage of a triple main gun on a main force warship. Was the guy really just a nascent soul stage cultivator, not in the divinity transformation stage or even a higher level? God bless the Federation. When a lot of soldiers of the Federal Army stepped out of the space stations like headless flies into the cold universe, they were still filled with confusion, if not fear and desperation, because they did not understand what was going on and what they should do at all. The orders from their superiors were not trustworthy. The extraterrestrial devils, which they had barely heard of for more than 100 years, revisited the human world. The expedition army of the Imperium of True Human Beings was likely to assault the strategic locations of the Federation at this moment, too. Troubles were arising both inside and outside, and everybody was panicking. To make matters worse, they lacked organization and leadership. Could there be a more terrible situation and a more perilous moment? At that time, even the bravest, firmest, and most optimistic of them did not have the courage to imagine just a few hours into the future, which would certainly be unbelievably miserable and dark. They were merely risking charging forward and fulfill their responsibility with their lives, driven by the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on their chests as well as the honor and instincts of soldiers. When they saw the dense space torpedoes, the intimidating army of ghosts, and the crazily dancing lightning, nobody knew how to break through the impenetrable defense line. They knew how to die, but they did not know how to win. However, right now, Liao's shot gave them an answer and the hope of victory. So, there is such an expert on our side supervising the situation. We've got nothing to fear. Is he a nascent soul stage cultivator? No. I've seen the battle videos of the nascent soul stage cultivators before. Such a shot couldn't have been launched by a nascent soul stage cultivator. He must be in the divinity transformation stage. He must be. The fire support provided by the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage has completely destroyed the lightning defense array. What are we waiting for? March forward. For the Federation. For the Federation. For the Federation. Wars could not be won by 1 or 2 experts, but the splendid performance of the top-tier experts on the front line could indeed boost morale, tear apart the enemy's most vulnerable part, and add a fatal weight onto the scale of victory. The shot drained almost all of Liao's spiritual energy temporarily. He had lost the protection of the crystal suit and the mustard seed combat suit, too. He floated in the cold vacuum like a block of rotten wood. However, he was not frightened, because he clearly sensed that the tides of spiritual energy behind him that were 100 times more powerful than him were already set on an unstoppable rampage. The meteor shower, made of the ordinary soldiers of the Federal, accelerated abruptly after a moment of hesitation, marching into the enemy's crowd overwhelmingly. The army of ghosts hesitated for a few more seconds than them. The reason was simple. The army of ghosts were actually being controlled by the half-intelligent battle telepathic thoughts amalgamations, an artificial intelligence supported by big data. They could only choose the appropriate tactics based on the situations that were stored in the database. However, even the most enormous database could not have imagined that there would be such a crazily extravagant man who could afford building so many precious primeval treasures into a primeval god-sealing cannon that could only be activated once. Li Yao's craziness and magnificence was out of the database's bounds. The warriors controlled by artificial intelligence were all cramping crazily, as if they were shuddering in fear under Li Yao's powerful cannon. When they finally moved out of the infinite loop caused by data overflow, the soldiers of the Federal Army had already reached them. The army of ghosts were obviously much stronger, but the battle shells under their control were bodies made of flesh and blood. Those bodies had slept in the medical cabins for decades, which had made their limbs somewhat wither. Besides, even though the artificial intelligence could simulate the most delicate tactical movement based on the data, there were some things that it could never simulate. For example, morale. For example, spirits. For example, the blood-boiling feeling motivated by the belief of victory, supported by the horn of charge, and summoned by the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag. In space, a soundless, deafening, chaotic battle broke out. The soldiers of the Federal Army, whose eyes were burning with passion, were bold enough to charge at the fighting spirits ahead of them, who were theoretically in the core formation stage, even though there were only a couple of them, just to consume the spiritual energy of the fighting spirits and the durability of their crystal suits. It was the tactic that the army of ghosts adopted to deal with Li Yao and Long Yongjun just now. But now, the Federal Army, which had greater numbers, implemented it on them instead. Explosions were bursting out everywhere with broken sabers and swords. Translucent flowers of blood were blossoming only to be shattered the next second. The gory, chaotic battle covered the space station with a hazy, red veil. Chi, 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 chi. As time went by, the messengers that Luo Qixing sent out delivered the news to more and more districts. More and more local troops and the experts of the local universities, sects, and exo-societies, who had already vaguely felt something, flew out of the airtight gates to check what was going on. Paper could not wrap fire forever. No lie could deceive everyone forever. More and more space torpedoes were remotely detonated. The swirls of spiritual energy they raised actually consumed a lot of warriors on their own side. The wound, that was just torn by Li Yao and Long Yongjun, had no chance to be healed at all. The defense line of the army of ghosts was showing signs of collapse. Monster Li. Long Yongjun appeared by Li Yao's side. Her hands moved quickly and created an invisible spiritual shield, enshrouding Li Yao and protecting him from the low temperature and the vacuum. Even Long Yongjun had never seen such a powerful shot before. The elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization could not help but eye Li Yao up and down and remark, "That's rather powerful, isn't it?" "Of course," Li Yao said casually. "I haven't had a shot for 100 years. There's no need to brag about yourself now. Hurry and refill yourself." During the fierce battle, the two of them had blown up hundreds of fighting spirits together and had reached their limits. Had it not been for the cover and reinforcement of the Federal Army, they might have been drained by the army of ghosts. Thankfully, the Federal Army was marching forward unstoppably. They had also carried a lot of pills from the ancient sages sector that could quickly recover their spiritual energy. After the 12 top experts of the ancient sages sector joined hands, they certainly had the rarest treasures in the world. Their pills were all the most fabulous medicines in the world. Li Yao grimaced. There was no need to keep up an expert's demeanor in front of Long Yongjun. He hurried to retrieve dozens of fluorescent pills whose cores were various colors from his cosmos rings and swallow all of them. The pills turned into scorching, cold, sweet, or bitter juices when they were still inside his throat. Then they circulated inside his body, nurturing his internal organs and limbs. He could not help but moan in great satisfaction. After dozens of streams of spiritual energy flowed 3 times around his veins, he was finally vigorous enough to focus the spiritual energy on his eyes and examine the damage that his previous shot had caused. When he saw the dents on the surface of the space station that looked like craters, he was slightly dazed, too. "That shot does seem a bit too powerful," Li Yao thought to himself. "Are you all right?" Luo Qixing jumped at the two of them in excitement, almost clutching Li Yao and Long Yongjun as life buoys. As an expert in the core formation stage, he had known that the two of them must be very strong, but he did not expect them to be so strong. The world-blighting shot from Liao just now had almost blown up his heart too when it blew up the pivot of the lightning defense array. Medic! Medic! Luo Qixing roared through the broadcast magical equipment. Where are the medics? Under the stormy fire support, a team of medics in white crystal suits with silver jars on their backs flew close from not far away. They looked at Liao full of admiration and reverence first before establishing a temporary defense array next to Liao and Long Yangjun and aimed the vacuum injectors, which were connected to the medicine jars on their back, at the two of them. Pooh! 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 Tremendous bright green gel spurted out and wreathed them without leaving any gap. The high-energy nutrition drugs and recovery drugs contained inside the gel quickly leaked into their pores, flowing, soothing, and nurturing among the veins and nerves. Liao felt as comfortable as if he were soaked in the most advanced medical cabin. Not only did the weird gel that looked like jelly boast the function of repairing the broken veins and nerves, it was also triggering a natural counterforce as he moved his hands and feet, giving the feeling that an expert masseur was at his service. His efficiency of absorbing the pills from the ancient sage's sector was significantly increased. The modern war always highlighted the cooperation between cultivators and ordinary soldiers. The cultivators were strong both as attackers and defenders. As arrowheads and edges, they could be invincible. Their biggest shortcoming was that the duration of their fight was too short, and they were unable to be engaged in high-intensity battles for too long. One moment of carelessness, and they might be besieged by the enemy after their spiritual energy ran dry. In the most extreme cases, even the best expert might be killed by a bunch of ordinary soldiers. The ordinary soldiers were the very contrary. They were quite weak in terms of both attack and defense. However, as long as there were enough of them to form legions, they could provide stable damage output incessantly. The possible range and direction of the attack of the army would be greatly expanded. Besides, one combat parameter was basically equal for everyone, which was the load and the storage space. On a battlefield that was not under the influence of gravity, everybody's load, fuel, and crystals depended on their cosmos rings. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators' cosmos rings only had limited room, too, however spacious they might be. It meant that, even if a nascent soul stage cultivator had combat ability 1,000 times higher than ordinary soldiers, it was practically impossible for one of them to carry more ammunition and crystals than what 100 ordinary soldiers could. More weapons, ammunitions, crystals, and various sorts of war magical equipment could evolve into complicated, unpredictable tactics, achieving an outcome that even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to accomplish. The high-level cultivators and the ordinary soldiers had their own advantages. The key to victory was to combine their advantages. Getting to the bottom of it, the final outcome of a modern war, at least in head-on clashes that did not involve the mutual bombardment of starships, was mostly decided by whether or not the common soldiers on one side could effectively consume the spiritual energy reserve, ammunitions, mental power, and duration of combat of the experts on the enemy's side, and whether or not the experts on one's own side could be given the previous time to refill spiritual energy, recover the mental power, and cool down the magical equipment after they were greatly exhausted by the enemy's common soldiers. Luo Qixing did a marvelous job in that regard. It was because the 414 troop, as an ordinary troop without a special title, was exactly responsible for such a mission in the battlefield, to provide reinforcements and medical and fire support for the experts of the ace troops. Qilu! 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 Every pore on Liao's body was like a bottomless hole, crazily devouring the high-energy nutrition contained in the bright green gel. The shivering, sticky jelly soon turned transparent before it became gray and crispy, falling off from his body and ending up as tiny dust. Not bad. Liao grinned, his telepathic thoughts running to the medics like octopi. What is this weird stuff? It doesn't taste bad. Give me more. The medics all looked at each other in bewilderment. They had drills with quite a few ace troops before, but never had they seen an expert who could suck the emergency medication gel so rapidly and cleanly. The cluster of gel just now contained 2 units of recovery drugs, which were enough for an expert in the core formation stage to rest for 2 to 3 hours inside. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Luo Qixing almost could not wait to grab the medical spray gun and shoot at his life-saver himself. Pooh! Pooh! Pooh, 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 pooh. This time, more than 10 vacuum medical spray guns spurted at Liao at the same time, enshrouding him in a huge jelly, almost 5 meters in diameter. Ah! After the fierce, soul-stirring fight just now, especially the gratifying shot at the end, Liao's strength that had stagnated for 100 years was completely activated. At this moment, he was not wearing any armor. Even the mustard seed combat suit was completely burnt up by the violent spiritual energy. His naked body was directly exposed to the universe, but he could not care less about it. While absorbing the high-energy nutrition materials inside the medical gel, he spurted out the dead blood and the waste gas inside his body from his pores, which produced a series of dense bubbles inside the jelly. At first glance, his body seemed to be completely boiling. Despite the blockage of the medical gel, the cold vacuum, and the thick crystal suit, the soldiers of the Federal Army still felt an oppression that made it hard for them to breathe. It was like a super-enormous warship dozens of kilometers long was sliding past them slowly. Although they knew that the warship would not crash into them, they still felt that their mouth was dry, and their heart was pounding when they saw the endless body of the warship. Next to Liao, Long Yangjun had absorbed the nutrition materials inside the gel too. She was now revealing herself as a female. Naturally, she could not be as free at Liao. Although she took off the broken crystal suit, she was still wearing the ivory mustard seed combat suit. The tensile materials of the suit further highlighted her elegant curves. After she absorbed tremendous nutrition drugs, undisguisable flames of spiritual energy were popping up from her mustard seed combat seed. 2. The previous damage and fatigue had mostly recovered. Liao glanced at Long Yangjun and then observed the battle in front. Then, he nodded and said, "The situation looks very good. It seems that we don't need to attack again." "Shut up!" Long Yangjun's telepathic thoughts crashed into him brutally. "Just enjoy your meal and keep your mouth shut." The elite warrior of the Nuwa clan turned around and spoke to Luo Qixing solemnly through telepathic thought transmission. "The battle up ahead is going on very smoothly. By our estimation, Professor Mo Shen can't have too many available forces under his control. The army of 2,000 to 3,000 ghosts and the war puppets here are very likely all that he has. Just now, we slew more than half of the army of ghosts. They have lost the enhancement of the lightning defense array too. They are completely suppressed and will be surrounded very quickly. The army of ghosts have been fighting for quite a while too. With their bodies that have soaked for so many years in the medical cabins, they cannot weather through such a protracted battle. The enemy's defense line is about to collapse. Everything looks promising. Colonel Luo, hurry up and discuss with the commanders of other troops regarding the battle plan after we break into the space station." "Huh?" Luo Qixing narrowed his eyes. The super-large helmet on the specially made crystal suit for commanders on his head helped him to analyze the situation with the highly precise crystal cameras. "It's true. If things go on like this, we will break into the space station in half an hour." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when abrupt changes took place. From the airtight gates where the space torpedoes and the army of ghosts flooded out, almost 1,000 black iron balls flew out again. Those iron balls looked like the hammers that the barbarian cultivators in the age of ancient cultivators were best at. Dense stings were all over their surface. Among the stings, countless metal whips that could extend and shrink like tentacles were shaking incessantly. They gave the feeling that they were some sort of weird germs that had been enlarged by billions of times. Z, 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 Z. Deep blue electric arcs flowed out of all the iron balls. Instead of attacking the enemy, they produced a magnificent force field and attracted all the iron balls into one monolithic ball that was almost 100 meters in diameter. The technology to attract each other with the force field was similar to the plugging technology when the Ares extension was applied. All the parts could be separated and combined freely, making it quite convenient to use them. However, this time, after the enormous ball almost 100 meters in diameter wriggled for a moment, it turned into a giant that was crouching and holding its arms. Then, it slowly stretched out its arms and legs and sat up in space, staring at the Federal Army on the opposite side coldly. The big iron balls full of stings were the muscles and bones of the giant. The magnetic force that was flowing among the iron balls swiftly was its nerves and veins. When the giant completely stood up, it was more than 200 meters tall. Whew! Deep blue flames of spiritual energy were burning from the gaps of the iron balls that made up the giant's face. It was like a living creature in space that was grimacing and roaring at the Federal Army. The giant's voice was inaudible in space, but everybody was able to see its roars, which were sweeping the Federal Army like blue, circular ripples. Wherever they reached, the soldiers of the Federal Army staggered as if they were drunk when they were affected by the attack. It was mental attack of a very high intensity. Bulging his eyes, Liao stared at the huge monster 200 meters tall for a long time. Then he turned back slowly and looked at Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun blushed, which was quite rare for her. The veins on her temples bulged for a long time. Finally, she gnashed her teeth. I summoned the monster. I will take care of it. Logically, faced with the crystal suits that boasted high speed and agility, such a human-shaped machine 200 meters tall was of little actual significance despite the astonishing sound and visual effect. Could even prove to be very clumsy. However, the iron troll made of iron caltrops and magnetic field had a swiftness that was utterly disproportionate to its size. There was not any mechanical structure on its arms and legs at all, which were purely attracted by the magnetic field. Therefore, the limbs could be extended, retracted, or turned as it wished. They could even launch the enormous iron caltrops like cannonballs. Before the real attacks were performed, the giant would release intense mental attacks first to shock the brain nerves of the exos of the Federal Army, casting them into a momentary daze. When the soldiers of the Federal Army came back to themselves from dizziness, the iron drops several meters in diameter surrounded by electric arcs were already smashed into their faces. In terms of body size, it was a battle of an elephant versus mice. However, the elephant was actually as agile as a mouse, and the mice were as clumsy as regular elephants. The iron troll swept everything on its way invincibly. Wherever it reached, crystal suits collapsed, and blood and bodies were sent flying. Almost 100 valiant soldiers shed their blood in the cold space before they had the chance to grunt. Boom! 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 The iron troll could do more than just melee combat. Its body was made of 1,000 iron caltrops. Therefore, its body could freely be twisted and changed. Attracted by the force field, the limbs of the giant were growing and shrinking. They even became 4 enormous cylinders from which countless iron caltrops spurted out toward where the soldiers of the Federal Army were densest. It was not until the caltrops reached the center of the enemy's battle formation that they exploded abruptly into a fiery ocean of death. The situation on the battlefield was immediately reversed. The Federal Army, which had been pushing forward quickly just now, was blocked by the inhuman force. The army of ghosts that were more or less disordered previously, on the other hand, regrouped under the cover of the giant and were ready to launch a counterattack at any time. The soldiers of the Federal Army, who came from various troops and lacked effective organization and leadership, were charging forward purely with their courage and determination under the summon of the Horn of Charge. Such an army might be sharp enough, but it was short of tenacity. They could fight a winning battle, not a losing one. If the situation on the battlefield was promising, they could push forward with a high morale and fight crazier and crazier as they moved forward, offering a performance that was almost close to that of an elite troop. But if there were signs of failure, they would immediately be crushed and blown back to their real appearance that was disorganized loose sand. It was utterly impossible for them to be regrouped. The tenacity to fight a losing battle was perhaps the biggest difference between a common troop and an ace troop. What the heck is that? Even Liao, as an experienced refiner, had never seen such a weird, what seemed to be a war puppet before. The iron caltrops that made up its torso and limbs seemed to be space torpedoes that were even larger in size, but the spiritual and magnetic field that constructed the veins and nerves around its body was the key. How was that created? And how was such an enormous giant controlled in such a fluent and flawless way? It's the super deviant spirit that Professor Mo Xian produced, the most awesome artificial intelligence in war. A light space shuttle flew close under the protection of more than 10 soldiers of the Federal Army. Liao observed carefully, only to discover that the two-seated cockpit of the space shuttle had been simply modified. The pilot was sitting in the front seat, but a huge cluster of shivering jelly was on the seat behind. Inside the jelly was a weird supercrystal processor. It was Lu Wenshan, the refiner who was trapped in the Spiritor's realm and forced to join Professor Mo Xian's research project. Liao, Long Yangjun, and the Federal Army had rescued him just now. The field that he was most adept at was exactly crystal processor automation. Artificial intelligence was his strong suit. Do you still remember what I said? I overheard from some members of the research team that Professor Mo Xian produced 19 super artificial intelligences after decades of hard work. Other than the 2 failed products that were eventually obliterated due to logic mistakes and data overflow, 17 were successful. Telepathic thoughts were spreading out of the weird metal brain, as Lu Wenshan said in a hurry. The 17 super artificial intelligences are different from the other deviant spirits that run real-time calculations with the support of big data. Their computational ability is at least 100 times higher than that of the common deviant spirits and very close to the way of thinking of real humans. They have also been endowed with marvelous techniques by Professor Mo Xian or maybe the extraterrestrial devils. According to the seasoned specialists in our research team, such super artificial intelligences even have a special code name in the army of ghosts. They are known as hyperspirits. Most of the hyperspirits are designed to hack and control planetary-level defense arrays, flagship-level warships, and mainframe crystal processors that control an entire space zone. But to ensure security, Professor Mo Xian seems to have refined 1 or 2 hyperspirits for single combat purposes. The monster in front of our eyes must be one of them. Hyperspirits. There was no telling how many deviant spirits Professor Mo Xian had produced in the past few decades, but only 19 of them were qualified to be known as hyperspirits. 2 of them had even failed during the experiments. Even Professor Mo Xian had failed despite the technical support of the extraterrestrial devils. It was not hard to imagine the complexity and magnificence of the hyperspirits. The computational ability and databases of the hyperspirits were powerful enough to hack the mainframe crystal processors of the planetary-level defense arrays and flagships. No wonder they were able to build and control such a complicated force field model. Those things are not easy to deal with, Luo Qixing also said solemnly. I don't know much about the so-called hyperspirits, but I know that the torso and limbs of the giant are made of the most advanced space torpedoes of the Federation, known as abyss jellyfish. Those space torpedoes are different from the regular goods just now. Their explosive units have been embedded with high-pressure artificial marrow crystals. Their surfaces are also carved with 10 times more power rune arrays than common space torpedoes. Their speed, agility, and blast are dozens of times greater than common space torpedoes. Do you see the crazily flying chains around them? They are the magnetic attraction devices that guide them to fly to the target with the most intense spiritual waves automatically. If the target is not powerful enough, it may even be attracted to them before it is surrounded and blown into pieces. The abyss jellyfish as super space torpedoes are very expensive. It is not worthwhile to deal with regular targets with them. They are specially designed to deal with colossi. The colossi? Liao's eyes flickered abruptly. Luo Qixing nodded. Correct. More strictly speaking, it is designed to hinder and block the operation of the colossi in order to buy more time for the cannons, troops, and colossi on our side to gather. Is that so? Liao sneered. Can it stop a colossus? No magical equipment can really stop a colossus except for another colossus. Luo Qixing smiled bitterly. But right now, so many abyss jellyfish have been turned into such a magnificent structure after Professor Mo Xian's crazy modification under the enhancement of the hyper-spirits. There are no colossi in Hundred Flower City. The dozens of colossi that the Federation has are all deployed at the capital, the factories of warships, and the major mining bases. There's nothing we can do about the monster. Narrowing his eyes, Liao stared at the ravaging iron troll. He absorbed the spiritual energy and the nutrition materials at a much higher speed. The deep green gel was turning transparent at a visible rate. He and Long Yangjun looked at each other. both noticing the hunger in each other's eyes. We have failed. We didn't expect that there would be something like this hyper spirit. Looking at the soldiers in the front line which were on the brink of collapse, Luo Qixing sounded hopeless. The army of ghosts are regrouping. After they finish regrouping and launch a counterattack, our army will completely collapse. Even the bravest soldier will only end up as a target for the army of ghosts. After the collapse, it will be impossible for us to gather an army of such a scale and morale. Then, I guess we don't have a choice now. Liao widened his eyes. Every muscle on his body was vibrating like a high-frequency dagger, breaking the medical gel apart immediately and turning it into vague green mist that covered his body. Long Yangjun broke out of the medical gel, too. Staring at the iron troll, which was on a rampage far away, she calculated the combat pattern and movement of the enemy, while turning a cosmos ring on her thumb that was from the primeval age unhurriedly in the meantime. "This must be Professor Mo Xian's trump card," said Liao. "I assume that he must be very annoyed right now, because he has to show all his trump cards when the game just got started." "I suppose he is," Long Yangjun said. "Even if Professor Mo Xian has indeed produced 19 hyperspirits, most of them are certainly prepared to hack strategic mainframe crystal processors instead of fighting solo battles." "Let's just hope so," Liao mumbled. "We will run out of cards after we play the jokers. If I may ask, what are you going to do?" Luo Qixing was slightly dazed. Realizing what the two of them were trying to do, he was both excited and embarrassed. "Don't go there. You have done enough for the Federation. Your physical strength and spiritual energy have not recovered yet. Your crystal suits and Ares extensions have been blown apart. Even though you are experts in the nascent soul stage, you will be no match for it. It is a terrible weapon designed to slow down the colossi. This is our war. There's no reason why you should be sacrificed. Just retreat. We will cover you. 2 high-level nascent soul stage cultivators shouldn't die for nothing. We only have the hope of the final victory if the available forces are preserved. You will cover us?" Liao felt his eyes turn hot. He recalled the day in the Heaven's Origin sector 100 years ago when he was covered, protected, and supported by 1 million people under the flying flags. He patted Luo Qixing's shoulder so hard that he almost broke the guy's armor. He could not help but grin. With glamorous brilliance beaming out of his eyes, he said, one word after another, "Colonel Luo, thank you for your kind offer. However, there are 2 things that I must tell you. Firstly, you will soon know that this is not just your war. This is also a war of mine. Secondly, we will not retreat or die for nothing. Abyss jellyfish, iron troll, weapons born to stop the colossi. We shall see if you are capable of stopping the colossi." Before he finished the sentence, Liao and Long Yangjun accelerated into 2 streaks of dazzling brilliance and marched back into the heated battlefield. In the front of the battlefield, the soldiers of the Federal Army who were trapped in the attack range of the Iron Troll were all grasped by desperation because of the mental attack. Too strong. What kind of monster is this? Why is it attacking in such a weird way? Ah! The enemy did not have a real body. Or rather, it had an erratic and extensible body. When it was faced with the ordinary soldiers who were relatively weak, all it needed to do was to impose a strong push on the iron caltrops, and the collision would be enough to shatter the soldiers' bodies. When faced with the commanders in the refinement stage or the building foundation stage, 3 to 5 abyss jellyfish, the super space torpedoes, would come at them together and be detonated at the same time after they were attracted to the commanders with the magnetic field. The cultivators on the battlefield, who were small in number in the first place, suffered great casualties. Under the cover of the Iron Troll, the army of ghosts on the opposite side successfully completed regrouping. They formed piton-shaped units in groups of 3 to 5. The exhaust flames on their backs that were getting brighter and brighter suggested that they were about to launch a fatal counterattack. The Federal Army's battle line that was slightly disordered at the beginning began to slow down, halt, and disperse. Some soldiers were hesitating. Some of them were slowing down. Some were launching all the ammunitions and spiritual energy on their crystal suits out of fear only to miss all the targets, and some started to charge at the Iron Troll with passionate roars. For the Federal Army, Luo Qixing roared. His throat rolled for a long time, but he could not say another syllable. He simply drew the chains word that had accompanied him for decades, which he could not bear to throw away even though it had been maintained and strengthened for too many times, and aimed the tip at the iron troll. All the spiritual energy of the core formation stage cultivator blew out of his abdomen while he followed Li Yao and Long Yangjuan's charge. With everything coming to this point, I shall die without regrets. When the iron troll glared at him with its weird eyes that were made of deep blue flames of spiritual energy, the old colonel suddenly had such a weird thought. It was a great way to conclude his 100 years of service in the army. Not bad at all. But it was a pity that, right when Luo Qixing thought that he was about to suffer the iron troll's most powerful mental attack, the most unbelievable scene happened. The 1,000 data streams that were projected onto his retina were all jumping crazily, as if two very powerful sources of interference had appeared in front and disrupted all the probe magical equipment on his crystal suit. The next second, a few data streams soared and soon surpassed the limits. Certain unbelievably strong objects were summoned to this world. This is... The seasoned colonel slowly opened his mouth, finding it hard to believe his eyes. In his trance, he was even wondering if he was having an illusion on the verge of death. This is... The soldiers of the Federal Army, who were all mired in the desperate battle, saw the most unforgettable scene in their entire life in shock. The cold universe was like a dark swamp, but from the middle of the invisible swamp, two magnificent, daunting iron giants were slowly ascending out of the darkness, stretching out their limbs and spiritual energy to their heart's content. One of them was like a black skeleton, surrounded by deep red thorny veins. Its head was divided into 4 parts by a huge cross. At the center of the cross, the glittering soul eye was emitting a brilliance that was even more dazzling than a supernova. The other one was in black and white. It was mysterious and unpredictable, looking like both an angel who had descended from heaven for salvation and a great devil who was about to destroy everything ruthlessly. In terms of size, the two giants that were no more than 50 years tall were utterly incomparable to the iron troll that was more than 400 meters tall after it was completely expanded. From the perspective of the boundless universe, such a height was nothing but a grain of sand. However, the flames of spiritual energy that were blossoming from the runes on the surface of the giants, the joints of the plate of the armor, and the eyes of the two giants were burning furiously and expanding into 2 vivid images in the void that were 100 times larger than their real bodies. Who? The black skeleton bound by crimson thorns, which seemed to have just crawled out of the bottom level of hell, roared at the iron troll, triggering red ripples that smashed the blue ripples released by the iron troll into pieces. Even the deep blue aura around the iron troll was affected, and its enormous body size was shrinking and became less compact than before. When the two powerful mental attacks collided brutally and the final victor was obvious, all the soldiers of the Federal Army around immediately realized that they were colossi, the ultimate single weapons to roam and dominate the universe. See, colossi. They're our colossi. They are on our side. The arrival of a colossus on a space battlefield was often the most powerful excitant for the soldiers on its side. There was no need to mention what kind of effect 2 colossi could bring at such a critical moment. The feeling of controlling a colossus was completely different from the feeling to control a crystal suit. Even the most advanced crystal suit would have a tiny lag during control, as if when one was trying to scratch their feet through boots. However, the Colossus adopted an entirely different method of control. It was especially so for Li Yao, who had the assistance of Little Black, the protective and ancillary artificial intelligence specially designed for the Colossus in the Star Ocean Imperium. When he was soaked inside the body of Little Black, he felt that he was completely melted into the Colossus. He was the Tartarian skeleton, and the Tartarian skeleton was him. You are trying to stop the Colossi with such a thing? Sensing that his telepathic thoughts were spreading to the Tartarian skeleton's limbs, Li Yao was so excited that he could barely control himself. His left eye was as red as blood, and his right eye was as dark as ink. As weird brilliance beamed out of his 2 eyes, the flames of light behind the Tartarian skeleton focused into dozens of narrow and long wings, pushing it to charge at the iron troll. Boom, 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 boom. He was 10% faster than the Iron Troll. Passing through the abdomen of the Iron Troll 7 times, he detonated the super space torpedoes that made up the Iron Troll with the dozens of wings of black fire that were almost invincible sharp blades. Not only was the Iron Troll unable to follow the Tartarian skeleton's pace when it was waving the 4 limbs, even the blast of the super space torpedoes after they were detonated were left far behind by Liao, too. Also, because they exploded right inside the body of the Iron Troll, they even increased the instability of the magnetic field of the Iron Troll. After a few stabs, the number of the super space torpedoes had been greatly reduced, and the deep blue electric arcs were much dimmer than before, unable to keep the giant in the shape of a human any longer. Ah! The Iron Troll deserved to be a hyper-spirit that could simulate the feelings and emotions of humans perfectly with the immense computational ability. It was actually raising its head and screaming miserably, giving Liao a weird feeling that a brutal soul was truly sealed in the middle of the super space torpedoes. However, the next second the Tartarian skeleton uttered sharp alarms. 3 tentacles made of hundreds of space torpedoes blew at him from behind without a sound. The chains among the space torpedoes were connected to each other, constituting a cage of destruction. Boom, 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 boom. A series of enormous light balls immediately consumed the Tartarian skeleton. As it turned out, the Iron Troll had altered the magnetic field model in time and turned into an enormous ball from the human shape. Tentacles and flagella were protruding out of the ball anytime, which were rather similar to the abyss jellyfish, the basic units that made up the monster. Be careful. There's no time and place for you to maintain the Colossus here. The Yin-Yang, Long Yangjuan's Colossus, dashed forward, leaving countless blurred shadows behind. All the blurred shadows dispersed around the Iron Troll and raised black and white light blades that were purely focused with spiritual energy. Almost 1,000 light blades pierced into the body of the Iron Troll's ball-shaped body. The light blades were not attacking the space torpedoes but affecting the magnetic field and the communication network of the Iron Troll. As a result, the space torpedoes were removed from its body one after another, when the veins and nerves of the monster were cut apart. The space torpedoes that had been removed from its body were naturally detonated by the soldiers of the Federal Army. More and more space torpedoes were thrown away, and the Iron Troll was smaller and smaller in size. The forms that it could take became more and more simple. It was much easier to grasp its attack model now. The Iron Troll was riddled with holes under Long Yangjuan's attack. The deep blue flames of spiritual energy were flickering in fear. It extended countless tentacles furiously trying to snatch the Yin-Yang, sometimes even spurting space torpedoes to Long Yangjun hoping to blow her up. However, Long Yangjuan's Yin-Yang was the fastest and most agile colossus of what the 12 experts from the ancient sages sector carried. It was even faster than Li Yao's Tartarian skeleton. How could the Iron Troll do as it wished? Found it! Long Yangjuan's eyes were as cold as ice, as she stared at the hundreds of space torpedoes at the core of the ball-shaped body of the Iron Troll. The computational units and the control chips must be installed right there. At this moment, the destructive light balls around the Tartarian skeleton had all perished. Although the surface of the Colossus was slightly dimmed, even more violent flames of spiritual energy were surging out under Li Yao's fury. Li Yao gritted his teeth hard to straighten his left arm and open his fingers. All the crimson thorny veins around its body were condensed on the left army and soon constructed into what appeared to be the barrel of a cannon in front of his left arm. A highly dangerous red light ball was generated from the thorny barrel. The Iron Troll sensed the fatal spiritual waves from Li Yao's side, too. The only solution filtered by the enormous database was to run away immediately. But the black and white light blades from Li Yao were improving both their speed and density to a higher level in the moment, harassing the deep blue halo that supported its body, making it unable for the monster to move. How could it run away? Explode now! Li Yao roared. The destructive force hidden deep inside the Tartarian skeleton erupted like a hurricane and gathered in the thorns on the left palm, turning into an enormous light ball more than 100 meters in diameter, which then submerged into the core of the body of the Iron Troll. After a moment, All the crazily dancing flagella and tentacles around the iron troll were ossified and straightened. They extended as far away as possible, as if they were trying to get out of the range of explosion. But there was no time. The blood-red light ball exploded abruptly at the core of the iron troll, swallowing everything within 1,000 meters instantly. The strong radiation and interference caused by the light ball even completely blew the nerves and veins of the iron troll into smithereens. Almost 1,000 space torpedoes were detonated at the same time before they proliferated crazily like abnormal tumors. After they reached the limits of ugliness, they exploded, shrank, and perished, leaving countless broken pieces that were rapidly revolving behind. It appeared as if Liao had stabbed a bloody hole in the universe with the Tartarian skeleton, and the iron troll had been attracted into the hole and vanished forever. The heated battlefield fell into weird stillness again, but the flames of spiritual energy around the two colossi were still dancing crazily like two flags, rising high above. A moment later, everybody was exclaiming in excitement. The soldiers of the Federal Army were so excited that they had no time to bother whether or not their voice could be heard by each other in the vacuum. Bashing their chests, they uttered the most passionate, loudest, and sincerest roar. Long live the Federation! Long live the Colossi! The cacophony of the crowd might not have been able to pierce through the cold universe. However, the crystal cannons, flying swords, chainswords, vibration sabers, and high-heat axes that were filled with all their spirit, will, and hot blood certainly could. A moment later, the battle line of the Federal Army that had almost dispersed a moment ago was compressed into an iron tide again that rushed at the Army of Ghosts. The Army of Ghosts had just changed into the piton-shaped battle formations that were most suitable for high-speed charge, but before they had reached the super high speed that was most necessary for such a battle formation, they were forced to change into the defense mode. Despite their massive computational ability, they were still cramping nervously as their brains crashed. Liao and Long Yongjun boosted the morale to the highest with only the two of them again. Now that they had played their final trump cards, naturally, there was no reason for them to stop there. They would certainly ensure that the best effect was achieved. The Tartarian skeleton and the Yin Yang marched into the enemy's battle formation from two sides. Like wind blowing apart clouds, they were utterly invincible as they pushed forward. They slew the Army of Ghosts as if they were merely pulling weeds, rewriting the definition of onslaught. Boom! Liao casually threw out crimson waves, and a few crystal suits that did not have time to dodge would end up as round fireballs. Crack! The bloody thorns were waving around the body crazily. As long as they touched any part on the enemy's crystal suit, however slippery the plate armor was, they would still snatch it and rip the crystal suit apart as if it were the lousiest wooden box. Chi! 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 On the dozens of black wings made of spiritual energy at the back of the Tartarian skeleton, there was a broken piece of the primeval treasures the size of a fingernail hidden at the core of every feather. All the pieces had been installed with the control rune arrays that Liao had carved carefully and baptized repetitively with the blood from his heart. Under the control of his telepathic thoughts, those pieces of primeval treasures could still deal serious damage to crystal suits and even small starships once their speed increased enough. At this moment, a lot of warriors of the Army of Ghosts were riddled with holes, with blood flying everywhere, under the attack of the stormy pieces released by Liao. Soon, nothing was in Liao's way anymore. When he looked back, he could only see a whole battleground of gory debris. There was not a single organized combat unit on the enemy's side anymore. That was the dominance of the colossi that were as strong as the main force warships but much more agile and swift than them. Great job! Luo Qixing and Long Yongjun flew toward Liao. The old colonel of the Federal Army could not disguise his excitement at all. In his eyes, Liao and Long Yongjun had become two almighty gods that had appeared out of nowhere. He was willing to accept their command. The Army of Ghosts at the periphery of District 01 space station is about to be suppressed by us. What do we do next? Do you clear the battlefield completely? Or do we break in right now? We break in right now. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other. The two of them did not dare underestimate the enemy anymore after the abrupt changes just now. Although they reversed the situation with the help of the Colossi, all their trump cards had been revealed, too. Besides, the Colossi were gluttons that consumed mental power, spiritual energy, crystals, and ammunitions at an unbelievable rate. Despite the immensity of Liao's and Long Yangjuan's souls, using the Colossi for a long time would still be as much a burden as when an ordinary soldier waved a saber weighing 90 kilograms for an hour without rest. The fierce battle just now had caused various battle performance parameters on the two Colossi to slightly drop. Liao and Long Yangjun both felt that their souls were slowly burning like candles. If they dawdled, there might be new unexpected changes. So, they might as well charge at the core of the enemy's battle formation while they still could. In 5 minutes, when there was still engagement of fire at the edge of the battlefield, the daring team made of the officers had already gathered. The two Colossi were certainly the unquestionable vanguards. Liao and Long Yangjun broke into the space station through the airtight gate that the Iron Troll crawled out of a moment ago. At the core area of the 100 ball-shaped space stations of 100 Flower City, District 01 was the space station that had been built the earliest and in the largest scale. The shell of the silver ball was almost 100 kilometers in diameter. Even a small starship would be able to dive into the space station carefully in order to ship assets. The two Colossi were both less than 50 meters tall, so they did not need to worry that they might bump their heads. The 3 airtight gates were under Professor Emotien's control. Naturally, they would not be opened or closed easily. They did not have time to play the game of hacking crystal processors or cracking the rune arrays either. So, the soldiers simply spurted tremendous gel at the exit of the airtight gates, forming a super tiny blockage layer to prevent the oxygen inside the space station from leaking out. Boom! After ensuring that the internal pressure was stable enough, Liao kicked the second and the third airtight gates in front of him heavily with the Tartarian skeleton. The daring team exclusively made of cultivators, led by Luo Qixing, broke into District 01 with crystal cannons on their shoulders and chainswords in their hands like wolves and tigers, finding their way into the main control room of 100 Flower City and the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. The weird thing in front of their eyes, however, cast everybody including Liao and Long Yangjun into a big surprise. Inside District 01, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the enjoyable scenery simulated by the Grand Illusionary Land had gone. The only thing left was the silver cabin wall that was emitting cold brilliance that felt like ice. That was all within their expectations and nothing to be surprised at. However, at the center of District 01, there should have been a lot of authentic soil and plants that made up a fairly large garden for the staff who worked in this place to rest and relieve their pressure. The park had completely vanished. No, it did not vanish. The part was still where it used to be, except that the colorful flowers, the green bushes, and the fruitful trees inside it all turned silver. Exactly. After careful observation, everybody realized that things within District 01, from the plants to the buildings, had all turned silver. They looked like silver statues that had just been frozen. As the core of 100 Flower City and the hub of the spiritual nexus of the entire Star Glory Federation, hundreds of thousands of researchers, crystal processor experts, and spiritual nexus specialists lived in this place. It was supposed to be lively and crowded by people, but now, there was nothing but dead silence, as if the place was a tomb made of silver. All the residents seemed to have gone to another world. All the members of the daring team shuddered hard at the weird scene. What happened in this place? How did it end like this? What exactly is the weird stuff that has consolidated on the ground and on the cabin wall? If Professor Emotian is truly behind everything, what is he trying to do now that even his best hyperspirits have been taken down? Right then, the silver tomb, which was still and quiet previously, began to move, as if a cold wind was blowing from the bottomless level on the stagnant water. Ripples were spreading out on the silver materials that enshrouded the cabin ball, the ground, and all the buildings. They turned from solids into thick liquids, running, wriggling, and condensing. Smiling silver faces were surfacing on the ground, wall, and sky. Seeing the scene, Liao felt that lightning was striking inside his head. He immediately understood what was covering District 01. It's liquid metal. Luo Qixing realized what was going on, too. He shouted, "Watch out!" Everybody. Something is not right. This is liquid metal of the mustard seed level, designed to repair the broken parts of the space stations. Liquid metal was not a name for any natural metal but a special alloy mixed by countless metal elements. At a certain temperature, pressure, and spiritual waves, its form could be changed freely like rubber or gel. Because it could easily be reshaped, and it could turn into the solid form with a high intensity immediately when the conditions that kept it in the liquid form altered, it served as one of the necessary materials to repair the shells of the starships. 100 Flower City was a space metropolis connected by 100 enormous space stations. The aging of the shell and the leakages caused by cosmic storms and meteoroid assaults during the daily operation were almost unavoidable. Naturally, a huge amount of liquid metal was stored in this place. 100 Flower City even boasted its own liquid metal factory that produced almost 100 tons of liquid metal on a daily basis. At this moment, it appeared that all the liquid metal stored in the entire 100 Flower City had been secretly shipped to District 01. The place had been completely drowned and turned into a silver ocean. On the surface of the silver ocean, right below the big smiling faces, heads, torsos, and limbs were being condensed one after another. Very soon, a lot of liquid metal puppets 2 to 3 meters tall with particularly sharp arms and legs were formed. Staggering, they stood up on their feet and stared at Liao, Long Yongjun, and the other members of the daring team in silence, continuing smiling. Ripples were still spreading out on the surface of the hundreds of liquid metal puppets, as if they were living people who were breathing. On their oval skulls, the ripples crowded into the same place, forming what appeared to be facial organs. They seemed to have become scholars who were brooding. The members of the daring team were all shocked by the weird scene. For a moment, they were at a loss about how to deal with the liquid metal puppets. Liao, on the other hand, was even more greatly stunned. The appearance of the liquid metal puppets was almost exactly like Professor Mo Xian's current life form. He knew that Professor Mo Xian had tried to build artificial bodies with liquid metal more than 100 years ago, but he did not know that the professor had indeed succeeded, at least partly. He was wondering what was residing inside the liquid metal puppets. Was it living souls, pure artificial intelligence, or merely parts of Professor Mo Xian? Lay down your weapons and stop fighting. Holes appeared on the big faces of the hundreds of liquid metals simultaneously, from which the same voice was broadcast, Professor Mo Xian's voice that was filled with pain, desperation, and excitement. Enough blood has been shed in the cold space. Everybody is fighting for the Star Glory Federation and the civilization of mankind. I don't want to hurt anyone. So, drop your weapons. The hundreds of liquid metal puppets were uttering the same voice. The entire silver world was humming under the shock. It was obviously Professor Mo Xian's voice, but when hundreds of his voices overlapped with each other, it sounded twisted, deep, and weird, giving everybody the feeling that he was some sort of fiend. Looking at Long Yongjun, Liao bellowed, "Who are you exactly? Professor Mo Xian or the extraterrestrial devils? What's the difference?" Self-mocking chuckles echoed from the holes on the heads of the hundreds of liquid metal puppets at the same time. Besides, even if I claim that I am just Professor Mo Xian, will you believe it? Is there any way that I can prove myself? So it doesn't matter now. On the other hand, you, the experts from the ancient sages sector, are rather interesting. How can you sense the existence of the extraterrestrial devils? Huh. He was almost admitting that he was an extraterrestrial devil by responding in such a way. Whispers were immediately triggered among the members of the daring team. At this moment, they finally confirmed that their actions of defiance and insubordination previously were justified. However, it also suggested that the extraterrestrial devils did exist, and they had corrupted the most critical hub of the spiritual nexus to such an extent. The future of the Federation was still uncertain. Liao was slightly dazed. Then, he realized that the first real identity that he and Long Yongjun had prepared was not really a secret because they publicly announced it a moment ago. Even if Professor Mo Xian did not have spies in the crowd, with his identity as one of the best refiners of the Federation, it certainly would not have been difficult for him to implant certain detectophones in the crystal suits of some of the soldiers. Besides, Yen Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and the rest of the experts were misled by Professor Emotion and teleported to somewhere unknown. They were likely to have been ambushed by Professor Emotion. It was not unusual that Professor Emotion had learned of their real identity. Right then, Luo Qixing furiously roared, "Professor Emotion, is it really you? How is it possible?" The Professor Emotion I knew was a great hero of the Federation who saved the Federation multiple times and made great contributions for the Federation to grow into what it has become today. But right now, you are conspiring with the Black Wind Fleet, controlling all the leadership of Hundred Flower City, and compromising the hub of the spiritual nexus. What do you want exactly? Conspiring with the Black Wind Fleet? The holes on the faces of the hundreds of liquid metal puppets were shivering at the same time, as if they were all amused. With their piton-like limbs shaking softly, they replied, "No, you're mistaken. From beginning to end, I have always been a proud cultivator of the Star Glory Federation. I never conspired with the immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings. I merely invited them to my trap. You must have heard a thing or two about the scandal that took place in the capital, but everything you know is fake. It is a plan directed by and starring Xianxia, who intends to die together with the enemy. However, the commander of the expedition army of the Imperium is definitely the opposite of reckless. Besides, the information under his control is 100 times more than what you are aware of. Xianxia's delicate but fragile scheme is not enough to deceive him at all. However fat and succulent the bait appears to be, the Black Wind Fleet will not bite it. The Federation cannot afford waiting. We cannot bear the consequences of a war that can possibly last decades. Therefore, everything I have done is just a minor fix for Xianxia's plan. I detest wars, but no matter what, I must help the Federation win this war first. Also, I will turn it into the last war of the Star Glory Federation, or at least the last traditional war. From that day on, absolute peace will embrace everybody in the Federation. Even if we may still declare war on the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant in the future in order to disseminate the ideology of absolute peace to them, the wars will be completely different from what we have today. They will be easy, clean, painless, and like games. The voices echoing from the holes of the liquid metal puppets suddenly turned loud and high-pitched, as if a metal hurricane was sweeping across the park. Luo Qixing lost his cool. Is what they said true? You have been really working on certain surreptitious research in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. You are trying to lock everybody in the virtual world. You want to transform all human beings into spiriters. A real cultivator is never scared to express his ideas, Professor Emotion said casually. I have repeated my ideas for decades. I have published more than 100 papers and books and held countless seminars. Is that really a shocking secret? But we all thought that you were describing a distant future millions of years away, Luo Qixing roared. We did not know that you were as insane as this. We did not expect that the Honorable Professor Emotion was actually doing so many clandestine things in secret. There's no need for a cultivator to hide his ideas. However, there are too many ways to carry out the ideas. Deception is certainly one of them, Professor Emotion unhurriedly said. Because I strode too fast and I was way ahead of my era, I was bound to be counterattacked by the era. In the 100,000 years of history of development of mankind, how many people have been minced into pieces or burned at the stake because they were well ahead of their eras? Those who are one step ahead of their era are heroes. 2 steps, geniuses. 3 steps, lunatics. What about those who are 100 steps ahead of their eras? Out-and-out fiends. I am a man who was given another life in the first place. What's terrible about death? I do not fear being minced apart or burned at the stake, much less being derided as lunatics and fiends. However, if I know my ideas are right, until I am destroyed at a guillotine or in the middle of fire as a lunatic and a fiend, I will certainly carry on my ideas of absolute peace to the end. Nobody can stop me. Silver ripples were spreading out on the hundreds of liquid metal puppets, like Professor Emotion's belief that was burning furiously. Professor Emotion. Liao could not help speaking up. When you showed me the Spiritor's realm, didn't you mention yourself that evolution could not be accomplished overnight but would have to take millions of years to slowly develop? You said that, no matter how wonderful the highly developed future appeared, it would still be a disaster to make a civilization cover the journey of evolution that should have taken millions of years in the blink of an eye, and therefore we should never do such things, right? Yes, that is exactly what I said. Professor Mo Xian sighed softly. The holes on every liquid metal puppet's face was twisted, as if they were in agony. After decades of research and exploration, I know all the logic. I know it much better than you do. So, there is no need for you to remind me of that. But, I am a human being after all, not a cold crystal processor. My compatriots are still living in pain because of the plague of wars. Their blood will be shed for nothing for millions of years. Countless people will be enslaved, oppressed, tortured, and slaughtered. Countless brilliant civilizations will end up as cosmic dust in the bleak universe. How can I just hide in my library and do my theoretical studies calmly and rationally while waiting for the arrival of the bright future in millions of years' time? Even if the odds of success are just 1%, I would like to give it a shot to make the bright future arrive right now. Even if I have to pay everything, even if I am denigrated and obliterated, I will still have fulfilled my responsibility as a cultivator and a human being for our own civilization. Won't I? Liao cursed loudly in his heart, not knowing what he should say. Enough of the crap. He must be buying himself more time, Luo Qixing roared. Lock onto the enemy and prepare to shoot. Crack, 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 crack. All the crystal cannons and storm bolters were switched to the mode of maximal damage. Colorful, fatal light balls were expanding out of the barrels. Professor Mo Xian's hundreds of liquid metal clones stared at the crystal cannons and storm bolters that were aimed at them and said, "There's no need for me to buy myself more time because the time has already come. Also, if you insist on shooting, you'd better make sure that you aim well. This place is the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Interaction and Processing Center. I have already hacked all the super crystal processors in this place. They are all extremely precise and vulnerable devices. If you free fire in this place, and if the two colossi go on a rampage sweeping aside everything in their way like they did outside, it will be quite easy for you to destroy the hub of the spiritual nexus. Once the spiritual nexus processing center of 100 Flowers City at the center of the 7 sectors is seriously damaged, although the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus wouldn't be entirely paralyzed, the net speed on the spiritual nexus will be lowered by at least 30%. It will be much easier for the spiritual nexus to be affected and infiltrated, too, which may lead to dire consequences for information transmission and space jumps. You wouldn't wish to see that when the Black Wind Fleet is stabbing at the heart of the Federation and the Heaven's Origin sector is in great need of the reinforcement from the other 6 sectors? Or in particular, the Burning Prairie Fleet, would you? As it turned out, the Black Wind Fleet's target was not the Uranian Ring sector or the Flying Star sector, where the greatest starship factories were based, but the Heaven's Origin sector, capital of the Federal. Also, judging from Professor Mo Xian's meaning between the lines, the Black Wind Fleet had already performed a space jump and stabbed into the heart of the Federation like a dagger. The astounding news overwhelmed everyone. The hundreds of liquid metal puppets squatted at this moment and jumped close from various directions. They seemed to be made of the softest rubber, which allowed their limbs and torsos to be folded or extended at will. When they were jumping over, their limbs stretched to almost 3 meters long, and their torsos shrank into tiny balls, making them look more like some sort of weird 4-legged spiders instead of humans. In such a form, they improved their all-direction agility to the maximum. A soft jump was enough to make them leap dozens of meters. Fire! Luo Qixing commanded. Thousands of fiery snakes surged out of the members of the daring team. Metal bullets, super high-frequency vibration waves, high-radiation mystic rays. The colorful attacks congregated into destructive torrents and smashed at the enemy. Chi! 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 The liquid metal puppets were immediately blown into hives that were riddled with holes before they were cut in half from the waist and torn into smaller metal clusters. In the end, they were even unable to maintain their basic form anymore and just degraded into silver mud. collapsing on the ground. They shrieked in ear-splitting sounds, trembling, writhing, and struggling. The liquid metal puppets, not even having a spiritual shield, seemed vulnerable and worthless. However, after wriggling for a moment, they were condensed into silver rubber balls again. The same piton-shaped limbs that looked like arms and legs grew out, and they stood on their feet once more. Their torsos were slowly focused into a bigger oval supporting a smaller oval. Ripples were spreading out on the surface of the smaller oval, producing what appeared to be a smile. Faced with absolute peace, even the fiercest weapon is useless, the liquid metal puppets said with a smile. The smile chilled everyone who saw it. Their eyes surpassing the liquid metal puppets, they noticed that more and more puppets were surfacing from the silver ground, the wall, and the ceiling deep inside the space station, which were staring at them without moving like a bunch of monuments. There were thousands of new puppets and counting. How is it possible? Long Yongjun moaned in disbelief through the Colosse's special communication channel. How are so many weird liquid metal puppets controlled exactly? I didn't see anything like a control chip inside them, even when they were shredded into pieces just now. They must be remotely controlled by the magnetic field. Scanning the environment, Liao gnashed his teeth. We're one step late. The space station has been completely consumed by Professor Emotion. He's covered the entire area in a certain special magnetic field. Those liquid metal puppets are not single individuals but parts of an enormous magnetic field that is under the control of a mainframe crystal processor. Liquid metal actually has a very simple structure, and the attrition when its form is altered is little to none. In other words, it is not afraid of regular violence at all. Even if we cannot locate the mainframe crystal processor and destroy the entire magnetic field, the liquid metal puppets will only be retooled time and time again however many we tear apart. Thinking quickly, Long Yongjun hurriedly replied, "If so, it's rather terrible now. If such a mainframe crystal processor does exist, it must be the Guy-level supercrystal processor at the core of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. Or in other words, Professor Emotion has hacked one of the only 3 Guy-level supercrystal processors of the Federation, and when the 2 of them are combined, the most terrifying mainframe crystal processor is produced. Even if we can locate the mainframe crystal processor, there's no way we can destroy it." Professor Emotion was quite right. If the Black Wind Fleet has indeed arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, this is exactly the time when the other 6 sectors must reinforce the Heaven's Origin sector in full scale. Endless information, data, assets, troops, and warships need to be managed. If the transmission efficiency on the spiritual nexus is lowered by 30%, however briefly, the Federation will certainly lose this war. In other words, at this critical moment, Professor Emotion has already taken the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus as his hostage. Our hands are tied. Long Yongjun was not wrong at all. Professor Emotion indeed controlled, or rather created perfect timing. He was indeed a terrifying being whose computational ability equaled that of a supercrystal processor. There must be openings. Cold sweating popping out, Liao could only comfort himself in such a way, because even if Professor Emotion took everything into account, he couldn't have foreseen the arrival of the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector. Us breaking into the space station cannot be of little interference to his plan. Does building so many liquid metal puppets and commanding them to battle not cost his spiritual energy and computational ability? Besides, as for Yen Liren, Qi Zhongdao, and the rest of them, even if they are trapped by Professor Emotion with mysterious arts, those nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators are certainly not meat on a chopping block. Professor Emotion's plan was a risky one in the first place. He couldn't have prepared such redundancies to cope with unexpected factors. We must not be deceived by his gesture of confidence. Firm your belief. The extraterrestrial devils are best at mental attacks, and metal attacks have the best effect when the target has doubts. Hardly had Liao concluded his sentence when a large batch of metal liquid puppets jumped over for a second time. This time they were even faster and larger in number. They had also remembered the shooting trajectories of the daring team, which made it easier for them to dodge. Although they were all shot down merciless once again, They were now only 100 meters away from the daring team. Soon, the silver mud was wriggling again. They were condensed, charging, and shot down again. Hisses and moans of the metal puppets were echoing non-stop. They seemed to boast infinite vitality, but the pills and spiritual energy of the daring team were quite finite. Although they carried special incendiary bullets that could generate a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees to completely change the nature of the liquid metal materials, they did not have the courage to use them because they were concerned about the special environment in the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. Besides, the entire space station seemed to have been consumed by liquid metal. Hundreds of special incendiary bullets would be of little help. Finally, my ammo is out. Attack rune arrays are overloaded. Damn it. It needs a half-minute cooldown. Freezing bullets. Who has freezing bullets? The firing points became intermittent one after another. Some of the firing points even entirely died down. Except for the few liquid metal puppets that were temporarily frozen. All the remaining liquid metal puppets were unaffected and simply lunging at them with smiles. Even those liquid metal puppets that were frozen by the bullets actually only lost the thin metal shell at the outmost layer, because the liquid metal inside had already flowed out from their feet before the coldness invaded their bodies. Such an escape tactic reduced the effect of the freezing bullets to the minimum. The first liquid metal puppet turned into a streak of silver that darted into the members of the daring team, launching a fierce melee attack. They might be targets that were hit passively during the remote confrontation just now, but they were certainly dominators in the close-distance battle. Neither the chains words nor the vibration sabers could cause fatal damage to them. When their bodies were broken apart, the wounds would heal immediately. When their limbs were chopped off, the limbs could turn into sharp vipers and launch attacks on their own. It was even less of a deal if their heads were blown up because they could condense dozens of heads that were only decorative. Only the orange edge of the high-heat axes could deal actual damage to them by disintegrating the internal structure of the liquid metal. However, what the edge of the axis could destroy was only the tiny bit of liquid metal that came into contact with the edge. Professor Mo Xian had long calculated and optimized the weakness of the puppets. When they sensed that the temperature was too high, the rest of the liquid metal would automatically disperse and flee from the high temperature before it was focused again. With the incessant liquid metal materials as supplies, even the most seriously wounds were healable for them. But things were different for the members of the daring team. It appeared that the liquid metal puppets could not form weapons that had complicated internal structures because of their limited computational ability. They were merely attacking their enemy with their sharp limbs as cold weapons. During the close-distance battle, they would take the attacks of the members of the daring team casually first before they absorbed the enemy's weapons into their bodies and held the weapons with the magnetic field. Then, they would stab at the shoulder or the soft abdomen of the members of the daring team with their limbs. Once they pierced into the bodies of the members through the gaps of the crystal suits, they would turn into tiny metal threads and spread out. Even the toughest men were crying in pain. However, it seemed that their aim was not to kill. The cutting points that they chose were generally not fatal parts. After they connected themselves to the members of the daring team with liquid metal threads, they would wriggle again and extend countless tentacles like enormous jellyfish or octopi, enshrouding both the members of the daring team and their crystal suits. Hiss! 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 Chi-Lu! 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 The members of the daring team who were tied by them were struggling hard at first, but the liquid metal simply covered them time and time again tirelessly and finally consumed all of them, transforming them into weird silver statues that stood on the battlefield without moving. The weird scene made all the remaining members of the daring team feel cold and creepy. They did not know whether or not they should cut the silver shell with their chainswords to free their comrades, fearing that they might accidentally kill their comrades if their operation was careless. Asshole! What kind of monster are you? Luo Qixing was waving a high-heat axe in both hands, and a silver river was flowing next to him. But more and more liquid metal puppets surrounded him. They even turned into sharp thorns below his feet and pierced into his ankles. He could not help but bellow in pain. Rest assured, their lives are not in danger. Professor Mo Xian's voice echoed again from all directions. Even if there is only a 1% likelihood, I cannot bear to kill any human compatriots. I am simply inviting everyone to be a guest in our new world. That's all. The liquid metal puppets soared up and opened their bodies in midair, turning into enormous jellyfish that flew toward the old colonel of the Federal Army until he was entirely consumed.